Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and happy Saturday from Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. You are watching the live broadcast of Wodapalooza 2022. It's the 10th anniversary, the 10th time that this celebration of fitness, community, and life has taken place. We welcome you. We're glad you're here, and thank you for joining us. My name is Rory McKernan. I am joined at the desk by my good friend Bill Grunler, and we've been doing this for 2 days now, but Bill, we started a little bit later today, got to sleep in, stretch out, and the sun is shining. It's probably it feels like it's my favorite day already.
I will second that. It is definitely the best day. Sun has been out all day long. I haven't seen a cloud in the sky at all. You know, we've got a little bit of rain, not today. All the divisions are going full tilt. We've been hearing music all morning long. We got the announcers going crazy. All the fans are here. Now we're in Miami time. Like, this is fun now.
And while we got the bragging foot on your throat, for those of you who are in the middle of a cold front right now, we apologize. I hear that's happening in the United States somewhere. It's not happening here. So if your FOMO meter is overwhelmed, you should make sure that you get to Wodapalooza next year because it's amazing down here. There is competition going on as well. And today they call Moving Day. We've got 2 days down. We've got 2 more to go. Well, what's the whole concept? Why do we call it Moving Day?
So if you're looking at all the points to be had. If you want to end up at the top of the podium, you got to get as many points as possible, but you don't know necessarily where you're sitting. So at this point, we see some of the athletes or some of the teams are really starting to pad their position, or they realize how many points they need to get. So it's kind of a make or break time. There's a lot of points still to be had, but you're at that halfway point, so you got to make your move.
Well, speaking of, we're going to get you caught up on all of our elite divisions. We're going to talk first about the elite women, where a young lady from Australia has made a big splash this weekend. Ellie Turner sits in first in the overall points. Number 2, Emma McQuaid from Ireland. Bethany Shadburn and Danny Spiegler tied for third. Fee Sagafi rounds out your top 5, and Bill, she earned it. We didn't know what was going to happen after day 1. She went 2 for 2. She was the square leader then, and she backed it up. So, Ellie Turner, what do you know about her now?
I mean, we've been talking a bunch about her, and we were, I don't want to say surprised, but we were a little surprised
at the
fact that she came out on 2 first-place wins on that first day. She herself said she was surprised. So we didn't know if that was going to play into the rest of the weekend or not for her. But what we've seen is that she looks confident, she feels confident, she's attacking all these events. We did notice that there was a little bit of a hiccup on the rope climb yesterday. She herself said that the skills part is kind of one of her weaknesses. But even with that, the damage control that she did on that was huge, and she is just really putting her a nice spread between her and second place. So surprised? Not anymore. She is putting a nail in the coffin right now. She's doing great.
However this thing ends up, 1 month out from the Open, she is definitely making a name for herself. Now, the flip side of this happy story is that we have some sad news, which is that fan favorite and sweetheart of the community, Sarah Sigma's daughter, has withdrawn herself from competition.
Yeah, and this is kind of a heartbreak thing. I mean, she is such a crowd favorite, and we knew that she was out on the ACL reconstruction. She was able to go from rehab, get the okay to compete, jumped right into Dubai, had some success there. Thought we were going to see, some fun things from her this time, but she just couldn't get through that heavy barbell work. It looked like, we don't know if there was some damage or if it was kind of a mental thing, the frustration of not being able to move weight the way she wanted to. Decided to pull out. I know myself. We both know what it feels like to have that ACL reconstruction and the time that it takes. So I hope for her that she's able to recover back from that, both physically, but more importantly, mentally, and that we see a nice recovery by her.
Yeah, Sarah made a general statement on Instagram. Of course, we respect her privacy, and we'll wait for more news from her, but our hearts and our love go out to her as she approaches recovery yet again. Let's move on to the men's competition, where it's a little bit of a different story. Mr. Pat Vellner, who sat down with us to end the night last night, ended the evening with fireworks, literally. He sits on top of the overall standings. Alexander Caron, Phil Toon chasing him down. Dahlin Pepper and Cole Sager round out your top 5. We just keep on kind of beating the drum with Pat Vellner, but what do you have to say about him?
Well, Pat Vellner is doing Pat Vellner stuff. I mean, he came out looking as relaxed in his experience as you could possibly be. Nothing seemed to really faze him. I mean, he kind of chuckled and laughed everything off yesterday, whatever kind of issues that he may have had. But he just looked dominating and relaxed. It's like he's all by himself and the rest of the people are competing. And I love the fact that he's becoming now one of the elder statesmen of our sport and of the competition scene. Just the fact that he's able to say, if I can help these young guys, in their career as I'm kind of in the, I don't even want to call him the twilight. He's still beating people.
No doubt.
I mean, how do you say that? So
handily.
He's got the old man experience, he's got the old man strength, and he's using it.
And, you know, he sat here and it was just like, just calm as you could possibly think. It feels like if you would have brought him a cigar and a cognac, he would have hung out all night, super relaxed. He certainly wouldn't let me get away with the no sleeves like you are.
No, no. I was going to say something about you blowing him off with a little double arm flex, but that's all right. I won't do that to you.
Let's move on and talk about the team competition. Elite females first, where it is a race that you would definitely get your money worth if you were here. Team Krieger, Mayfem, and GoWat have been trading punches. Krieger has really extended their lead, though, using yesterday to their advantage. Born Primitive and the comeback team rounding out your top 5. But, man, Krieger is just blowing the doors off.
Yeah, and I don't think that anyone was expecting that. We saw what Mayfem had. We know who's on that team, but Krieger coming out, it's like, okay, you have Kristen Holtz on your team. Of course you're going to be decent. But I don't think that everyone expected them to attack people. They just expected them to kind of do the events and do okay at them. They came out with reckless abandon and they were not taking anything from anybody. It was awesome. So the fact that they've jumped so far ahead, I think, is actually making a lot of people really nervous. You know, Mayfem looks strong. We expected them to be strong. When you have 2 team women, you know, usually we're talking about team events. It's like it all comes down to the strength of your women. We have 2 of the best team women ever with Haley Adams.
Yeah.
You would want them to be you'd expect them to be in the front, but they aren't. So it's really interesting seeing that jostle around, and they're only a couple points ahead of GoWat. So it's been a very fun competition between those ladies.
We caught up with Haley last night, and it was interesting to hear her say that this is a huge growth experience for her, and it was interesting for her to see how much nonverbal communication happened between Andrea and Taylor, and she's like, wait, I got to learn this, guys. I don't know. It doesn't come naturally. All right, let's move on to the men's elite teams, where it's a little bit of a different picture. The boys are dominating on top of the overall leaderboard standings. Thunder from Down Under and Sam Sorella-Man, who finished the night last night with a win in your 2nd and 3rd positions. Team Herculus and Invictus round out your top 5. But the boys, the boys, the boys.
Yeah, pretty much that's about right there. You have 3 amazing individual athletes with such strong strengths. And really not a whole lot of negatives to add to that list. You put those 3 together, and then you wonder, are they going to be able to handle that? Are they going to have that communication? And these guys, what I like most about it's not the communication thing, but they are having fun. And when you have someone like Noah Olson in Miami having a good time and not being stressed out, that is when you know you're going to have a good team. Noah kind of leads and gels that group together, and everyone's just, you know, high-fiving and hugging and having a great time. And if you have 3 amazing athletes with no stress or pressure on them like that, they're going to do well. And these guys are killing it. And we have the 2 events today. We have a swimming event, and we have a high-skill gymnastic event. Those guys are all going to do great on them.
Well, listen, tons of action to come. Bill's going to join us back in a second. He's going to take a break right now. We want to take a moment to thank our sponsors who are making a lot of this live broadcast available and free to you. Now, if you're part of the Whoop community, you know what this means. I woke up in the green today, Bill. It was probably like the 4th time in my entire life. I got a little bit of sleep last night, woke up in the green. So we just want to celebrate them and thank our friends from Whoop.
We're all chasing after something. A PR, a title, a better you. But whatever it is, it starts the same way. By fine-tuning the little things outside of the box. With better sleep, faster recovery, and smarter choices. So you can train harder and unlock yourself.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah.
Thanks again to our friends at Whoop, and I want to welcome now to the show fan favorite Brooke Wells. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, we got to talk about, first of all, the thing that's on everyone's mind.
Okay.
You got a puppy.
Yeah, I did. I love him so much. I miss him while I'm here. That's all I think about.
I've been loving watching the journey of you kind of enjoying this new little adventure.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he's like my heart now.
And not just that, but life's changed a bit, man. You're in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yes.
Tell me how you're loving it.
So I've been in Nashville for about a year. We love it so much. We have like a great training crew, and it's just like a great place to live.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you know that I'm not salty at all, that I'm only an hour away and you haven't come to see me yet.
I know. We need to get down there. We need to make like a group trip down there.
Definitely.
You guys can come see us too.
Yes, that's totally true.
Yeah.
That is totally true. And by the way, enjoy it while we're here because apparently we're going back home to a snowstorm.
Oh my gosh, I was literally just talking about that. Not excited.
So let's flip that on its head and say, you've been coming to Wodapalooza. You competed at Wodapalooza.
Yeah.
What do you love about this event so much?
It's so fun. It's just like everyone's just not as serious as like most competitions because we're like in the sun and it's like a really cool vibe at night. And so just having a lot of fun. I definitely have FOMO about not competing, but it's cool to be on the other side and just get to hang out with some of the competitors that I don't, like we're normally competing against each other, and we kind of just get to hang out.
And what's the vibe when you kind of, are you taking notes? Are you looking at who's doing what, or are you really in relaxed mode?
I'm relaxing. I mean, I watch as many events as possible, but I've really only seen like 2 of the individuals. Like, you'd think I'm like trying to spy on them or something, but really I'm just trying to enjoy it and not take anything too serious.
Yeah, good for you. Well, let's talk now seriously about what's on everyone's mind, and that is your recovery.
Right.
I loved your post the other day. You finally put 130 over your head. I know it was a big deal for you.
Yeah.
And you said in that post that there was, peaks and valleys. There's days where it's still really a dark thing, and then there's some where you can see the end of the tunnel. Can you kind of break that down for people?
Yeah, I mean, like most days, it's just like I'm getting better. I'm being able to do a lot more movements, and then there's other days that are like, okay, the Open is like 40 days away. That's my main focus and goal. Like, I really want to make it back to the games this year. So that's just like always on my mind.
Yeah. And you described it as it is really a mental battle. Can you explain to people? Because other people are hurt.
Yeah.
Sarah Sigma's daughter had to leave yesterday. People at home, I'm sure, who do CrossFit, maybe even dealing with injuries. Like, how do you kind of overcome the mental demons?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just kind of have to like start slow and like not take it too fast, and like trust your body. I think after my injury, like I'm just kind of like, I don't know how my elbow is, but just kind of like taking it slow, and I'm literally adding like 5 pounds a week. I'm not going from like 15 pounds to like 130. Just kind of like listening to my body, and then that's how you just make progress over time.
That's fantastic. So you mentioned the Open. Are you signed up yet?
I'm not. Wait, can you even sign up?
Yeah,
yet?
open registration signed up.
I am not signed up yet, but I will be. I'm super excited. I haven't done anything since the games, obviously, so I'm excited to get back into like competition mode and more serious. And how does that work in Nashville with the crew? Do you guys do all the workouts together? Do you intentionally do them apart? So the first, like, most of the time we only do them one time, and we do them all together. But then if like you need to redo it or something, you kind of do it on your own because not everyone's like on the same page.
Sure.
But yeah, it's super fun. Normally we'll do like 2 or 3 heats and kind of switch off who goes first, try to learn from each other, and just make it a fun community event.
I love it. The last one I have to ask you before I let you go. Man, your sister's made big moves.
Yeah.
How cool is that to have her in the competitive space with you now?
Yeah, it's so cool. So we used to do everything together, like all of our sports and stuff, and we kind of just like, she did track, I did CrossFit, so it's cool to have her back, and I mean, we're so competitive, it's going to get intense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for people who are here on site and may want to run into Brooke Wells, what are your plans for the day? Are there places where people can see you, or what are you up to today?
Today you'll just have to find me around the event, but tomorrow I'll be at the Monster booth, I think at 10:30.
Okay, cool. So tomorrow at 10:30, Monster booth, and thank you so much for joining us, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So that's it for Brooke, but we've got right now, going to show you guys that there is so much going around this venue. Earlier this morning, there was an HWPO workout. I'll give you guys a look at what that was like.
We're going to do 3 to 4 rounds depending on time, but we're going to do 2 minutes on, 1 minute off. Every round is going to be buy-in. We're going to do 5 power cleans at 60% of your 1 rep max. So everyone's going to be on different weights. We're going to do 5 power cleans. Then we're going to do 5 shuttle sprints. So 5 lengths down and back. So from buzzer to rig, back to buzzer, that's 1 rep. And we're going to do 5 of those. Then we're going to come down, and in the remaining time in that 2-minute interval, we're going to do max wall walks. So keep in mind, like wall walks, very deceiving. First rep usually feels pretty easy. 10th rep gets pretty hard. Thank you guys for coming out. Hopefully you guys got a good workout in.
Again, just one of the many experiences you can have here on site at Wodapalooza. And as you can see, I'm joined again by my friend Guido Trinidad, the founder of Wodapalooza. Welcome back.
Man, thank you so much for having me again. I got a little jealous. You had all the colors, so I got myself one of these nice.
Oh, look at you.
You know, very quintessential.
Yeah, if you can't make up your mind, just get both.
That's it.
Put them in the same shirt. All right, so as you guys may or may not remember, if you're joining us for our first time, Guido, as the founder of Wodapalooza, has a bank of memories. We're going through his top 10, and today we're doing 4 and 3. So let's shoot straight in. Let's go to number 4. What's the 4th top memory?
Man, it's pretty sentimental, to be honest. Yeah, this is a depiction that we were more than just a competition, and that we're truly a celebration, and that we are a community. So as a competitor, I was a competitor as well when I was operating the event. and I competed at the OC Throwdown the weekend before this event. And a very, very, very unfortunate situation happened in which many of us know a good friend of ours, Kevin Ogar, had an accident and he was very injured. So, man, it just weighed so heavy on my heart that we were going to go and have a celebration the next weekend in this big event. And I was like, we need to come together. And, I always enjoyed giving the opening ceremony to cast vision, like why we're here. And I felt like, it was a very appropriate opportunity to like come together, share some words about Kevin, pray for him, and just together as a community, just really honor him throughout the weekend and keep him in our heart and mind. And it's just a very special moment for us. And which, the following year he came and it was his first competition. So we'll talk about that later.
Yes.
But that moment at Tina Hills was very, very special to me.
And just for people who don't know, that unfortunate event was that Kevin was paralyzed from the waist down due to a barbell accident. And if you don't know who he is, he's an amazing human being, to say the very least. Google his name, Ogar. And for those of you who dislike my beard, you also have him to blame, because at this year's games, he said that he would shave his face, which he's not done yet, if I grew a beard.
So we got to hold him to it, Kevin.
We come full circle with
Coming
Kevin
for
Ogar.
you, buddy.
All right, that's hugely touching, and again, a big part of the community piece of this event. What is number 3?
So number 3, again, I guess today is like that emotional day. It's interesting. Number 4 was the beginning of the event and opening it up, and number 3 was closing on a year that provided a lot of adversity and challenges. I believe it was 2016, a year that it rained heavily, and I had always been, hoping and wishing for a video at the end of the event that could really culminate the event and tell the story of the event. But obviously that's a pretty tough thing to do because, things are happening live. So it was kind of like a thing that I would throw up every year. Hey, we should have this. And so they kind of surprised me like, hey, Guido, look what we did. And it was this, 3-minute long, like, thank you video to the volunteers and to the community. And I remember it was right here in Bayside, and it was the first year that we had these huge, like, big screens all the way across the stage. And I bawled. I cried like a baby for all 3 minutes. Yes. And really special moment.
I love it. And I love your passion and your drive, man. Thank you again. So we got 2 and 1 left.
Let's go.
So you guys join us again tomorrow. Guido's going to be here to give us his top 2 moments of all time from Wodapalooza over 10 years. Right now, in the background, we've actually already got people in the water. They're already swimming in the bay. And so we're going to go down to Jamie Hagia, who's actually got a report that you can expect from your elite teams.
With 3 different pieces of cardio in this workout, it requires different footwear. So we're seeing most competitors ditch their shoes, and once they get out of the water and onto these runners, the majority of them are running barefoot, which doesn't seem to be giving anyone too big of an issue.
Slowly. All right, as you can see, there are multiple divisions that are already underway. Your elite teams and individuals will be taking this on in just a very short time. Now, when I talk about these kind of events, I'm always excited to bring on the man with the biggest brain that I know when we talk about aerobic capacity. He's a gentleman who could literally tell you just about anything and everything that you want to know, and his name is Hinshaw. He'll be joining me here in a second. A quick look at the overall schedule for all 4 days. As you see, that we start the day with the Row.Swim.Run, and we got quite a lot on the table there. Mr. Hinshaw, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rory.
I'm glad you're here, and I love your T-shirt.
Row.
Let's talk about this event. I mean, I know you've got a million thoughts on it, but what's top line? What jumps out when you look at this?
What jumps out to me is the combination of movements. This is a combination of movements that no athlete has ever seen before. Even triathletes can look at this and go, I wouldn't know how to attack it. And that unknown makes it challenging, especially for the teams. Tactics will come into this for the teams. I've talked to a lot of those teams, and they're unsure on that strategy. They're not sure how to attack it. And that may be the determining factor that picks the winner.
Now let's take a look at what the course actually looks like. They're going to start with the row at Tina Hills. As you can see where that is on the campus. They will then have a very short run that will take them down to the water. At this point, they ditch their shoes, by the way. So unless you're a logistical magician or you swim in your shoes are gone. You're going to swim 250 meters for the elites, come back into the Bayside Arena where you'll have to snake your way down to your runner, where the teams in particular will be responsible for 3K on 2 different machines. And so it's not the longest swim in the world. So it's really not a swim workout, is it?
It's not a swim workout, but the problem is that you've got that long row just prior to it, and it is going to give the impression that this was a marathon swim. People are going to come in fatigued, and it's not a similar movement to the movement of swimming. It's going to be very different, and so their body's going to make this adjustment. And by the time that they finally get settled into the swim, they're already exiting the water. That's going to make it tough.
Okay, we're going to take you through the actual event just so that we're completely clear on what's going on. 2 athletes will work at a time to accomplish the following distances. So it means on both rowers, you have to get to 2,500 meters for the women, 3,000 for the men. You'll all swim 250 meters. And then on the runners, both runners have to reach 2,400. Now, I actually did hear something interesting that if one member chooses not to get into the water, it's okay. You're not disqualified. You just have 2 people to get the running done.
That's right. That's right. I mean, that's where the tactics come in. I mean, I love that they rode events here at Wodapalooza that not only force the athletes to perform physically, they must be tactical.
Yeah.
You have to be smart. And for the first time, we're seeing a complexity in a workout that is going to put the smart teams at an advantage.
Okay, you're going to be on the broadcast speaking, so people are going to get to hear your voice and your analysis for the long haul. What will you be looking for? How do people win this event?
Oh boy, there's so many things to be looking for. I'll tell you what. There is only one easy thing that's going to be a benefit to these athletes, and it's going to surprise them. Those air runners have been sitting in the hot sun here in Miami, and it is, if you're not here, it is beautiful out
so
here.
Nice.
It's ridiculous. Those air runners, because they spin on bearings, those bearings are going to be very viscous, and it's going to spin fast. It is going to be shockingly fast. Remember, Ron Ortiz, at the age of 53, set the 400-meter record on a true form runner, and he ran it in 54 seconds here at Wodapalooza. Ron Ortiz is not a runner, but that runner was in the hot sun. So when they get to the runners, they're going to spin and they're going to move fast, and that is going to give them some encouragement. And that is where the juice is in this workout.
Some people don't think about that. I got time for one more. No shoes. Matters or it doesn't matter, and why?
Oh boy, it's going to be tough. I mean, the thing about it is that when you go no shoes, you're now landing on the ball of your foot. And if you are a heel striker and now you're going to have to run that distance on the ball, you're going to create a lot of strain and tension in that calf Achilles tendon complex. My recommendation is land on the ball of the foot, but have a very shallow heel height. The heel needs to hit the ground immediately after the ball to preserve the integrity of that calf Achilles tendon complex.
Man, I got to just sprint just to keep up with you mentally. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're going to be on the broadcast. You're going to hear a lot more from Chris Hinshaw. He is the founder of Aerobic Capacity and a fantastic, fantastic top-level coach. Chris, thank you for joining us, my friend.
Thanks, Ro.
Thank you all for joining us. The action's just right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Wodapalooza 2022 continues.
10 seconds.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
Entertaining all the player hating imitators who imitate us, simulators, but they can't debate us. Why even losing? You can see that I'm a winner, baby. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know.
We only came for 2 days of playing, but Tommy, every time we come, we wind up staying. It is day 2 in beautiful Miami, Florida. Day 3, pardon me.
Oh, man. And listen, Sean, we all know that LA and Philly stay jiggy, but on the sneak, Miami bringing the heat for real.
There we go. We're off to a great start already. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Tommy Marquez here in the booth. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Event 5, as we pass the halfway point of Wodapalooza, Row.Swim.Run, presented by Tier.
Yep, the teams are going to have to tackle, with the men, 3,000 meters. For the women, 2,500 meters on the rower. They're all going to have to swim 250, and then 2,400 on the runner. There are going to be 2 machines per team, and both machines will have to hit that mark.
And this is how this event will play out. They will start at Tina Hills on the row. As soon as the male teams have accumulated 3,000 meters on each rower, they will then run to the water. They'll get in the water, they'll complete 250 meters on the swim. They will then move to the bayside stage. They will move to their assigned runner. They will accumulate 2,400 meters on 2 runners, and then they have to proceed across the finish line in that same snake-like fashion.
As the great Bruce Dickinson said, really explore the space, Sean, and that's what these athletes are going to do, traversing 2 different competition venues.
2 heats for the elite male teams. The 2 athletes will work, 1 will rest here. And again, it's 3,000 meters that they have to accumulate on each rower. Stand by. Settle in. This will be one of the longest events of the competition. We are already through 4 events in 2 days of competition. 2 more events here on day number 3, and then 2 more events await on Sunday, the 4th and final day of competition. The athletes do know 3 of them, including this one, but they do not know the final event yet.
Still got a few more events to possibly make up some ground. This is our first one that we've seen the elites tackle on Tina Hills. We've got 4 competition venues in total here at Wodapalooza, really giving that festival vibe. We've seen Flagler, we saw Bayside for the first time yesterday. We've got Tina Hills. We've also got the deck, which is an intimate one just up the way for some fans to take part.
Well, that's, looks like Sam Stewart, who's rowing barefoot. Now remember, you have to ditch your shoes before, you don't have to, but most people will be ditching their shoes before they get in the water.
Yeah, and we've talked about before this and talked to a few athletes. There's going to be a variety of strategies. You know, some athletes rowing with their shoes, some not. Talked to a few athletes who tackled this in other divisions. They said rowing barefoot and then running barefoot to the water was unpleasant. So surprised to see a couple of athletes going full barefoot here. It's possible maybe that they say they took their shoes, put them over by the runner, or had them somewhere on the other side of the venue.
JST Compete is in this heat, and they are early out front here.
So if you notice, we're on a different rower this time. We're on the Assault Fitness rower. Slightly different as far as pacing and the tension that you get compared to a Concept 2. There is no damper on the Air Rower Elite, and snuck over to the equipment area, spoke with the representatives from Assault Fitness, asked them about what these athletes should aim for as far as pacing is concerned. They said without the damper, and given what they're used to on the Concept 2, usually add about 10% to your pacing to account. Otherwise, if athletes try to stick to their normal pacing, they risk burning out. It's a little bit more difficult.
See the monitors and try and track how far the athletes are in their 3,000 meter trek.
starting to see a few teams swap out their athletes. So 2 machines per team, so 2 athletes working at a time. For the most part, I would assume most of these teams have sorted out a rotation of sorts for these athletes just to make sure that nobody gets burnt out. They can keep that heart rate down. They just have plenty of juice left in the tank to attack that swim.
We will do our best to identify teams as we move through the field here, but as you can imagine, with no jerseys, names, or numbers, it can be a little bit difficult. This is lane 25. This is Invictus.
You see Mitch Wagner on the right side of your screen there with the long hair, coaching his teammates up, making sure they stay on pace.
That's Lalo Torres and Mitch Wagner on the rower right now, and Grant Belrose is the man standing up with his hands on his hips there. This is the team from Mook Performance. Carlos Labarthe, Roldan Goldbaum, and Luis Oscar Mora. Mora is the man who's resting right now.
And Mora was actually set to make his CrossFit Games debut 2 years ago as the national champion of Mexico. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they had to cut down the invites to the games, and he wasn't able to do so, but previously competed, was a podium finisher in the teenage division. He is definitely an up-and-comer to watch coming out of the Latin America region.
Mook Performance, they've had it every event lower than 26, except for event 3 when they finished in 5th.
A couple of keys here. You know, first one, full send. There are going to be some teams that have an accomplished swimmer in their field. In previous games events with the swim, there wasn't a whole ton of benefit to send that good swimmer out ahead of the field, but knowing that that athlete can immediately jump on the runner and start working, send your best athlete. Tell them to go full send on the swim, get out ahead of the pack and start chewing away at those distances on the air runner. And it's got to be the shoes. You know, we've talked a little bit already about athletes going barefoot, some athletes going for shoes, what it's going to look like running barefoot on the runner. We've even seen in other divisions some athletes opt for water socks. It's a ton of different strategies here. It's all going to be about foot maintenance, taking care of those calves, as you heard Chris Hinshaw say earlier in the broadcast.
3,000 meters on each rower. And then it's the quick run over to where they will enter the water for that 250-meter swim. First of 2 heats for the elite male teams here. And quite a good crowd on hand for a bunch of guys just sitting on rowers. I still have, every time I walk in here, I'm just impressed at how many people are here watching and the crowd that this event has drawn.
You know, every little venue has its own kind of charm to it. You know, you see this massive field waiting at Bayside for them to get out of the water. But then there's a handful of, you know, fans that decided to go over to Tina Hills, get a little bit more intimate experience. It feels like I'm at an Incubus concert in college, you know, watching at the local amphitheater.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Hey, you don't. You just sit and listen, man.
I don't know if I'm disturbed more that you know it in that much detail or that you admit to seeing Incubus in concert in college.
I mean, for some of the guys in the truck, maybe I should have said a Fish or a Grateful Dead concert.
I think that would have resonated more with the crew.
You know.
Now we'll keep an eye on the judges' hands. They will hopefully let us know when their respective teams are 100 meters away from completing these 3,000-meter rows. Team Ohio Elite in lane 27. As you, that's Mook Performance that we're looking at now, but just listening to the floor announcers, Team Ohio Elite, they're in lane 27. They are in their final 1,000 meters right now.
3,000 is an interesting distance. You know, if you're walking into your everyday affiliate, you usually see a 1K, sometimes a 2K. You know, if you're going a little bit longer, going for that 20-ish minute time domain, you'll see a 5K. 3Ks, you know, just outside of what you may be used to rowing or what you'll commonly see. So I like sometimes adding that little twist of, hey, maybe this is a distance you don't always know your splits for. Unless, of course, you know, you're an aerobic capacity athlete, in which case you know every split because Chris Hinshaw is the master of splits.
Saw Bronislaw Olenkowicz. You definitely know that guy.
Big Braun.
So, he's with Strong for Life. He was taking a break. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous afternoon here in Miami, Florida. Great day for an ocean swim.
I'd imagine that water's actually going to feel pretty nice when you jump in.
And I apologize to anybody who's in the northeastern part of the United States or in a very cold climate right now, because you are not getting to experience what we're getting to enjoy right now.
I hope the sight of, you know, the sunny skies and the Miami waterfront at least helps thaw you out a little bit if you're, you know, up in Minnesota and it's -40.
Judging by the pace that it looks like some of these athletes are pulling at, you would seem to think that they're starting to put the finishing touches on these 3,000 meters. We can try to peek in on some of these screens, but you're approaching the 10-minute mark. You just saw Phil Roy Peters there on the left side of your screen for JST Compete swap out.
And I imagine we'll start to see some hands coming up pretty soon. You know, it's a different implement, but we're used to seeing the 500-meter pace.
And right on cue, Team JST Compete, both of their rowers are inside 100 meters. So they look to be one of the first teams, if not the first team, off the rower and then onto the swim. JST Compete, the trio of Phil Roy Peters, Evander Harewood, and Sean Hardwick. They currently sit in 20th place overall. Their best finish with a 10th place in event number 2. And now JST Compete will make their way to the swim. So they are the first team off the rower.
This is awesome. You're just right in the middle of the thick things, going out for a little jog.
So now we did see a few athletes rowing barefoot, but it looks like most of these guys have their shoes on. More than likely, they're going to ditch those and then swim. And then if you watch our pre-show, have to run those 2,400 meters barefoot on the runner. Let's go down to Jamie Higia, who's down there where the athletes are getting into the water.
The first athletes have just made their way down this path. They are dumping off their shoes, heading down this ramp and hitting the water. They are clearly out in front, so there is no way to get down this ramp, but it is pretty narrow. So with so many athletes in this field, you're looking for this to bottleneck up and cost a little bit of extra time to get down into the water.
I like the little, oh, there we go. The old nose plug, feet first.
Now more teams are done with that 3,000-meter row, and it's going to be a parade to the water here. It was JST Compete. They were the first team into the water. Phil Roy Peters leading the way for them. You do not have to wait for the rest of your team to get out of the water to start running. If you get out of the water and your other teammates are 5 minutes behind you, you can start running. Do not have to wait for them, although you do need to proceed to a designated runner on the floor.
Yeah, so we saw in the earlier diagram that athletes will have to run a little snake formation around each one of the rowers. Every athlete and team will have to cover that distance at some point. It just depends on whether you're going to do it before to get to your rower or after if you're one of the first rowers in sequential order, and have to do so as you get to the finish.
More than 12 minutes gone by here. 250-meter swim. And you'll see a couple different buoys that are out there. Some of those are marking the distance for other divisions. The elite teams and individuals will have to go to the third buoy and then make that left turn to the Bayside stage.
Look at that view. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that's breathtaking.
It is a setting unlike any other, and there is the third buoy, bottom right-hand part of your screen, where they have to make that left, and then they'll head up that ramp and onto the runners. And we'll figure out who is in the lead once athletes begin to emerge and then get to their runners.
I mean, last night we finished on Bayside. This same water you're watching right now, we had luxury yachts and speedboats going around. This time it's a different type of high-performance machine in the water.
There were definitely some people out there on the water I don't think had ever seen a CrossFit competition before, giving some strange looks at what was going on.
Could you imagine? What are those people doing over there?
The JST Compete was the first team into the water. They got all three of their athletes in at the same time. And then there was another individual behind them from another team. And then we had that mass of humanity that then made its way into the water. But as is normal in an event like this, when you get in the water, things definitely start to spread out.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the athletes that are comfortable in the water. You know, I'm no Chase Ingram. I'm not a swimmer by trade, but you can definitely see the athletes that are a little bit more comfortable, that aren't getting thrown around as much in terms of disrupting their stroke. Once we get a little bit of this chop in, and for the most part the water's calm, but we are seeing a few waves occasionally come in.
Well, it wasn't that long ago when you threw a bunch of CrossFitters in the water and it looked like Caddy Day at Bushwood. Now at least there is some general proficiency with this movement.
Yeah, we're long gone are the days of a young Jason Khalipa jumping in and immediately start bobbing up at north-south.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like everyone has added that to their repertoire, started swimming regularly, not just to practice and work on capacity. We're seeing mix it in as recovery days, and it's become such a bigger, more integral part of the training methodology.
First couple of individuals are getting set to emerge from the water and then make their way to the runners.
First athlete set to hit the platform.
With a 30-minute cap, the first swimmers are starting to emerge around the 16-minute mark here. And that may be Casper Daugard from Don't Be a Square. It is. Casper, the first man to the runner. So European contingency getting started on the runner first. So Casper leads the way for his team, and he is the first man to get to work on the 2,400 meters. Again, you have to do 2,400 meters on each runner, and as Casper is showing, you don't need to wait for your teammates. You can just start racking up those meters.
Yep, and unlike the individuals where they're going to align them on runners based on when they come in, teams have a designated set of runners. You can see a dedicated volunteer and judging staff on the floor holding up their nameplates. You ever seen a competition venue like that, Sean?
No, it is a setting unlike any other. And this is my first time here. I've heard people tell me how great this competition is, what a great event it is, and they were underselling it. You really can't appreciate just how cool of celebration and a competition and just an experience Wodapalooza is until you see it for yourself.
Now we got ourselves a whole slew of gentlemen trying to get out of the water.
Now more men starting to emerge. Don't Be a Square. Casper Daugard was the first man to start the run, but there's Bronislaw Lenkowitz leaving the left side of your screen. but he was only one man on one runner. 2,400 meters on each runner. JST compete. They are down on the bottom left.
Looks like JST.
So they have 2 athletes on as well. So they are able to start now cranking away on the meters. That's Phil Roy Peters, closest to the camera. And it looks like Sean Hardwick is with him. And now, Don't Be a Square has 2 of their athletes on. JST, Evander Harewood, who is the man resting, they have all 3 of their athletes ready to go here.
Now we're starting to see some teams rotate a little bit, share the load amongst the 3 athletes. Obviously, the benefit of having 3.
That's CrossFit Resurrection. Jonathan Gibbons and now Tyler Lee on the runners. Kyle Kant just swapped out.
I love smooth transitions like that. I'm going to be honest. When I get shot out the back of an air runner like that, I'm usually not in control.
Here's one more look at Row.Swim.Run presented by Tier. We've already accomplished the 3,000 meter row and that 250 meter swim. And now it's 2,400 meters each on each of the air runners. Then after that, they have to get off and then finish as a team across the finish line.
And you see most of the athletes opting to run barefoot. We heard Chris Hinshaw earlier talking about some technique in terms of foot placement. Because this is a curved treadmill, because you don't have that extra cushion to where if you're a heel striker, you know, it can change the dynamics of it, potentially put more stress on the calf and Achilles area. We do see an athlete who, you know, decided to jump in with the shoes. Got a little soggy foot action.
Bronislaw Wenkowitz cheering on his teammates. The first 3 teams out of the water were Don't Be a Square, JST Compete, and Blueprint Training. Now, whether or not they remain in the lead now remains to be seen, but those are your first 3 onto the runners.
Working their way back to the platform.
Lanes 23 and 24. That is Don't Be a Square on the right side. And Port CrossFit, I believe, is next to them.
And Don't Be a Square was the first athlete to the treadmill. We're being told that he actually hopped on both treadmills just to get them going, just to grease the groove, get those bearings hot.
That's Casper Daugard on the right. He was the first man out of the water onto the runner. Troels Jorgensen is behind him. And it's Thomas Stroyer, who is the other man working for Don't Be a Square. Don't Be a Square, 31st place overall coming into the event. Their best finished 20th in event number 2, so they could really use a strong performance here to move them up the overall standings.
All those athletes on air runners, man, that's not something you see every day at your Globo gym.
And you definitely don't see this many people sitting there watching it either. This is a capacity crowd that's on hand here on day number 3 at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. We still have some athletes trickling out of the water, so some teams don't even have all 3 of their men onto the runner here. .22.5 minutes gone by. once they're done with this run, they have to exit the runner, and then they have to proceed down the row to the finish line. Everybody has to finish across the line, the same line.
Remember, the first athlete from Don't Be a Square got to the runner at about 16 minutes. So, you know, running 1.5 miles, depending on how fast they are, we expect maybe 27, 26 minutes. For at least one of the runners getting going.
We will just keep our eye on the judges. It will be the same story as with the rowers. Once their respective athletes are inside 100 meters, their hands will go into the air.
And you see a handful of athletes shoot out the back. And one of the reasons that might be the case is if you look on the sides of the air runner, on either side of the track, they put grip tape down just to help athletes, you know, maintain footing in case of, you know, wet shoes, things like that. Anyone that's not familiar, I don't know if you've ever skateboarded barefoot, Sean, but bare feet on grip tape, wouldn't recommend it.
Kind of feel like John McClane and Die Hard after that point. 5.5 minutes to go before we hit the 30-minute time cap. Let's go back down to Jamie Hagia, who has made her way over to the Bayside stage.
If you look down this road, you'll see all these men in a great position. I was able to talk to the Salt Runner rep, and they said you want to keep a nice upright chest that'll stop you from leaning too far forward. So it's kind of neat to look down this line and to see these men running with such great form.
Blueprint training making quick work in that 2,400 meters.
And now we have our first team off, and we'll have to see who that is, but someone has come across the finish line as heat number 2 makes its way, and of course Con Porter and James Dubry are going with the Speedos.
I believe they're called budgie smugglers in Australia.
Here comes Don't Be a Square. We saw one team get off the rower. We're still trying to figure out who that was. Don't Be a Square coming in to finish
It looked like
second.
Looked like Will Kane and Joshua Wickstrup for Blueprint Training.
Yeah, Blueprint Training, they were the third team out of the water along with Don't Be a Square, who were first. JST Compete, we'll keep an eye on them. They're on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Their judge's hand just went in the air. The top 3 teams out of the water right now look to be the top 3 teams across the finish line on this 2,400-meter run. Philroy Peters, Evander Harewood, and Sean Hardwick are done, and JST will come across in 3rd place in the heat.
We just saw Blueprint Training be the first. No surprise there. They got some tremendous runners on their team. We saw Joshua Wickstrup. He was actually 2nd in the ruck run at the games in 2019. So we have some individual games talent in this first heat. Some very capable runners.
More teams coming across the finish line now as they close out their 2,400-meter runs. I think Cobra Kai was one of them. We'll have to wait for the official scores. More teams across as we have about 3 minutes to go. That's Resurrection, I believe, that's coming in. Now less than 3 minutes to go before we hit the 30-minute time cap.
For the most part, it looks like the majority of these teams should be able to get underneath the cap. We're about halfway through the field as far as finishers already.
final sprint here for some of these teams. And again, we will have to wait for official scoring to get this all sorted out.
Oof. That's brutal. We just saw these athletes on these runners running barefoot, and then they hop onto the flat ground and have to sprint to the finish. We saw a couple athletes earlier sitting on their butts with their feet in the air, looking like those doggies were on fire.
It's a blueprint training, we are being told, are your heat winners. We just have to get an official time on them. Unofficially, 24:58 for Blueprint. Don't Be a Square, 25:23, and JST at 26:03. That is unofficial, though.
One final team out here working with just over a minute remaining.
Invictus athlete still on the floor here with less than a minute to go. But once again, just to recap the top three in this heat unofficially. Blueprint training at 24:58. Don't Be a Square, we're second at 25:23, and JST compete at 26:03.
That's Invictus athlete fighting to get underneath the cap. Mitch Wagner on the air runner.
Now Invictus athlete is done. Oof. And they're going to try to get in across the finish line inside the time cap. Their time will trip once their final athlete is in.
Man, the last thing I would want to do after selling out on the air runner is have to turn a hot corner like that.
Choppy feet.
Yep.
And that's the time cap. And with that, heat number 2 has begun. So 24:58 unofficially from Don't Be a Square is the time to beat here. Now, heat number 2 is underway, and with that, we'd like to bring in the founder of Aerobic Capacity, Chris Hinshaw. How you doing, man? Good to see you. I don't know if we have his mic. I think your mic's on now. Try it again. Now, I believe we have your mic on.
I appreciate you.
All right, there we go.
Tommy.
Easing into this Saturday. And so after watching that first heat, I know you talked to Row extensively about this event, but did you learn anything that you didn't know going into this event? And if so, what was it?
I was really looking at the athletes and the level of fatigue that they had on that air runner. One of the things that those athletes, unfortunately, are not prepared for is running barefoot. And when you're not prepared for that and landing on that ball of your foot, it's going to change your running position. And when you land on the ball of your foot, you're going to be more quad activation. And what I was seeing was athletes that were really trying to lean back and use more hamstrings, but they couldn't because they were barefoot. You can't land on your heel on that air runner without the shoes. And that's what I saw, is I saw athletes that were really struggling because of a change in their form. And if an athlete has been doing barefoot running, take, for example, a Rich Froning, who does a tremendous amount of barefoot running on an air runner, that is a massive advantage.
As we begin this 3,000-meter row, let's take a look back at what happened in heat number 1. And the first 3 teams that got off the rower and into the water were really able to help keep their lead. It's hard to catch up on that runner.
Yeah, being able to get one of your minnows or your fish out into the water early and get them out ahead of the pack. You've got clean water. You don't have to deal with any of the chop and some of those tight groupings that we saw in the back of the screen. Also, you get to the air runner, start chewing up distance on one of those runners. We actually saw an impressive strategic turn by Don't Be a Square. He hopped on one runner, got it going, hopped on the other, got it going, loosened up the bearings a little bit. And no surprise, they were the first team to rip through those 2,400 meters on the air runner. And because we have a bigger heat here, setting the time to beat in the earlier heat meets means that much more.
And Don't Be a Square unofficially in at 24:58. This is the second now of 2 heats. 3,000 meters on each rower.
To me, what will be interesting is the tactics on this row. If you haven't spent much time on this assault air rower, the main difference between the Concept 2 and the assault air rower, one of them is that the carryover, when you ghost ride it, it carries over at a much higher velocity, meaning that as you're doing your transition, those meters are continuing to accumulate at a more rapid rate that you would normally see on a Concept 2. So you're not punished by doing multiple transitions because that flywheel is going to maintain its momentum much better than it would on a Concept 2. And so in the past, you've seen teams where they've rotated every 30 seconds. But the problem with that in this event is that we just saw it's a 25-minute long time domain. And if you think you're going 30 on, you're kidding yourself. You've got to stay on there longer and pick an easier intensity.
This is Sam Sorella, man. It's Tyler Eggerman closest to the camera and Dennis Samsonoff. We saw them have a great event 3 last night to close things out. Once again, Row.Swim.Run presented by Tier, and we are on the first portion of this event. 3,000 meters need to be completed on each rower. After that, it's that 250-meter swim and then the 2,400 meters on the assault runners. Team Herculus.
And Chris, we just saw Phil Muscarella from Sam Sorella, man. He actually had looks like a swimsuit on, the full body suit. Given the distance at about 250 meters, is there a distinct advantage for the full suit versus maybe a jammer or even a Speedo?
Look, I did an Ironman. I did Ironman Brazil in a Speedo, all right? A 9-hour event. Yep. If you want to win, then you know what you're going to do is you're going to put on something that's going to give you a better position to win and ignore the discomfort. Yep. You know what? The truth is that if you get a little sunburn, a little chafing, that's going to go away. I mean, I admire that. I did a Frogman Challenge in Coronado with Navy SEALs, and I wore my Speedo. And you know what? None of them did, but the next year, because I beat them, they were all in Speedos.
Hey, you look good, you feel good, you play good, right?
It's all about looking good at this point.
Speaking of looking good, man. Look at these two Aussies.
That's the Thunder from Down Under. James Newberry and Com Porter on the rower. Matt DeLugos is resting. The Thunder from Down Under, they are in second place overall. Only 24 back of the boys for first.
And this is a team that I think can really push the pace here. You know, obviously they're accomplished individual games athletes, both James Newberry and Con Porter. But one of the things they really excel at is when you get into the water, whether it's on the paddleboard, on the swim, we typically see them both out in front performing quite well.
What I noticed there is the breathing, the rhythm of the breath. Look at it. It's so visual. And what's beautiful about that rhythm, that cadence, what you see, that will be the cadence that he has on the swim because he breathes every stroke, meaning it's 1, 2, 3 breath, 1, 2, 3 breath. And that will be the same cadence that he has on the run. And that, without having those transitions, is going to put him at an advantage. That was really good. The mistake I see, though, is that their recovery is random. They don't have a recovery routine. Sometimes they're talking, sometimes they're leaning over, and that's a mistake. That's a miss. If you have a warm-up protocol, you have a race protocol, what about your recovery protocol?
The Thunder from Down Under are just about done with their 3,000-meter rows. Their judges' hands are in the air. Here are your overall standings coming into this event. They, again, are just 24 points back of the boys for the lead. And as you said, Tommy, they can do some damage once they get in the water, and they look to be one of the first teams onto that 250-meter swim. We also saw Mayhem in Paradise. They currently sit in 11th place overall. They won the opening event of the competition, but since then, they have yet to finish higher than 7th.
Yeah, I think that might have been a misreading on the judges' part. It's about 6.5 minutes for a 3K. That would have, I don't know, that might have been a world record. Even with Matt DeLugos, who is, a fellow rig shaker and can get
pull the handle off that thing.
Yeah, he can get the flywheel humming on the rower.
So everyone stand down on that one. And the two top teams are right in the middle of the floor. You can see in the middle of your screen, Noah Olson. If you look at our cameraman, Noah Olson is right behind him. He and Travis Mayer rowing away, and now here comes Chandler Smith. So they're able to keep an eye on the team that is the closest to them in the overall standings. And they have about 700 meters to go on the rower there where Noah Olson is working.
Yep, and you know, I spoke with Travis Mayer. We stayed in the same hotel, walked over to the venue with him today, asked him how they're feeling. He said, honestly, no stress. They're just having a good time. He said the best part about this competition is, you know, individual athletes joining up for a team. There's really been no pressure. And he's like, and having a swimmer like Noah on your team in this type of event, you know, he's like, Chandler and I can go, you know, crazy on the rower and let Noah get out there a little bit. And, you know, we know we're going to follow behind, and we have the capacity to keep pace once we get out of the water.
And that's a sound strategy. I mean, Noah Olson recently ran on a track a 5:09 mile within the last month. So he's legit. You send him on that swim, he's going to make time.
You ever run a 5:09 mile?
I don't think I've driven a 5:09.
So what's interesting, the difference between this air rower and a Concept 2 is it takes a little more effort to get your distance in. The target speed for this, if you were going to do a like for like, I would see it roughly 2 seconds per 500 meter pace slower on an assault air runner. So if you're looking at targets for these athletes, that's essentially what you're seeing. Like earlier, we just saw Noah at a 141 per 500 meter pace. So normally he would be rowing his 2K at somewhere around a 139. I think the advantage that the Aussies that they're going to have is that if they can get to that water first, they're in clean water. Yeah. There's no obstruction. There's no one in their way. They don't have to deal with obstacles. And let's face it, that lack of stress of having to go around someone that doesn't know how to swim is very, very frustrating. And they're going to have clean water.
You see Con Porter already getting
my gosh, a swim
He's
cap.
ready to go.
Dude, that dude is race ready.
And now judges' hands are starting to go in the air across the field here. Thunder from Down Under is off, and if you let Con Porter and James Newbury get out front in a swim, good luck catching those guys. Here comes Matt DeLugos. He could probably backstroke his way to the platform and not cost his team whatsoever.
Wow.
They have a solid lead on the rest of the field here. So Porter and Newbury will be the first two men in, and now Matt DeLugos right behind them.
What a difference between the first heat and this heat. And look at the prep that they had. Goggles on way before hitting the water.
Here comes Team Herculus, Logan Collins, Roy Gamboa, and Travis Williams. Let's go down to Jamie Higia, who is down there where the athletes are getting into the water. Jamie?
Con Porter was the first one to hit the water. He actually opted to leave his shoes on. As his second teammate, James Newbury, takes off his shoes, as so does Matt DeLugo. They're both going to swim bare feet, heading over that platform. It is nice they're out in front. There is no line here at the ramp, which is pretty narrow. These guys are all heading over, starting to bottleneck up. You don't want to get stuck in the back of the pack of the swim, but here they all come.
There's Chandler Smith. Mark Hutchinson was behind him, and that's where it starts to bunch up. There's Rich Froning.
So Rich loves this event. Rich loves it because he wants to go out and swim by himself. He is a great swimmer. He's confident in a pack of people. He'll navigate this group. He doesn't want to wait for his teammates. He wants to be free to fly. And when he does, he's ready to go on that air runner. This is a workout that Rich loves.
And Chris, we were talking earlier about the evolution of swimming for CrossFitters. And I think, agree or disagree, but it seems like Rich really embodies that, right? Because, you know, in the early days, he wasn't a great swimmer. Right. And there's that famous photo or the video of him in the pool event, you know, hips down, feet down, almost doggy paddling. And now he's so comfortable in the water.
That's the thing about Rich, is that he is a true professional when it comes to creating excellence. I mean, little do people know is that Rich used to be a baseball player. And when he blew out his throwing arm, you know what he did because he was a pitcher? He retrained and spent an entire year learning how to throw with his left. And now you can't tell the difference between his left or his right. That is a true athlete. And so when Rich didn't know how to swim, the fact was is that then he figured it out. I always tell people, if you're not swimming a minimum of a mile, don't waste your time. Rich Froning won't get in the water unless he swims 4,000 meters.
Wow. That's...
Yes. For a CrossFit athlete, that's unheard of, and he does it twice a week.
Man. Look at the kind of spread we have here. Looks like a buckshot of athletes. out in the water. Chris, what's the challenge here in terms of trying to find your bearings? We see athletes kind of deviating from that straight line towards the buoy.
The whole key in this swim is that you want to stay out of that negative space, meaning that you don't want your mind bogging down after you get kicked in the head or that you got your goggles flipped off. And the problem is that a swim such as this is going to throw your mindset off where you're no longer thinking about winning because you just got kicked in the face. That's really hard to keep that positive frame of mind when you got a bunch of just insanity all around you. And that's why the leaders have an advantage. They've got that clean water.
Saw the Thunder from down under. It looked like the three of them were all staying together to get to the platform, and the team that's out there monitoring the swimmers are kind of having to corral them a little bit to go on the right side of the buoy.
But like we talked about, one of them went in the water with their shoes on. I don't know if you've ever swam with shoes on, but you are substantially slower. For me, in 100 meters, I'm about 20 seconds slower every 100 meters just by throwing on the shoes. And so I'm a little surprised by that. And it will be interesting how he comes out of the water. I think it was Con Porter that came in, right?
Yeah. And the majority of these athletes are cutting the inside of that buoy. They are supposed to go around that thing.
I'd have to imagine it's possible maybe the buoy deviated just a little bit. So they're cutting just on the inside and then a little slalom action. I don't know.
Rich Froning on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, I want to correct, maybe because I went to the athlete briefing and they talked about the buoys and the key buoy, and I think they explained that the only buoy that you must go around is the blue one.
The blue one, gotcha.
The other ones are just for sighting and to help.
Ah, gotcha.
So as long as you're within a certain radius of that, you're not going to get called on it. So everyone, it does seem to be adhering to that rule about going to the outside of the blue one.
Yep.
Chris, we're both Californians. Well, you may have relocated, but I grew up on the central coast of California. Swimming in the ocean is something that you grow up doing, you spend your entire life doing, you don't really know much different. But a lot of these athletes, especially from landlocked states, their swim time is done in a pool.
That's right.
And what do you find are the major differences between those two types of swimming?
So when I came out earlier today, the first thing I did is I looked at the condition of the water, the chop. I mean, normally when you're not swimming in the ocean, the water is very calm, and that's the biggest disruption for someone that's never swam in the ocean. This water, what you're looking at, is very calm. It's very calm, and if you find that you've never been in the ocean before and you jump in, you're much more buoyant, and the feel of the water that your hand has because of the salt, it's much thicker. And so you get a better grip on that water and you feel fast. So this, to me, is ideal swimming conditions. It's warm, it's not choppy. Wow, look.
Well, there goes Rich Froning out of the water. He was able to pass the Thunder from down under, as was Noah Olson. And we saw a couple other men also get out as well, ahead of Newberry and Porter.
This is, like we said, this is an event. Rich loves this event because he's able to do what he does, and that is, in his heart, even though he's on a team, Rich behaves, he's like an individual. He wants to just go and not wait. And so when he's given that permission, you're free to fly, it's like, man, I am going to swim hard.
The Tractor was the first team out of the water. They're coming off a 5th place finish in event number 4. And now DeChico and Froning are on the runner together. There goes Alex Smith. This is going to be big for Mayhem in Paradise, because right now I think they are the only team with 2 runners.
And with this chop, we just saw it a second ago. Luke Parker already joined as a 3rd team member. So Mayhem's got all 3 athletes back with their runner, as we see just this massive collection of bodies getting out of the water.
There's Willie George. We also saw Travis Williams make his way out of the water. There's Roy Gamboa.
And, there's some instability there on that ramp with all of these bodies just piling up. They're not going to win points as a Baywatch reboot getting out of the water, but...
Well, what's tricky, though, here's the problem. When you're swimming, all your blood goes to support the muscles that are moving, which is your shoulders, your chest, and your back. And then when you go to stand, that blood's sitting in your upper body. What you really need to do is transition that in the last 30 seconds by accelerating your kick. By accelerating your kick, you're going to transfer that blood from the upper body to the lower body so that you're not, let's say, dizzy when you go to stand. And that's a skill that if you're swimming slow, unfortunately, you just don't have that ability.
Tractor, Mayhem, and Training Culture all got their second runners onto the air runner at about the same time. So right now that looks to be your battle for first place. The time to beat is 24:58 unofficially from Don't Be a Square in heat number 1. And there's Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico.
So a little bit about Angelo. Angelo, you know, obviously he's a CrossFit Game multi-champion, but he's a great runner. Angelo DeChico in July ran a 5:15 mile on an air runner.
Oh. What is that? What is the difference, the percentage difference compared to just flatway?
So these new air runners, they're slightly slower, but they're really close in the ballpark in terms of the velocity that you would see on flat ground. Rich is in a 5:10 mile. So Rich actually is a faster runner than Angelo. This, for them, you can see their stride length has been opening up. They're much more comfortable. They're communicating. It's a sign that they feel good.
Yeah. Rich Froning swapping in for Angelo DeChico. Check back into the Thunder from Down Under. And it looks like the teams are aligned on the runners the way they are in the overall standings, because you saw the boys, the team of Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer on the runner closest to the finish. And Thunder from Down Under is right next to them because they currently sit in second place. And then next to them is a team in third. And that's Phil Muscarello, who's on the air runner on the right side of your screen for Sam Sorella, man, as Matt DeLugos is checking Con Porter's monitor. Now DeLugos getting to work. But they were the first team into the water, but then surrendered some ground to two teams from Spain, the Training Culture and Tractor, as well as Mayhem. James Newbury, Con Porter, and Matt DeLugos are trying to cut into that 24-point lead that the boys have on them in the overall standings. Mayhem, meanwhile, is trying to get back inside the top 10. And they were fighting for the lead with both Tractor and Training Culture as we approach the 20-minute mark. 10 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
So one of the things that I do know Mayhem does is they practice these transitions all the time. And if you're at home watching, one of the things about an air runner that happens, they don't spin backwards. So you can attack that belt and land on that tread, and it won't flip you on your bottom. You won't fall. And that's one of the things that Mayhem realizes, that we can attack and jump on it, fly like a Superman, land and put our hands on those rails and keep that belt moving. And that's the key. Don't let the belt slow down in those transitions, but you have to have that confidence.
There's another look at Thunder from Down Under. The top three teams on your screen right now. On the far right, that's Travis Mayer for the boys. In the middle, Thunder from Down Under. And on the left, Sam Sorella, man. Those are your top three teams in the overall standings. As far as the race for first place in this heat, it was between Tractor, Mayhem, and Training Culture.
And Training Culture, you know, slightly different name, but they're actually one of the surprise teams during the early parts of the season this past year. Their affiliate, CrossFit Zuriola, so the full name was CrossFit Zuriola Training Culture. They actually won the European quarterfinals for the team. Two members from that crew are competing right now with Alexander Anisagasti and Pablo Cazales. So they're very capable as a team. They had to withdraw, unfortunately, during the semifinals. And one of their team roster members, Oyana Moya, went individual and is actually competing here as an individual.
There's Alex Smith and Sam Dancer for the Smith Bros. And that is Anyo Lakai and Pablo Cazales on the runner for Training Culture. 10th place overall coming to this event. This is your top team in the overall standings. Noah Olson and Travis Mayer and Chandler Smith. Less than 8 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Judges' hands will go in the air when their respective athletes have just 100 meters to go. And don't forget about the sprint to the finish here.
It's impressive how fast they're moving considering we're 22 minutes in. I mean, you got to remember that time accumulates, and even though we can look at the distance of the run, the fact is that they've been moving hard for 22 minutes, and look at the speed that this field is moving. It shows the change in the sport. I mean, these look like runners.
I'm curious, Chris. You see the air runner, you do see the railings on the side. I've noticed from time to time that sometimes people will change up their arm motion because of the, being in that box of the railing. How much does that factor in? You see changing up the arm motion, maybe having to keep the elbows and arms a little bit higher and tighter than usual.
Yeah, so, I worked with Jason Khalipa early on, and Jason Khalipa, he would have notoriously crossed his arms across the midline of his chest, and because of that, his stance had to widen, and so he was essentially had his feet apart mainly a foot, and that was a mistake. You want to have your feet land like a parking strip apart. And so Jason, I told him, I go, when you think about your arms, I need to think elbows down and back, and if you load the shoulder properly, the arm will come forward by itself. The problem with Jay and several CrossFitters in the field is their traps and their triceps are so big that they can't get the clearance, and so you see those elbows swing wide, which is true. But what you really want to think about in arm position is elbows down and back, and that's it. And if you do that, the hands will never cross the midline. If your hands are crossing the midline in order to create stability, your feet are going to go wide, and that's a mistake because now you're moving side to side.
We are now inside a minute to go before we hit the unofficial time to beat from Don't Be a Square, 24:58. And you can see on that last shot, Matt DeLugos was peeking over at now Noah Olsen's monitor to see where he is, and a hand is in the air for Rich Froning and Mayhem in paradise. And they could really use an event win right now. Angelo DeChico now inside 100 meters. Froning is off, he is done. Angelo DeChico is just about finished. And Mayhem in paradise looks like they're gonna get close to a top three finish because hands in the air now for both Thunder and from Down Under and the boys. Luke Parker's across. Here comes Froning and DeChico, and they're gonna get in about 10 seconds ahead of Don't Be a Square. So an event win for Rich Froning and Mayhem in paradise. Don't Be a Square looking to slot in now in second place, so third place in the event up for grabs. And here come the boys, and that's going to be big for them as they will extend their lead in the overall standings over Thunder from Down Under. The Smith Bros are right behind them. We'll have to see how that race plays out.
Looks like training culture came in there as well.
I think the tractor may have gotten across, but we'll have to wait for confirmation on that.
So I caught a split on the Mayhem team when Rich got on, and it was 8.5 minutes total time on that runner. So if you back out the distance and you look at what was a projected mile time from that, it's a 5:30. A 5:30 for that team. That's legit, man. And that's a real time.
Well, now, you talked about this earlier with Roy McKernan. There's more teams coming across the finish line. We saw Logan Collins, the team Herculus. And I believe that's training culture now coming in. But the fact that these runners have been out in the heat changes the resistance a little bit.
That's right. It's going to make that runner move. But the fact is that you still have to move the legs. And you are sitting there, and we're talking about moving your legs at a 5:30 mile speed, basically, and they're 25 minutes in. That says something. I mean, remember, Rich tried to do back in 2014 a 30-minute event, and he walked. Now he's at a 5:30. It shows the progression of the sport.
Amazing.
It used to be where you could have some weaknesses and still perform well overall in the competition. That is just not the case anymore.
No, if that's the thing, is that if you're not capable, I mean, every single one of the individual males, for example, every one of them is safely under 7 minutes for a 2K row. Every one of them can run a sub 6-minute mile. That shows you something about the versatility of these athletes.
And that used to be a criticism back in the day. Some of these top-level athletes couldn't run.
That's right.
And now they're, you know.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, that what we're seeing in this sport is that you're seeing performances that have never been recorded before, because normally you have a weight class in rowing, right? There's a difference. If you have more muscle mass, you have an advantage. The problem is that when you take that bigger athlete, you make them run, they got to carry that mass. But what we see in the sport of CrossFit now is that there's these anomalies. People that weigh 198 pounds that can pull a 6'10" and run a 5-minute mile.
Now, Sam Sorella, man, the team that sat in third place, just came across the finish line. They had 331 total points, and a lot of the teams right behind them in the overall standings have already come across. There was only 30 points separating third from seventh. So Sam Sorella, man, in danger now of falling out of the top three in the overall standings.
And they made a sizable jump last night. They won the finale today, number 2, and that moved them from 6th up to 3rd. So, you know, with these tight point spreads, all it takes is one event, a slip here and there, and we're going to see, you know, that leaderboard get shuffled.
You have to admit, it's a little surprising to see so many teams coming in at the exact same time. It's just like a time domain of an event of like 3 minutes that you would see such a cluster of group. It's really impressive, the level of competency in these long events.
These were your overall standings coming in. The boys will extend their lead over Thunder from Down Under. Sam Sorella, man, in danger of falling out of 3rd place. And the team you don't see right now is Mayhem in Paradise. Courtesy of their event win, they are very likely to now move back inside the top 10.
Looks like maybe the Grit House.
That is the Grit House. They're the final team out on the floor. Kevin Steinhaus, Josh Harden, and Hunter Williams coming across the finish line. So every team in the second of these 2 heats will make it inside that 30-minute time cap, and nobody does it more quickly than Mayhem in Paradise. They beat the top time from the prior heat by about 10 seconds, and they will pick up their 2nd event win of the competition, and it comes at a perfect time for Rich Froning and company as they look to climb back inside the top 10. But a great start from Thunder from Down Under. Looked like they were going to be hard to catch.
Yeah, they set the early pace on the rower. You know, they had a clean runway in front of them as they made their way to the water. Had all 3 athletes the first to jump into the water, but you know, once we got to the swim, we saw some athletes make a move, namely Rich Froning and company. We saw a few athletes jump out in front, looked like one of the athletes from Training Culture. But Mayhem was the first team to get all 3 athletes back to the runner. And you heard Chris say, holding a 5:30-ish mile pace on that air runner, that's going to do the trick as they got to march to a much-needed event win. And sitting around 10th place, this should definitely move them up in the standings. I hope and keep them around the top 5.
And with that, now the women's elite teams have begun. As you've probably figured out by now, there's no rest or no break between the actions. So we are just going to roll through these events. Now the elite women's teams on to the rower, and as they get started, we'll go down to Jamie Hagia, who is with your winner for the men's event, Mayhem in Paradise.
Rich, you guys clearly do a lot of endurance training. How much swimming, running, and rowing do you guys incorporate in your actual training?
Well, we run and row a ton, and then depending on time of the year, we swim a lot. I think we've only been in the pool twice since the off season. We did some triathlons this fall, and really when it's cooled off, I didn't want to get a swim membership, so we didn't swim a ton. So we got in the pool twice before coming here, so it feels good. It's almost like second nature now that we've done it so much.
Angelo, Rich was one of the first ones onto the runner. When you joined him, how did you guys decide to divvy up the running on the 2 assault runners?
We knew that Rich would probably be off first, and then we said whenever I get on, we'll go, when we're all 3 get there, we'll go a minute rotation the whole time. So Rich had a little extra at the beginning, but then minutes after that.
And Rich, how much, you guys have a lot of team camaraderie, and how much did that play into this event?
Oh yeah, I mean all weekend, it's just a ton of fun. This is good for us. You know, me and Angelo have quite a bit of competition experience, but getting Luke some experience under the adversity, the communication when stuff doesn't go the way you want it to, and just seeing how he can bounce back from that. So it's really a really good learning experience for Luke, I think, and having a ton of fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rich Froning, Angelo DeChico, and Luke Parker picking up their 2nd event win of the competition and likely to move at least inside the top 10 in the overall standings, if not higher. This is the opening heat for the 5th of 8 events for the women's team here on day number 3 of Wodapalooza from Bayfront Park in beautiful Miami, Florida. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Tommy Marquez, along with Chris Hinshaw in the booth. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Now the women's event, just the only difference between the men is the women have to complete 2,500 meters on each rower. The distance on the swim and the run remain the same.
once, like in the sport of CrossFit, that we see a lot more now interval style events where you are having a working interval and then you have a recovery interval. What we need to really recognize is that you have to train both of those things. Are you able to maximize your recovery in the given amount of time? And what is that recovery protocol that you have? If you have a random protocol, meaning you do something different every single time, then there's no adaptation by the body. What you need to do is lock in that recovery protocol just like you would do your warm-up protocol. And if you practice that over and over, you create this muscle memory, and the body actually will accelerate the rate in which you can recover, meaning you get more value out of it. And as you come into that next high intensity interval, you're fresher, meaning you could go faster. And what you see is, and if you're just watching here on the screen, what you see is a lot of randomized behavior, meaning that they don't understand the value of that rest. It should be a ritual.
Event 5 is Row.Swim.Run, presented by Tier. We start with the 2,500 meter row for the women, then that 250 meter swim, and then 2,400 meters on each runner. 30-minute time cap as well. Blue City on your screen right now, the trio of Morgan Ralphs, Sarah Rush, and Taylor Stride.
You can see Taylor Stride, the off athlete standing up in the back there. She is going to absolutely love this event. Collegiate swimmer at the University of St. Louis, the Fightin' Billikens, set multiple all-time records for St. Louis. If you remember back at the games this year during the team competition of Blue City, she absolutely dusted the field. There's some fun photos out there, if you can find them, where she is like 50 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. She absolutely loves swimming, and she's likely going to be the athlete that Blue City is going to push to get out in front on this swim portion.
Sarah Rush handing off now to Taylor Stride. Morgan Ralphs was on the right side of your screen, and those are the runners that await on the Bayside stage.
It's amazing, isn't it, that one event ends and this one starts right away. I mean, because I looked at the schedule today, and I mean, they've been going since 8:45 this morning.
Yep.
And there was no room for error in that schedule. It literally was like this since 8:45. It's incredible how they've put on this event, and they've kept it on time.
40+ divisions across the entire weekend. It's, like you said, it really is amazing. 2,000 athletes. That just makes my brain hurt.
I mean, and I know you guys are holed up here inside, but boy, it is so beautiful outside, and here they are. They're, you know, in the shade on this row, which makes it nice, and then they get to go in the water. The water is almost 80 degrees. There's no chill, and then they come out and they have a nice run in that 75-degree temperature. It's beautiful.
Man. And that's not a bad way to just relax and spend a Saturday here in this gorgeous weather on the Tina Hills venue, watching some really fit athletes row 2,500 meters.
Yeah, sit down on the grass, kick up your feet, like Sean back in the day watching Dave Matthews.
Whoa. Easy.
Sorry, MXPX, I know you're a punk rock guy.
Haven't. I've seen them once. It's the Warped Tour.
So here you can see the splits. You see the total time elapsed up top. You have a breakdown of calories, distance, the stroke rate, strokes per minute, and then the pacing, the number on the center right of your screen. You know, we used to see it on Concept 2, that number is nice and big and bold. That's usually what we pace on per 500 meters.
But it's nice that all that detail is sitting on just right in front of you on the screen. You don't have to shift through and look at cals. You don't have to look at that watts. You don't have to look at speed on different. It's all sitting right there. So whatever data point that you're comfortable with, you can monitor your intensity based on that. Normally, athletes, what they have to do is they have to get comfortable if it's on the Concept 2. What is my pace on wattage? What is it paced on calories? What is it paced on 500 meters? And you have to learn all of those. Here, you just need to know the one that you prefer.
We saw just a second ago the stroke rate for the athlete was about 28 strokes per minute. You know, a few close friends of mine rode collegiately, and they were always amazed at the higher stroke rate that some CrossFitters would maintain. You know, what's the main difference as far as, you know, finding what's comfortable for you versus what's most efficient?
It's just strength. And so part of it, like for me, I rode a 706 and my stroke rate is over 40. I just don't have the power output. But you take a Jason Kalipa or a Roman Krennikov.
Yep.
Roman likes to row on a damper of 10 on a Concept 2 and a stroke rate of 18. But he's also pulling 2,000 calories an hour. I mean, he's really moving. The key here is it's the amount of pressure that you're putting on the handle. That's what rowers talk about, is the amount of pressure. And here's what's interesting is that is a better approach having light pressure and a high stroke rate, or a very high amount of pressure and a low stroke rate. And from what I've talked about with the athletes in the previous heats is if you have the strength, you can make this rower go faster, meaning you accumulate more meters by putting more pressure on the handle at a lower stroke rate. So if you have a choice between, and you could do it, a stroke rate of, let's say, 23 to 25 or 33 to 35, take the 23 to 25. But it requires more strength, more power.
If you were coaching some of these athletes, because I wanted to get back to the recovery thing about how that needs to be a routine, what would you recommend they do when they are not rowing or running?
So that's a great question. So if you're given up to 90 seconds, the best way to recover is sit and do nothing. Without a doubt, in a competition, you just want to find whatever thing so we see someone with their hands on their knees, that's fine. Some people like to put their hands above their heads. There's no scientific evidence that that's better than another. It's a personal preference. The key is you want to practice it. And so if your preference is sitting on the ground, then sit on the ground, but practice that recovery protocol. Now, if you have more than a minute, then everything changes. That's why every time domain in terms of recovery, it's different. But you have to establish those protocols.
Hands now going in the air for the judges and their teams as they are now inside 100 meters. Tommy, let's talk about the keys here to event number 5.
Yeah, this full send, it really kind of applies to whoever the best swimmer is. You know, like Sean in a speed skating competition, you want to get your lead horse out there, get him ahead of the pack, get them into the ocean. And we heard Chris just say a second ago, you get clean water, you get to lean on the proficiency in the water, so you're going to go full send there. You know, and then we've seen some varying degrees of strategy around shoes. Athletes keeping their shoes on, keeping their shoes off, wearing them in the water, running barefoot on the assault runner. There's all little details you have to keep in mind when you're progressing through this event.
Just about every team has gotten off the rowers here, or at least they're getting towards the end. Let's go down to Jamie Hagia, who is down there at the entrance to the water.
The first athlete is about to take to the water. She dropped off her shoes, got her goggles on, and just hopped in. There is a little bit of distance between her and the second, and the rest of the pack that is coming now. They're going to quickly make this transition, head down that ramp, and try to hit that water as quickly as possible.
And this is where the log jam starts. We'll have a better idea of who is who once they get to the runners. They have been lining the teams up based on their order in the overall standings, with the team that are highest in the standings the closest to the finish line. Keep that in mind now as they make their way into the water here on this 250-meter swim.
And you've seen a couple athletes, you can immediately tell that they're going to be proficient in the water. A few of them, I think one of them wore a University of Oregon swim outfit. We saw Taylor Stride with her St. Louis Billikens team cap on. Just a subtle flex to let everyone know that, hey, I'm going to be passing you in the water.
What I really like about the transition from the row into the swim was that long downhill section on the grass. It really allows these athletes to get some composure. And if you want evidence of the composure, look at the congestion and look at the frame of mind that all those athletes were in. No one was shoving, no one was pushing, no one was grinding on one another. It was civil because you had that chance, that 150 meters, to kind of sort yourself out and put yourself into a better position. I really, really like that Wodapalooza put that together in that way.
We're seeing a pass happen in real time. We just watched the athlete in the red cap take a couple of strokes of a breaststroke, switching techniques, is that more just to make sure the get a line of sight out of the water before going back to freestyle?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that non-swimmers have is they have this fear of drowning. And the problem in the ocean is that it's unpredictable. It's not like a swimming pool, and it's not like a pond or a lake. You will get that unexpected gulp of water, and you'll choke. And if you've never experienced that before, you think you're going to drown. And so to regain your confidence, you put a little breaststroke in, a few stride strokes in, and then you go back into swimming again. It's a way to recapture that confidence. And so it's nice that athletes have an exit plan, you know, that they know what to do when that happens. Because normally in the past what we saw was as soon as you swallowed that gulp of water, they went for a life raft. And so it's really a nice thing when I see this happening, where it's the progression of the sport. Look, I started in the sport of triathlons back in the 80s, and there was no difference in the quality of swimming back in the 80s and what you saw 5 years ago in the sport of CrossFit. It just takes time for the athletes to realize how to advance themselves, and what we see is an advancement of the overall movement of swimming. Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful right there. Beautiful stroke. Hands aren't crossing the midline, long reach, and what you're seeing is a nice bubbling of the kick behind. The key here for a CrossFit athlete is the kick. You've got to learn how to kick properly. A lot of CrossFit athletes, what they want to do is they want to bend the knee. I think I have to kick, and in order to kick, I have to bend my knee, and when they do, that knee breaks the line of the torso. And if they break the line of the torso, now your speed stops. And depending upon how far that knee drops, you could stop yourself from moving completely. The key is the kick must occur in the high hamstring and the hip flexor. The hip flexor, without a doubt, is the most important muscle group for a CrossFit athlete, because you use it in almost everything we do.
Got to credit our director, Mike Roth, for this one, but the lead swimmer is wearing a swim cap that reads Upstream Swim on it, which is a competition where you actually swim upstream. Oh, she clearly knows how to move through open water like this.
I'd imagine that's a little bit more difficult than swimming in this beautiful bay here in Miami.
Past the 15-minute mark, so more than halfway through this event. First athlete is out, and we will try and discern her identity once she gets to her runner. Team Ireland, they are your first team. To the runner, Zoe Kerr, Amanda Cummins, and Erin O'Neill.
Impressive swim display.
The Richmond Greyhounds, pardon me, Tommy, also have an athlete onto the runner.
We saw a handful of the lead athletes getting out. Taylor Stradwell was part of that crew. She was in the middle of the pack getting to the swim, past quite a few athletes. We see the athlete that was the first off the row just now getting to the ramp. What a... I know you said some athletes have a fear of drowning, Chris, but, you know, for a place to kind of battle that fear, it's a pretty nice setting.
It's a nice setting. I mean, let's face it. And there's enough guards out there. You know what? I don't know if you saw it, but there's a big black yacht that's cruising and doing circles. I hear Shaq, that's his boat.
Oh.
Just out there just cruising, like, what's going on in my harbor? Yeah.
Own it, think it. Kelsey Hayes, Alexi Howe, and Jeanette Hines. They are also on the runner.
Yeah, what's going on in my harbor? Who are all these awesome, beautiful, fit people making waves?
I mean, that vibe out there is so positive right now. I mean, look at her. She wants to know what she got out of the water and what was my place getting out of the water. That is so great. Like, the head's in the game, I'm competing. Here's the key, is what you're watching these athletes do is that they have their breathing rhythm when they swim. And if it's different when they run, they have to work that transition. And part of it is it's no different than a warm-up protocol. They're trying to find that rhythm. The problem that a lot of athletes have is that they push their speed early on in the run and they never find their rhythm. They just grind the whole time. You've got to slow down like a warm-up and build back up into it. It's a long run.
We saw just a second ago, Richmond Greyhounds had 2 athletes on the runner. They have some games experience. Both Hannah Hardy and Rachel Blong, part of CrossFit West Chase qualifying games team out of the MAC this past year, alongside former individual games athlete Aaron Hanna. You can just see the massive footprint of this event, sitting right on Bayfront Park.
You know, if people haven't been here before, what makes it great is the athletes. You will see Rich Froning having lunch down there in the grass, open in the public, and you'll never see that anywhere else other than Wodapalooza. You'll see Ben Smith, you'll see Noah Olson, you'll see all of these elites hanging out.
Something so disarming about this environment where everybody's just so casual.
This is Blue City CrossFit. They have Taylor Stride just hopped off, and now it's Morgan Ralphs closest to the camera and Sarah Rush, who are on the treadmill. 2,400 meters they have to complete on each runner, and we're approaching the 20-minute mark here with 10 minutes to go. Richmond Greyhounds, the Brits, and Team Ireland, those were your first 3 teams out of the water. But we saw the Richmond Greyhounds. They were the first, I believe, to have 2 athletes accumulating meters on those treadmills. As now Sarah Rush has moved in for Morgan Ralphs. So Myology Shoe Fly, they are on the right side of your screen. One of their athletes had to get pulled from the water, not able to complete the swim, but the other 2 can still do the event. They just will have no relief, so they have to complete the 2,400 meters on their own.
And that was part of, you know, what was briefed to the athletes before. If, you know, an athlete is not comfortable in the water, doesn't want to do that portion, their contributions to the event end at the water. So, you know, whether you get pulled out or whether you don't even dive in the first place, the rest of your team, the 2 athletes, can go on and continue to finish the workout. You just don't get the added benefit.
Judges' hands will go in the air when their respective athletes are inside 100 meters to go here. First of 2 heats for the elite females. It's the 5th of 8 events here at Wodapalooza, kicking off the 3rd day of competition. We'll close things out on Sunday here in Miami.
What a collection of equipment. I mean, look at that.
And when you see something like this, we have to give credit to all the volunteers, all the crew, everybody who's working this event, because without them, you're working into all hours of the night and early in the morning, this stuff doesn't get put together. And they do a fantastic job of organizing that, as they do at all the events that we're able to watch.
It really does take an army for each and every one of these events. And, you know, volunteers and all the thankless jobs that get worked all around the clock, you can't give them enough credit.
Still some swimmers getting out of the water here.
You see from that vertical shot, they're doing more of like a rescue style stroke, like a frog kick, if you will.
Side stroke. Which is great. So one of the things that I learned from Matt Frazier was that in the movement of running, if you get fatigued and tired, you just stop and you can recover. But if you are swimming and you get fatigued, you can't just stop because you'll die, you'll drown. And I didn't realize that I need to teach him how to swim slow, so that just in case you get hit in the face, something happens, you have an exit plan. And what you see is these athletes have figured out, you know what, based upon my ability, my side stroke is my weapon. That's my only choice. But we all should have that arsenal just in case something happens.
better to have it, not need it, than need it and not have it.
That's right. Yeah, I always find that people do things and they train different things, and then they advance, they improve, and they leave that original concept behind. For example, in CrossFit, it's notorious where we work on double unders, and then we never do single unders again, and then you turn around and you ask an athlete to do single unders, and they can't. It's like, wait a minute. And you know what? We've seen some elite of the elite not be able to do a single under.
I remember those videos from Mayhem, if you having some of the athletes do single unders and seeing some very fit individuals get frustrated.
Well, so much so that they asked the rope manufacturer who was there on site that day, something's wrong with my rope, it's malfunctioning. It's like, wait a minute, you're in a single under, it's malfunctioning? But that's my point, is that if you want to get good at something, you have to practice it. And so if you want to think about the movement of swimming, you've got to do some side stroke, just in case.
What do you think of that recovery, Chris? Just a little dancing, you know?
I've never seen it, but she looks like she's well rested and ready to rip. Wow.
That is Own It Think Tank.
You know, every once in a while.
Still having fun.
Yeah, hey. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say hearing a little salt and pepper or some Run DMC didn't make me move my hips every once in a while.
It's tricky. I mean, come on. Listen, I watched you on the broadcast last night with Rory, Tommy. Boy, you were on fire. Boy,
Tommy is digging deep into the bag of pop culture tricks, man.
I was rolling. What is he doing? Let's play that again. Boy, yeah, Tommy, you were in rare form last night. That was Academy Award stuff.
You know, I got to give credit. You know, that big lug Roy McKernan. You know, he just puts you in a good mood. You know,
you were on fire though. That was great.
It's the Golden Girls, the team of Jess Purdy, who is resting right now, Taylor Koss and Sammy Skurzelli. About 5 minutes ago before we hit the time cap, Blue City's right next to them. They're all dressed the same there. That is the trio that includes Taylor Stride.
So what I'm looking for with these athletes is an acceleration in their tempo, their intensity, facial expression, and that will tell me that they're getting close, meaning they're probably within 90 seconds of finishing. And then you'll see a dramatic increase in speed with about 20 seconds to go.
Still, we haven't seen any judges' hands go in the airs. Morgan Ralphs and Taylor Stride.
I mean, they look like they're moving.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like they're starting to pour it in. You can see they put some tape lines on the treadmill of the runner. You can kind of gauge the pacing from athlete to athlete.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've talked about, but that tape is there just in case the monitor goes out. The officials know the distance of one revolution of the tread, and they know based upon revolutions how far you're covering. So it's a backup plan.
Morgan Ralphs on the right really has a great pace going. She is opening up the throttle here. And here comes Taylor Stride. You've got to think they're about ready to close out the 2,400 meters on that treadmill.
Oh, yeah. Final couple
200 to go.
They're cooking.
I mean, that's fast.
And that's Thunderstorm. Has a hand in the air for Blue City. Sarah Rush on the left side is Morgan Ralphs is sprinting away on the right.
So what could be happening here is that the two working together, that machine's further behind, and they're just trying to play catch up because both of them have to hit that minimum standard.
Yep.
And that is what happened.
There's Taylor Stride. Remember, she got out of the water a little bit before her other two teammates, so it's likely that she got to work on that runner on the left and was able to get some meters knocked out there, and now they got to finish up this last one. Now here's Sarah Rush. So inside 100 meters now for Blue City. Other hand starting to go in the air.
Number 4, final athlete for Blue City CrossFit.
Sarah Rush, final 100 meters. She's done, and Blue City looking to win the heat, and they will come across once Rush is in at 27:38 unofficially. Now some more teams finishing up.
You can see a member from each one of those teams just absolutely exhausted.
Thunderstorm coming across.
There's Richmond Greyhounds, Hannah Hardy. We're starting to see more teams pile in.
CrossFit Reignited, I think, got across as well. About 90 seconds to go before we hit that 30-minute time cap. Team Venezuela coming in.
Yep.
27:38 unofficially, the top time from Blue City.
What a venue.
Pays to have a collegiate swimmer on your team.
It does, it does. And it's always nice getting to compete in a beautiful setting like Chris just said. Oof. Looks like, I think Neon Minaj just came across.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of urgency now. A lot.
Little Beastie Boys to crank up the energy to sprint to the finish. Love it. See athletes having to make the turn and still run that snake.
30 seconds, ladies. We're going to count you down. Stay moving.
MXN Power may have been able to make it across the finish line here, so more teams getting in inside of that 30-minute time cap.
Man,
27:33 unofficially for Blue City is going to be the time to beat going into the second and final heat.
Running on the basically hard pack after being on that. I've always found that going from the runner has just a little bit of give to it, and then getting back onto something like concrete, impact, you just feel it a little bit more.
I mean, that's why running uphill is much safer than running on flat ground. Your leg is not reaching as far and the impact force is less. And so people with bad knees, bad joints, arthritis, it is a much safer way to run is taking a non-motorized curb treadmill such as the Assault Air Runner.
Now the second and final heat of event 5 is underway for the elite women. Let's take a look back at heat number 1, and as I mentioned, Tommy, it pays to have, in a water event, a collegiate swimmer on your team. Taylor Stride really helping out her squad.
No doubt, and you know, early on, handful of teams fighting to get to the water first. You see the athlete from Own It Think Tank, basically clear runway in front of her, jumps right in, but there was an athlete from Team Ireland, Taylor Stride from Blue City, able to track her down and get out of the water first. Such a huge advantage when you get to start pouring in the work on those air runners. But the combination from Blue City, you can see them really opening up on those air runners. They were the first team to get all 3 athletes to the runner at once, and it paid off huge.
Blue City, you guys took the event win. What were your thoughts when they announced this workout?
We were excited. I'm a former rower. She's a collegiate swimmer, and we're all runners. So we were like, let's do this.
Wow, that's amazing. So what was the key to taking that event win?
We knew my job was to get out on a fast swim and just start cranking away on our runner. So it worked out really well. We had one runner we could go a little slower, and the other one we could sprint on. So,
was there anything that surprised you about this workout, being so proficient in all these movements?
I think the swim was a little bit harder than what we anticipated with, like, we've been practicing in the pool, so ocean is a little bit different, but I think we all did a really good job being in the ocean, so I'm excited.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Blue City crossed to Taylor Stride, Morgan Rouse, and Sarah Rush with the early time to beat 27:33. Heat number 2 is underway, and we start with the 2,500 meters on each of those rowers, then the 250-meter swim, and then we close it out with that 2,400-meter run on the air runners. Event number 5 is Row.Swim.Run, presented by Tier.
Yeah, we have 2 machines per team, 2 athletes working at a time on the machine. We'll start with a 2,500 meter row on this air rower. Then the entire team will have to swim 250 meters each. Then they'll get to their air runners, and they'll have to get both of those runners to 2,400 meters.
There are your overall leaders. Team Krieger, they sit atop the overall standings by just 3 points over Mayfem. Krieger has finished first in 3 out of the 4 events so far. Their worst finish, a 4th place in the MIA Bar Complex. And Team Gowad, they sit in 3rd. They're only 6 points out of first place. The Born Primitive Underdogs, the only other team above the 300-point mark.
I think this could be a really good event for Team Krieger. If they're able to get out of the swim in a decent position, man, they're going to make those runners fly.
There is Mayfem, Taylor Williamson, and Andrea Nissler. Now Nissler handing off to Haley Adams. They are coming off back-to-back second-place finishes on day number 2. And all they have to do is really beat Krieger by 1 spot in this event in order to tie them in the overall standings. So this should be a good race to watch play out through this event. Gowad, they currently sit in 3rd place overall. Again, just 6 points out of first.
Gowad got their first event win of the weekend in the Miami Bar Complex yesterday morning. This is the other end of that spectrum here. You know, we did the short, fast, heavy lifting, and now we're going long. A couple of machine implements, some swimming.
18 total trips in the CrossFit Games.
The Born Primitive Underdogs, they are the only other team again over that 300-point threshold. Allison Scud's taking some time to smile at the camera.
Oh man, she's right at home here, Sean. She's a native of Ohio, but she moved to Miami, lived here, competed here. She's a regular at Wodapalooza, and now she's got 2 newish comers, Kyra Milligan, Alex Kazan, who joined her in Las Vegas as part of the Underdogs crew. They're sitting in 4th. They're within striking distance of 3rd place in Gowad, so depending on how well they do here, they could keep themselves in the podium hunt.
Born Primitive Underdogs have been extremely consistent throughout this competition. 3 fourths and a 5th so far.
And one of the reasons I think Krieger's going to do great here, obviously we know the aerobic capacity of Kristen Holton, how well she's done in some of the longer events, whether it's running, rowing. The 2 other members from Krieger, Lena Richter, Ingrid Bodenemir, were part of the Oslo Wolfpack that finished 2nd at the Games. Their best finish at the Games was in event 8. They had 3 miles of running. They love some of those longer distances. They love getting out. It's part. You can think about some of the sports that are so common there too. Even cross-country skiing, those longer type events, those longer aerobic events. That's just part of their culture out in Norway.
Kristen Holte's father was an Olympian in cross-country skiing.
Yep, 1984 Olympics.
Yep, she's got a good, solid background.
It says the guy still trains pretty hard, too. And she has to kind of struggle to keep up with him sometimes. So she comes from a very fit family.
I was talking to her. She said she has to try and tell him to slow down sometimes.
Yeah, very type A. Very type A. It's like, Dad, calm down. This is a fun ski. Yeah.
Let's go over to Mayfem. They are 2nd place overall, and they have a plan right now. It looks like they're swapping out every 250 meters.
So I like that strategy. As we talked about earlier, that on an assault air rower, that fan does not slow down as much as a Concept 2. And so doing multiple transitions, it's not going to hurt you like it would on a Concept 2. That fan keeps moving and you keep accumulating that distance.
Chris, I think people are very familiar with Haley Adams being good aerobically and her proficiency at the higher end, at least as an individual games athlete. But Taylor Williamson and Andrea Nissler, they've been on the team for some of the early days. They were known for their high power output. What have you seen from them over the last couple of years since they've been under the Mayhem banner and how they've put in work here?
That was the thing that Rich taught them. Let's face it, when they came in and started working with Rich, they listen and they pay attention. They are students of the game. And Rich teaches that we've got to be good at multiple time domains. If you just practice high intensity, short time domains, that's what you get good at. But the sport of CrossFit, especially at the games, you've got to be great at multiple time domains. And it's not talking about 3 minutes and under. What we're talking about is 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And so when you see a workout like this for them, that's where their confidence shines, because Rich has taught them how to be great in those 20 to 40 minute time domains.
Let's revisit the keys to this event, Tommy. And so far, we've seen these really come into play here.
Yeah, the full send, that really pertains to your lead athlete in the swim, the athlete that you know you can send out there, have them chew up some ground, be one of the first to get to the air runners and start to put in some work before the other athletes get there. In the previous heat, we saw, Taylor Stride, we saw some athletes from Team Ireland really get to use that to their benefit. And, like Spike Lee, AKA Mars Blackman, said back in the 80s, gotta be the shoes, right? We've seen varying degrees of strategies as far as shoes here. Some athletes going barefoot, some athletes rocking shoes until they get to the water, some athletes wearing shoes in the water. But it really comes down to what's going to allow you to be successful once you get to that air runner, whether it's barefoot or if you got even water socks on.
The Mayfem's judge has a hand in the air as they are now inside 100 meters to go, so that strategy is paying off. And they are done. The Mayfem will be first off the rowers, way ahead of everybody else. I only saw maybe one other judge with hands in the air here, so they have a chance to really put some distance between themselves and the rest of the field.
And it's interesting, you mentioned, Rich's nature to still compete as an individual sometimes. I bumped into Haley after last night's event. And I could see her, outside of her comfort zone competing on the team. And I talked to her about this morning's event. She's like, it's going to be great because, there's elements of this where I can just go, right? I could go be that individual, go charge that run into the swim.
I mean, I talked to her too about it, and it's interesting, her take on being a teammate. She says it's really nerve-wracking. And you would think it would be more nerve-wracking as an individual, but the problem is that you've got two teammates that are depending upon you, and you don't want to let them down. And so, yeah, I agree. Haley, when she looked at this event, she's like, oh man, this is going to be great because we'll be together in that row, and then I'm free to fly.
There's Kristen Holza, Team Krieger. They're just making their way towards the water. Let's send it down to Jamie Hagia, who is down there where the athletes are getting into the water.
The thing is about Krieger is that they're from Norway, and unfortunately in Norway the weather is not as nice as it is here in Miami. As a result, they're great on equipment. And a good friend of mine, Patrick Brown, the thing is that he's worked with them on indoor machines because that's where they spend their time.
Let's go back down to Jamie Hagia, who is there where the athletes are making their way into the water for that 250-meter swim.
These athletes are coming down this path, throwing their shoes into those bins. The first heat you saw, they were a little bit more relaxed, just kind of walking down, taking their time, but these women are a little bit more in a hurry to hit that water. We're also seeing some beautiful diving. I know you don't get extra points for that, but that is really nice. All of them look really calm, very collected as they hit that water, so they must be very comfortable from that rower heading into the water.
27:33 is the time to beat from Blue City from heat number 1. This is the second and final heat here at event 5 for the elite women.
This is just part of the buy-in here at Wodapalooza. Being at Bayfront Park, being by the water, it's actually one of the draws here for a lot of athletes. You think about the competitions that take place outside of the game season. For most of the game season, outside of the games, you're not going to see swimming. For most of your local competitions, your box throwdowns, you're not going to see swimming. Here at Wodapalooza, you get a unique element of being by the ocean, getting to go for that swim, testing out these little elements of competition that you don't normally get. And, a lot of these athletes are type A, right? They want to attack, they want to get better. That's what we do in the gym. So this is an opportunity for them to do that.
They also make the swim easy, though. They're making it easy for that athlete having that first experience getting in the water. Just simple things as, why are we going in this direction? It's because the sun's behind you. If they went the opposite way, Those morning heats, what they would be doing is when they were doing their sighting, they would be looking directly in the sunlight, which is not the thing that you want to do for a newcomer getting into the water. They've thought about those details so that these people want to come back. They're going to have a great experience. They're going to be challenged. But you know what? They're going to look to next year, and that's the goal. I mean, in my opinion, success is based upon if an athlete wants to come back. And if they do, you've done a great job. And athletes come back. Look at Vellner. Year after year after year,
How long has Noah
comes back.
Olsen been here?
I know. Well, they should put, you know what? They should put a bronze statue of Noah in front. I mean, yeah. I mean, the fact is that they've thought about those details, and we've got to make it so that it's safe but a great experience so that they want to come back, that they talk about it. And for a lot of people that are afraid of swimming, it is a legit fear. And so how do we make it so that they can actually have that experience?
The trio of Haley Adams, Andrea Nisler, and Taylor Williamson, they were the first three into the water. And they were ahead of that pack that was making its way to the ramp behind them. So they have an opportunity to really put some distance between themselves and everybody else here if they can all get to the runners at the same time.
And it looked like Andrea Nisler out in front, leading the way for Mayfem. A few athletes have been able to kind of squeeze in there between the rest of the Mayfem crew, but Andrea is still holding on as they turn that last buoy heading into the ramp.
So Nisler and I believe Haley Adams have sort of left Taylor Williamson behind, but they don't need to wait for her. Again, you can just hop right on the runners and get to work.
So I talked to them before, and Haley, and that was the strategy. They're going to take off and they're going to go. That way it keeps the pressure off. You know, the other teammates that may not be the best of swimmers, you know what, we'll pick up the slack, and that's what a team should do.
Approaching the 15-minute mark, which will signify the halfway point of this event. 30-minute time cap here. It's the fifth of 8 total events that these athletes will face here at Wodapalooza. One more today for the teams, and then 2 more final events on Sunday. There is Andrea Nisler getting out of the water. And Haley Adams, I believe, is in that pink cap right behind.
27:33 is what we're looking at best.
Wait, are those shoes or aqua socks?
There was definitely something on her feet. Here comes Haley Adams.
We've seen some athletes in the RX division for the intermediate teams wear aqua socks.
I think that was Julie Hogard from Team GoWat. So now Nisler is onto the runner. Remember, they will be aligned based on their overall standings. The teams that are higher up on the leaderboard will be closest to the finish line. So Omnia was first out of the water. Their first athlete is on the left side of your screen. Team GoWat, that is Julie Hogard, is onto the runner for her. But Mayfem, the first team with 2 athletes onto the runners here, 2,400 meters they need to complete. Now here comes Taylor Williamson. She is on the left side of your screen behind the medical official in the red cap. And so she will soon be joining Nisler and Adams on the runners.
What a relief for an athlete to know that their teammates, that they've got it, that she could take her time, not stress, and when she gets there, she could then settle in versus being behind, feeling rushed, being late. There's no worse feeling for an athlete to make them unsettled.
We saw Kristen Holte getting out of the water as well. She looks to be the first athlete from Krieger to get on the runner. Lena Richter is there as well.
And even though Taylor's the last athlete to the runner, that's a kind of a vote of confidence, right? She's only a few steps behind Kristen Holte. She was right side by side with Mia Heskett there for a second. So she knows that even though she's just getting to the runner, the teams that are either they're chasing or hot on their heels also have to wait for their additional teammate.
Right, after all that swimming, I mean, she came onto that runner 1 minute and 26 seconds behind their leader. That's all it was. It wasn't much time. But you know what? It's nice to let her teammates go, and she's going to do the best she can for the type of swimmer she was.
Mayfem and GoWad have all 3 of their athletes onto the runners. And that's going to be big for them because only 6 points separated Krieger in first from GoWad in third.
This is going to get good.
.27:33 is the top time. There's Winter Nicolette Rodriguez coming out of the water.
Kelsey Keel as well.
So what'll be interesting is, you know, the push. I mean, Haley's got a 5:20 mile and her 5:25. Kristen Holte's got a 5:20, 5:25 mile, and both of them don't want to lose.
Now Krieger has all 3 of their athletes on the runners. Ingrid Odenmeyer has now swapped out for Lena Richter. Kristen Holte will be on the left side, and that's not a bad athlete to have running this portion of the event.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is one of the reasons why we've had such a good battle between Krieger and Mayfem so far. I mean, you have the 2 women from the top team at the games. On the other team, you have the 2 women from the second place team at the games. And then, you know, your third athletes are the 4th and fittest women on the planet. So supremely talented groups with team experience, individual experience, and I mean, they've been basically even up to this point.
So your overall standings on the left side of your screen. Team Krieger with a 3-point lead on Mayfem, and Mayfem with a 3-point lead on GoWad. They are aligned from left to right on your screen right now. Haley Adams swapping out for Andrea Nistler as we approach the 20-minute mark. There will be 10 minutes to go once we get the 30-minute time cap in this event. Mayfem looking to overtake Krieger for the overall lead.
See Haley Adams in the back there just peeking over at GoWad's screen, making sure that, hey, we still got some distance between us.
The first time I ever remember anybody peeking at anything was Rich Froning in the tennis stadium using the Jumbotron to figure out where everyone was behind him. And now everybody has learned to use not only those tools when they're around, but also just look at anybody else's screen.
Oh, yeah. I remember midline march. At the end, he had the handstand walk, GHG sit-up, the overhead walking lunge. That was when he was making his charge on the final day. I remember seeing him look up. Oh, can I set this down? Nope, I can't. Keep going. It's what you see in other sports. You know, you see a ball carrier in football look up at the Jumbotron to see if they can cruise. It's just one of those little added nuances that you see evolve as a sport starts to mature.
Mayfem has gotten themselves into what looks like a pretty regular rotation. About every 20 seconds, it looks like they're swapping out.
A lot of verbal communication going on between them as well.
Haley Adams in for.
That was 20 seconds. I mean, Haley looks so relaxed. If you want to know what relaxed looks like, that's Haley right there. That is a relaxed running cadence right there. She's comfortable, breathing's in. Look at that. I mean, who's smiling? What is going on?
Oh, man. I mean, Andrea Nistler has a slightly different demeanor. She's towards the end of her interval.
That's
so
a phase I can relate to on any kind of running. Mayfem looking to win this event. And look at the crowd that is on hand here.
How rad that they set up the runners where you're facing the crowd. I mean, you're right there, right in front of them. There's just that railing between you and all of those people. It's, boy, what a pump that's got to be. Yeah, that's amazing. Look at that.
You know, when you think of just great venues in this sport, the tennis stadium comes to mind. You think about the great scenery that we get in Dubai, what Rogue is able to put together, and this is definitely up there as well. It's just a great setting that is hard to duplicate anywhere else.
Oh, man, and we've gotten 2 sides of it, right? We got, you know, last night, we got the bright Miami lights, the skyline lit up, the fireworks after. Today, we get a little sunshine, get in the water. Everybody outside, probably on vacation, getting a little tan.
You know, a lot of people always ask, like, can you see the audience? Can you see them? And what we saw from Haley is absolutely you can.
Yep.
If you're not in the red zone and you're just seeing blood, right?
Yep.
Right.
Keeps you from looking at how slowly that monitor seems to be moving sometimes, too.
That's the unique thing about this event, though, is the strategy that the teams have to deal with. The fact is that you've got to accumulate matching meters. And are you accumulating them differently on these runners? And you've got to pay attention to that detail. And we saw from the last group that came through that, that won the last heat, they were on one air runner for a lot of time trying to make up that delta. That shouldn't have happened to them. It shouldn't have happened. And it'll be interesting with Mayhem how off they are between their two runners.
Bottom right of your screen is our last athlete to get out of the water. That's one of the athletes from Limelight. So they just have two of their women onto the runner right here.
She was employing a little backstroke action, maybe coming from the Sean Woodland School of Swimming.
she'd have floaties and an inner tube around her if that were the case.
Do you wear arm floaties, Sean?
I don't think they make them in 24 inches.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that goes back to what you were talking about, Chris, is that that's obviously someone who's not very proficient in the water, but the swim is safe enough and short enough for her to be able to get through it.
Exactly, and that's what it should be. Like, a lot of people are like, why 250 meters? It seems so short, and it's disproportionate with what we're rowing and what we're running. But the fact is that what we're trying to do is use this competition to introduce new athletes. That's why we have the whole age group different. We have the adaptive groups. We have the vast group of teenagers. We're trying to induce a lot of new people into the sport in a very unique, safe setting, and they've done it here with this 250-meter swim.
Let's go back to a couple minutes ago. Team Krieger, during one of their transitions, I think it was Lena Richter on the left, takes a spill coming off of that thing.
Yeah, wet feet. That's why they put the grip tape there, to catch yourself and be able to transition safely. Sometimes you get the speed wobbles.
We're inside 3 minutes to go before we hit the time that was put up by Blue City, and hands already in the air for Mayfem. And they are looking to supplant Krieger atop the overall leaderboard. Only trailed them by 3 points, and now GoWad's judge's hand is in the air for one of their runners. Mayfem is off, and they will win the event, and they look to overtake the top spot in the standings here with just 3 events remaining.
Look how they burned through their meters. They matched their runners almost perfectly, and they were doing 20 on at a time, and they made a match. That's a good team.
Hand in the air for Krieger as well. They are both inside 100 meters. They're trying to hold off GoWad, who's in the red towards the right middle of your screen. They were only 6 points back of Krieger coming into this event for first place. Now Krieger is in, and it looks like we will have a tie again atop the overall standings for the women's teams. And now here comes GoWad. They will still be inside the top 3, but we will have a tie between Mayfem and Krieger for first place with just, again, 3 events remaining.
Oh, man.
The 2 of them just cannot get away from each other.
The top 3 teams are the top 3 teams in this event yet again, or in any event again. Clear classes of the division, and it's like a heavyweight slugfest, you know?
I mean, Kristen Holte worked. She wanted that thing. She was crushed at the end of that event.
I think Omnia just got across as well.
See the comeback team there.
What a great event.
So all the teams so far are ahead of the top time in the prior heat, 27:33 from Blue City.
See Shelby Neal coming across.
Team Fleo Fuego. We also saw Ashley Wozni for them.
Saw Jen Ryan from Invictus.
The Born Primitive underdogs, they are still on the floor now. They came in 4th place overall. And the good news for them is that they are going to be Blue City's top time. So they could be inside the top 10 when it comes to finishing in this event. But they are falling back when it comes to the battle for one of the spots inside the top 3.
The nice thing for the Born Primitive underdogs is that there was a sizable gap between them and the comeback team in 5th. It's 69 points ahead of the 5th place team. So, you know, even though they might give a little bit of ground there, they had a nice buffer.
Italian Vibes as well was one of the teams that I believe got across the finish line. Now Junk, the team of Crevo,
Alexis
Detroit, and Danielle Dunlap are in.
Oof. That's
a sprint.
That is unhooking the trailer and going full sprint.
That is Fleo, Kelsey Keel, Kelly Baker, and Alexis Bergen. Now 90 seconds, less than 90 seconds to go before we hit the 30-minute time cap. Limelight still working. They, of course, had one of their athletes take quite a long time to get out of the water. And now 1 minute to go, and we will close out the team portion of this event.
See Freakin' Fitness out there as well. They're almost done.
Briley Hansen and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez, along with Heather Hudson. They're on the right side of your screen, trying to get inside that 30-minute time cap here. They do have one of their treadmills done, so now they just have to knock out the rest of the meters and find a way to get in 30 seconds.
You know, it's going to be close. Obviously, Limelight struggled to get out of the water, but hats off, you know, coming all the way out from South Korea, making the trip, getting to throw down in this awesome setting, sitting in 17th coming into this event.
Winter Nicolette Rodriguez is doing everything she can to get those final 100 meters done. It's not going to happen. But Mayfem, they will win the event, and once again, for the second time in this competition, we're going to have a tie atop the overall leaderboard for the women's teams between Krieger and Mayfem.
And pretty much from the outset, it was all Mayfem. They were the first team off of the rowers, getting to the water. We saw out of the 3, Andrea Nisler kind of be the lead athlete through the swim. Omnia was able to take over the top spot from Andrea just for a second there as they got out of the water. But as you can see, Haley Adams joined Andrea to be the first team to have 2 athletes, and they took down a big portion of that 2,400 meter run. And by the time Taylor Williamson got there to help out, there was no one even close, and they got to march their way to 100 points and another shot to bring it to a tie.
Let's go down to Jamie Higia with your event winners.
Haley, we can see that your knee is bleeding. What happened and where's that from?
Couldn't tell you.
Got it. And you guys did a lot of transitions on the assault runner and on the air rower. What was your strategy in that?
Yeah, we were going the strategy of maybe not going as long, but going faster, so that kind of made up for it. And we practiced our transitions, so that definitely helped a lot.
And then, hi, thank you for joining us. Just wondering how much of the open water swimming, how does that differ from pool swimming when you guys are here in competition versus training?
I mean, the open water swimming differs a lot, especially when it's the ocean. There are some bigger waves out there. I think I swallowed like 3 of them, so it's just more of like being aware.
And we saw the air rower versus that concept too that where most people are used to training on. The biggest difference in those two?
They're way different, honestly. I mean, they're the same, you know, basic concept, but there's no damper. And they're higher off the ground. It feels a lot different than the normal C2 rowers, for sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mayfem picking up an event win and putting themselves into a tie with Krieger atop the overall standings. As now we move right into the individuals. Women's event 5 is also Row.Swim.Run. 2,000 meters on the rower, then the 250-meter swim, and now the teams did 2,400 meters. Now the individuals will do 2,000 meters. I want to thank Chris Hinshaw for joining us. Chris, thanks so much. We really appreciate all your insight. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. Bill Grundler now steps in for Tommy Marquez, and this is the way that this event will play out, much like the team event did. They will row, and then they will make their way to the ramp into the water, 250-meter swim, then the left turn up to the Bayside stage, and they will be arranged by their position in the overall standings. First place athlete will be closest to the finish line, second, third, and so on as you work your way down the floor here.
I love this setup, Sean, and I'm really happy to be here with you guys. Finally, I got to watch the teams on the outset. I get to play here with the individuals. This is a great race. I love when they set up triathlons and putting this together. But, you have to remember that every time you're in Wodapalooza, you're going to do a swim. And those that have the skill are going to do well, and those that don't are going to suffer. So this is all about the swimmers unite. So hopefully you've united some swim technique in your training before you came here, and then get to use that to your advantage. And then you got to recognize that run. We heard Chris talking about how important it is to have the ability to run barefoot, because this is no joke with that distance. If you're not used to that training, you definitely can't take it for granted, because it could do some damage.
All the women will be on the floor at the same time here. Here are your overall standings. Ellie Turner, who won the opening 2 events, perfect on day 1. She sits atop the overall standings, 379 points. Emma McQuaid has a 9-point lead over Shadburn and Spiegel for second. Fisa Gaffi is slowly climbing up the leaderboard in 5th, as is Emma Tall. She now sits in 6th place.
Ellie Turner has looked incredible these last 2 days. And I mean, if you're going to have anyone hop in the water on a swim event, you have to be worried just by the fact that she's Australian. Those Australians play in the water on a regular basis, so they seem to have a natural, general ability that most people don't. But it's not that long, so we have to see if she can really use it to her advantage.
Emma McQuaid will be right next to her. McQuaid, 36 points back at Turner for first.
So we get started on this row, and Chris, talk to me about this one. I think personally, every time we see a row at the beginning of an event, everyone goes, okay, I need to make sure that I kind of pace myself through this or not crush myself. The row has been notorious for being that piece of equipment that will either, you won't win it on the row, but you will definitely kill yourself on the row.
But a lot of ladies within striking distance of your top 3.
Especially if you have a swim following that row. I mean, the swim creates a lot of fear for a lot of people. And I know it's only 250 meters, but if you're not comfortable in the water, the ocean and just the elements within the ocean are going to create this level of concern that, and that is the problem. If you have some confidence, in swimming in the ocean, this is a massive advantage. We saw every time when the CrossFit Games was down in Carson in Los Angeles, when Dave would put up workouts where we had to go to the ocean and swim, you saw huge hesitancy from the bulk of the athletes where they stood at the edge of the water and waited. That was fear. And what you have is always that element for someone who is jumping in the water, hypoxic, under fatigue, because that is the first thing when they jump in, I'm going to swallow water because I need to take a breath.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if you row too hard on this rower, you're now out of breath. And if you're not a competent swimmer, then you're thinking, well, how am I supposed to hold my breath if I'm swimming?
That's right.
I can't breathe anymore. So, you see some of these athletes, and, you always talk about breathing, and actually, doing some of these events with you, I've learned to watch the way people breathe. I mean, even here on the row. Can you imagine doing the row? You see right there in the middle of your screen, mouth is closed. So she's not taking in a whole lot of oxygen as she's working herself through this, getting into, her swim. So Fee right there, I mean, I don't know if that would be for Fisa Gaffi if she's just that comfortable. But I mean, I would want to do that.
I mean, especially if I'm in her position where I'm sitting in 5th, it's like, it's time to take some risk. I mean, here we are. It's like, we got to go. And what she also needs to realize is that when she gets off the row, there is a small amount of transition to get you ready for that swim. And there's a number of things that you have to do to get ready for the swim. Number one, I love the fact that she's got her swim cap and goggles on.
Yep.
That's a sign that she's ready to go. The other thing, though, what she needs to do is when she's transitioning during that 150 meters, which let's say is 45 seconds, she's, like you said, get her breathing back under control. She's got to get comfortable so she's not hypoxic jumping in the water. That's going to be the biggest disruption for any of these athletes, is getting their swimming breath under control. Because when you breathe on a rower, let's face it, you can breathe whenever you want.
Wodapalooza is the final event of the, I guess what you would call the off season, because the game season is right around the corner. Go to open.crossfit.com to register and do some fitness with friends in your affiliate, your garage, or wherever you choose to do the open workouts. It's always a lot of fun. As Emma McQuaid in 2nd place, coming off an event win last night in event number 4. 343 total points, 36 points back of Ellie Turner for 1st place.
You know, and I'm thinking about what you're talking about, Chris, equipment placement. Yeah. Cap in the strap right there, goggles down and around. Now, I think, you know, we're down here in Miami. It's warm today. And so I'm thinking that, you know, the idea of not having the cap on your head is you don't want to get overheated. You don't want to be sweating. I know myself, if I'm going to be running down or racing through that transition, I don't want to have to worry about getting it, you know, put the cap on. I think I would want to have it on. Is there an advantage? Or why even wear the cap at that point?
Well, I mean, part of the thing, for women, if you have a lot of hair, the problem is if you don't get that cap on properly and the tucking of the hair back up in there, it's going to fall off on you and the hair is going to come out. And that's going to create an element of drag, and that's going to be a frustration. Myself, you know what? Men's haircut, I still, when I swim, I'll wear 2 swim caps because I want to squeeze out all of the available air so I never worry about that cap coming off, because my goggles are outside of that cap. And as soon as I lose eyesight, now I am in trouble. I'm a good swimmer, but as soon as I lose my goggles, now I'm thinking about negative things instead of getting after it.
Make sure, Sean, you keep that cap on top of your head before you get started.
Keep it
I'd still recommend
here. Yeah.
I'd recommend Sean wear 2 caps.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go with my floaties.
Yep.
See Bethany Shadber right there. Now, I like the way Bethany looks, very comfortable. Nice, good pull. She doesn't look like she's overextending herself necessarily. Danny Spiegel right behind her in the all black looks much more, you know, relaxed. I think she's really trying to use her legs a lot more. You see her really leaning in, trying to get as much distance and length on that cable as she can.
But what's beautiful, but what Danny Spiegel's doing is she's doing her own strategy. Right. She's got a slower stroke rate. Let's face it, Danny Spiegel has a tremendous amount of power. And so use that to your advantage in this event. This assault air rower actually can generate more speed at that low stroke rate. So if you have the power, the strength to be able to do what Danny Spiegel's doing, it's going to be an advantage.
Spiegel and Shadburn are tied for 3rd right now with 334 total points, and their days yesterday were mirror images of each other. Shadburn started out with a 16th place, then a 3rd. Spiegel started with a 2nd, and then finished with a 16th.
And I think it's great that they're sitting right next to each other, knowing that they're tied up, knowing that, you know, they need to put some distance between themselves, because again, this is moving day, so they have to start, you know, like you were talking, Chris, they need to start taking a little bit of a risk here.
Ariel Lowen is in the red, closest to the camera. She currently sits in 7th place overall with 307 points, so she's only 7 back of Fee Sagafi for 5th, and just 27 back of Danny Spiegel and Shadburn for a spot inside the top 3.
And you were talking about equipment there, Chris. I don't see a cap with Ariel. I see a long ponytail, but I don't see a cap anywhere.
Yeah, maybe it's tucked behind her shorts, maybe, but you know what, with that hair, you need to wear a cap. I mean, part of it is like we were talking about the men earlier. I would wear a Speedo in an event like this because you're looking for every advantage, and water drag, you want to minimize that. So we were talking earlier about the difference between these equipment, and Mayfem even mentioned that this is a different type of device than a Concept 2. One of the big differences is that it sits taller. It's about 2 inches taller, that rail, from a Concept 2. And so it takes some getting used to. The other thing also is that the feet placement is a little bit higher.
Looks like Emma Tall is going to be the first woman out of the rower.
Wow. 741.
We saw some other judges' hands in the air, but one of them was on Ellie Turner.
Wow.
Emma Tall, 6th place overall, and she has a bit of momentum, a 3rd and a 4th on day number 2. So Emma McQuaid, here comes Bethany Shadburn. And there's Emily Rolfe.
You know, and I expected her to be kind of up here in the mix for sure. She's so great at those endurance events and even with the swimming events too. So I'm thinking that we're going to see Emily kind of creep her way up into the standings before they get to that air runner.
Yep. But I would be concerned about Bethany Shadburn. I mean, when she gets on that runner, she's going to go.
Yeah.
She's going to go.
I was talking to her coach, Justin Kotler, before last season, and he said to me, he goes, you'd be surprised, people would be surprised of how good of an engine she really has.
It's phenomenal. I mean, she was in that West Coast Classic.
Yep.
That ruck event. I mean, it was obvious who was going to win on that first lap. And it was just like...
Let's go down to Jamie, who is there where the athletes are getting into the water. Jamie?
The women are making their way down that ramp, sprinting down there, heading into that water. I was able to talk to Emily Rolfe before this. She was really looking forward to this event. She did talk about having to push that on the rower because you do not want to be the ones in the back of that pack getting jammed up at this ramp, and especially not in the back of that pack of the swimming. So looking to get ahead on the rower, to be one of the first ones in the water was a huge advantage.
You know, and I think as far as Wodapalooza goes, this is one of the shorter events on the swimming side that they've ever had. You know, I heard you talking about on the team division that it was nice that they had that because it was a safe way to bring people out to Miami, make sure that they can do that. It's interesting that even on this short amount of a distance, I mean, you're talking, what do you think, 3 minutes? If it's 250, maybe 300 meters, somewhere around there.
It's about 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, you, as a good swimmer, you can make up 30 seconds to a minute compared to who you have to compete with. And I think that we would see some of those athletes that you kind of have to go 2 ways off that rower. I know I'm not a good swimmer, so I need to at least get in the water and have a little bit of a buffer. And I don't know, one of the ways, this is the way I do it, Chris, is you can kind of tell who the good swimmer is going to be, how they enter the water. A lot of belly flops or pinching the noses or whatever versus the nice dives.
Yep.
But then you want to see, it's who's going to have this nice relaxing stroke. So if you're a good swimmer, you can make up a lot of time and still be, I mean, almost in active recovery in this area if you know how to breathe.
Totally agree with you. You know, in the Ironman in Kona, it's a 2.4-mile ocean swim. And I came from a swimming background, and I never understood as a kid, what was the point? It seems like a total waste of time. It's only an hour. And that's the truth, is that if you are a decent swimmer, this is going to relax you. And it's almost like a way to reframe what you're about to go into. The whole time during the swim, it's like, I'm going to recover, and then I'm going to hit the gas again. And that's the advantage of being a good swimmer.
The other thing I think that's important to note is, a lot of these athletes, if they don't have the ocean right next to them, they're going to be in either a lake, which is usually some fairly controlled water, or indoor. Well, look at the chop that's on the water. So, I mean, we don't necessarily have waves as if it was like a beach break, but you do have a lot of chop. It is choppy out there with all those boats, and so that changes your stroke. And, with everything, it seems like in these events, any little minor change, just like you were talking about with the rower being 2 inches higher, any little adjustment like that gets you out of your normal routine, and now all of a sudden you start to think about it. When you think about it, you feel it a little bit more. I'm not going to lie, Sean, I saw a 12-foot beluga out there when I was walking over to do the death show. So there are animals out there, and just that fear, being in people's heads is going to freak them out, and it changes whether they've been doing pool swimming or not.
You're correct on that. For me, being a swimmer, I don't think about sharks in the water, but non-swimmers, 100% of them do.
That's the last thing you want to be thinking about when you're in the water.
Well, because I think it is that if you're a swimmer, you're never going to be in last place, and the shark's going to get the person in last place.
Look at the way she was spotting. Her head comes up, so she's not changing her body position at all. Her head raises up, and then she goes to the side. That keeps her nice and flat in the water, get that nice roll rotation, so she can keep that nice focusing on that entry.
Perfect sighting. I mean, the way that you need to sight is that you sight when that hand goes in. So it's your breathing hand. So she's breathing on the right-hand side. When that right hand hits the water, it's going to put pressure on the water, and when you feel the pressure on the water, you pop your eyes up out of the water, you get your vision, head goes back down, and then you breathe. So what you want to do is feel the pressure, and that pressure allows the head to naturally rise. The key is that when you are sighting, you do not want that head to go up high. The higher the head goes, the more the hips sink and the slower you go. The key is shallow head height. Keep it low.
A little hard to tell who is. That's Emma Tall, who is making her way to the runner. Emma was the first woman into the water after completing the row, the 2,000-meter row. Now she's got to do 2,000 meters on the air runner, and Ellie Turner.
Wow. She's got the last one in the sunshine.
Well, I take that back. They are not letting them go based on their overall standings like they did with the teams. So it's first come, first serve. So Emma Tall is on the right, and we will try to figure out who's on the left there.
Chris, when you're making this transition from the water to all of a sudden having to go to a run, I know that in triathlon realm, you have a nice little transition where you can kind of, either pulling off your wetsuit or getting your shoes on or whatever. What's that tempo look like?
Let me just jump in there, Bill, really fast. It's Lucy Campbell who's on the left, and then Emma Tall on the right. So Lucy Campbell, the first woman out of the water. And now our third athlete coming out of the water.
Bill, they should all be accelerating their kick with the last 30 seconds to go in the swim. All of the blood when you swim is sitting in the shoulders. You need to transfer it to the legs, and the way to do it is accelerate your kick in the last 30 seconds so that when you stand, the blood is already in the legs.
Here comes Paige Powers.
Wow, good for her.
So Emma Tall, Lucy Campbell, Bethany Shadburn is out, Emily Rolfe are all getting out of the water. Julia Cato, who's tied for 31st, she was one of the first women out of the water as well.
So Bethany Shadburn starting 1 minute and 33 seconds behind the leaders. That's a lot of time to make up, a lot.
But I tell you, I think she's in a great position being right next to Emily Rolfe. We saw Emily at the games. This is one of the events that she did really well in was those long runs, and so she's able to have a nice cadence. So I think for both of those athletes, it's really gonna bode well for them because they'll be able to pace off each other.
We mentioned Lucy Campbell as more women are coming out of the water here. She's 9th overall, so inside the top 10 with 272 points. Looking to work her way up the standings and maybe get into striking position for a spot inside the top 5 here.
Can we see Emma McQuaid come out just then?
Yeah, I think
Emma McQuaid is out, and then Ellie Turner was out after her. So Ellie Turner, again, your overall leader with a 36-point lead over Emma McQuaid. These are your first two women out. Lucy Campbell's on the left, and then Emma Tall is on the right. So if you've been watching our coverage all day for the teams, they slotted them in based on where they were in the overall standings. They are not doing that with the individuals. It's whoever gets out first goes to the far runner. They just fill in behind that athlete. 2,000 meters they need to complete here.
Lucy on the left-hand side of your screen, the all black, looks very comfortable.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
really
I think she's got I don't want to say she has a high cadence, compared to what Emma Tall has, but I love the tempo. She looks great.
Yep.
So here's the overall standings. Ellie Turner, your overall leaders. You take a look at Paige Powers. We're being told that Bethany Shadburn, who comes in tied with Danny Spiegel, has overtaken Tall and Campbell for the lead right now. Emily Rolfe next to her. Emily Rolfe always dangerous when it comes to a longer distance run. And also ahead is Bethany Shadburn, the two women in front of her in the overall standings. There is Ellie Turner, your overall leader. And the good news for her is she got out of the water about the same time as Emma McQuaid.
Well, she has that nice padded point-wise also. So, I mean, all she has to do is kind of stay up towards the top. She's going to be in a great position still.
Just stay close to Emma McQuaid.
Looks very relaxed. Look at the head position. The chin being parallel to the ground. Vision's forward. She's focused. Her head's in the game. Yeah, she's really trying to calm herself. She knows she's got a long ways to go. Arm swing looks good. Shoulder, look at the shoulders. They're very relaxed. That nice drop, that V that she's creating, it's a sign that she is relaxed. She's not strained, stressed. She looks good right now. Look at her hands, nice and relaxed.
So we were talking about that difference of how you're going to switch. If you're not used to running barefoot, how you're going to change here. What is that sloped track going to do when you're barefoot there, Chris?
So what's interesting about the slope on an air runner is that the higher up you go, the bigger that slope actually becomes. Shorter athletes, they don't get much benefit of that slope. Long, tall athletes, it could be a 16% incline when their foot hits the ground, and they could ride that big 16% slope down to the bottom of the arc. When an athlete has no shoes on, there is a real high tendency to want to land on the ball of the foot because they're afraid that they're going to damage the heel, bruise the heel. Let's face it, the heel is not a shock-absorbing piece of equipment. So what happens is that you're going to blow out the quads. Landing on the ball of the foot is going to force you to be more quad dominant.
Danny Spiegel was 8th out of the water, tied with Bethany Shadburn for 3rd. So Shadburn has a lead right now on Spiegel, trying to separate herself in that race for the final spot on the podium right now. Both Shadburn and Spiegel tied at 334 points.
That was really smart of Danny Spiegel. You saw her shaking out her arms. The reason why that's important is because your arms, if they're tight, if they're stressed, if your shoulders are rising, it will shrink your stride length, and your stride length will become unnatural. It will become unnaturally short. Shaking out the arms, relaxing the shoulders allows the stride length to open. She is just trying to find a sustainable speed, and by relaxing the shoulders, it accelerates that process.
Just a look at the venue that we have here. One of the venues that we have here at Wodapalooza. Bayside, of course, one of the more iconic ones where you get that great backdrop of either the Miami skyline or the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, pick your poison out of those two beauties, huh?
But the vision of what's happening here, you come here when there's no event, and you try and visualize, it's like, wait a minute, where did they put that giant weight? And somehow they were able to squeeze this in. I mean, that stadium where you're looking, the bleachers, it's overlooking like a giant fountain. And underneath it is that fountain.
Yeah, the crew does a great job of putting together all of this and getting all those, I mean, hundreds of people in all those seats. It's amazing what they put together.
What I love about it, though, is that it reminds me of the old tennis stadium. You've got the crowd right on the audience. I mean, right on the athletes. That's really a cool way, and the athletes eat that up.
Bethany Shadburn, we knew that she would do some damage when she got to the run portion of this event. She is in the white swim cap. She was the 4th woman out of the water behind Paige Powers, Emma Tall, and Lucy Campbell. And right now, we believe she is the leader on this 2,000-meter run.
She's aggressively attacking this run. Like, I don't see her trying to, like, hold on. I mean, you can see her. She's really pumping her arms. I'm not sure where she is on the meters mark necessarily, but, I mean, she looks like she knows she's on the back half, and she's getting after it now.
Right. What I look at is there's no vertical oscillation. Like, there's not a lot of bounce.
Lucy Campbell's judge's hand is in the air as she is inside 100 meters here. So she did not surrender the lead to Bethany Shadburn. And Campbell is done, and Lucy Campbell is going to pick up an event win.
Wow. She ran that 2,000 meters in 8 minutes and 15 seconds.
And when her hand went up, we could see a smile on her face already. So, I mean, obviously, a little bit of triathlon and running background there for sure.
That's scary fast.
Yeah.
Now we'll see who's able to come across in 2nd place. Emma Tall was the 2nd woman out of the water and the 2nd woman onto the run.
Wow.
And her judge's hand is in the air. Now you see the pace starting to quicken, at least from some of the women who were the first out of the water. Paige Powers is there. Bethany Shadburn, Emily Rolfe, hand in the air. I believe that's Emily Rolfe's judge. And now Emma Tall will come across. And Emma Tall is going to finish second in the event, pick up 97 points. And looks like she has a chance of moving into the top 5 here. Judge's hand in the air for Shadburn and Rolfe. Rolfe is off. She had to hit her buzzer. She didn't have to do that. She got to get across the finish line. And now Rolfe is in third place. And here comes Bethany Shadburn, who will separate herself from Danny Spiegel on that tie for third. Paige Powers looks to be the next woman across the finish line. This is going to be big for Paige Powers, 17th place overall coming into this event, so she will move up the overall standings. And Paige Powers is done.
It's a good finish.
But Ellie Turner now is watching the women behind her in the overall standings take some points away from her. But the good news for Ellie Turner is the woman right behind her has yet to finish, and that is Emma McQuaid. Emma McQuaid in second place, 36 points back of Turner. So Shadburn, who sits in third place, can creep closer to Turner if she gets some help here. And she's gotten a little bit, but she could use some more to really tighten that, or decrease that deficit. Now, Turner's judge's hand is in the air, so she's looking to do some damage control now and get across the finish line. She is done, and she will get in about 24 minutes, 10 seconds. There is Ariel Lowen, who's across. Danny Spiegel's judge's hand is in the air. Have another athlete getting off the runner. I believe that was Freya Moosbrugger. And now more people, Emma McQuaid finishing. So Emma McQuaid's going to surrender some points as Danny Spiegel is now done. I think we saw Kendall Vinciletti come across as well. Sylvia Garcia, I think, is in. So now it's a mad dash to the finish line. Less than 5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. And now the sprint to the finish, and we'll have to see who won that. But every point's going to matter here. Paige Semenza is done. That's Chloe Govan-David. Amy Kringle may have come across. Inside 4 minutes to go. Michelle Basnet is the only woman left in that front row. And now Basnet is in.
About 3.5 minutes remaining, ladies, be careful.
3.5 minutes remaining here.
Chris, when you watch these athletes coming in like this, when you have these big races, especially something like that, I mean, my goodness, way to have all that gas left in the tank. But you know, when you see these runners running when they're on that air runner, do you ever sit there and kind of bring your grip a little bit and like, oh, I can make you a monster. The things I could do with what you have, with that basic skill you have.
You would hate to drive cross country with me because every person you see, I'm going to comment on. You would hate it. I'd wake you up at 2 a.m. I feel like I'd wake you up.
I probably do the same thing about air squats on people.
There you go. No, it's very hard not to do it. As a matter of fact, when they run by, it still burns in my head.
Here comes Fisa Gaffi, who came into this event in 5th place overall. And now another sprint to the finish.
They need to put a crash pad at that end that they can run into, like indoor track.
We are now inside 2 minutes to go as the final couple of athletes are starting to trickle in here. But it was Lucy Campbell who's going to pick up her first event win of the competition, 21-32, unofficially for her. As now our last athlete has finished. Let's go down to Basnet and Spiegel just finishing up there.
You know, we talked about how important the row was going to be, so we saw a lot of athletes choosing to either wear the cap or not wear their cap, and Lucy Campbell came off, Emma Tall came off that row right away and just really established herself from the beginning, not afraid at all. And like you were talking about, Chris, obviously looked like she knows what she's doing, one, by wearing the cap, and two, with that beautiful dive she had in the water. Great stroke as she was getting through the water. Nice rolling. You can see the way she's spotting that entry to get herself up onto that platform. Then we had that great race between Lucy Campbell and Emma Tall as they got up to those first two runners. And it was interesting to see, okay, who was going to push? How were they going to run? What was their tempo going to look like? But in the end, I tell you, Lucy Campbell just looked amazing and handled that from top to finish.
And Lucy Campbell is with Jamie Hagia.
Lucy, your first event win of the weekend at 100 points. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm buzzing. I'm so happy with that. I can't believe it.
With a swimming background, you knew that would be good for you. What was your strategy on the rower and the runner?
So I knew that this would be a good one for me, but it was about trying to make sure that I wasn't burning myself out too much on the rower, but also giving myself a decent enough chance at hopefully either using the swim to recover a little bit where other people might have to push it, or potentially make some moves on the swim. And then on the runner, it was just about kind of either if I had to kind of recover, pushing it and using the fact that I'd had a bit of a recovery to pick up my pace a little bit more on the run, or just trying to maintain that wherever I'd got to.
You were running on there barefoot, and you ran that faster than most of us can run fresh on the ground. What was going through your mind while you were on that runner?
We'd practiced a little bit of the barefoot stuff when we kind of assumed that it might be like that. But to be honest, it was just about trying to keep fast feet because I tend to overstride. And that just burns me out a little bit too much. So yeah, just keeping that kind of fast foot pace and trying to hold on to whatever pace I set in the first 500.
Thank you so much.
Lucy Campbell picks up her first event win of the competition and looks to move herself up the overall standings. We'll take a quick break. The men up next in event 5. It's a great day for a swim. It's event number 5 for the individuals. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody, here at day 3 of Wodapalooza. I am Sean Woodland alongside Bill Grundler, Chris Hinshaw in the booth as well, and Jamie Hagia is down on the competition field. Event 5 is row, swim, and then run.
I love these triathlon setups. It's going to be able to push all the athletes. And again, we're in the water. We're at Wodapalooza. You got to get in the water, and we get to do that today.
And Event 5 is presented by Tier, and this is the way that it will play out. The athletes will start on the rowers, and then when they are done, they will work their way through the facility here at Bayfront Park. They will then enter the water, swim 250 meters, hang a left, and work their way up the ramp into the Bayside Park. And as we saw with the women, if you're first out of the water, you will go to treadmill number 1, second will go to 2, and so on and so forth.
I love the setup of this, how we go from 2 different venues and kind of make our way through the park. So the fans out there that are here in Miami get to decide, all right, where do I want to hang out and watch? Do I want to watch him row? Do I want to see him get in the water? Or do I want to see him finish?
And here are your overall standings after 4 events. Pat Vellner starting to separate himself from the pack. He has a pretty good lead on Alexander Caron. Phil Toon, though, just 3 points back of Caron for second place. It's a 27-point lead that Vellner has on Caron. And Pat Vellner last night really showed that he may just be in a class by himself.
Well, I mean, I think generally speaking, yes, but every time we've had a water event, this is where he seems to have a stumble. Now, they have reduced the distance in the water isn't very far, so I want to see if he's going to be able to mitigate that that swim just because it's shorter.
Let's go to the keys to this long event.
It is long. That is totally true. However, we have a shorter element of the swim. So swimmers unite. Like how much do you think this swim is really going to matter? It's not very long, Chris.
It's not very long, but I guarantee Vellner is thinking about it. And the thing he's thinking about is, should I really push my row so I can get that clean water? For him, that's what he needs. If he is in a group, it's going to create more disruption, more anxiety, and it's going to slow him down. The question really is does he want to take a high risk and go after like the Jason Hoppers?
30 minutes on the clock.
Dallin Pepper is on the right of your screen. He currently sits in 4th place, and on the left, that's Phil Toon, who had the overall lead at one point during this competition. Toon, again, just 3 points back of Alexander Caron, 30 back of Pat Vellner for the top spot in the standings.
Yeah, with Phil Toon, I just want to wonder, since he hasn't made it into the big spotlight, what does he feel like being up there at the top? Like, you're not supposed to be right next to Pat Vellner. He's the second best in the world. Same thing with Dallin Pepper. Young athlete, yes, he's been to the games, and yes, he's been the champ at the games, but that's in the teen division. These are the big kids. So when you're up there and you see your name up on that leaderboard with all of those famous people, there's a lot of pressure there.
It's a lot of pressure, and we saw that pressure on Dallin Pepper at West Coast Classic. Here he was in the top 3 for all 3 of the date, and then all of a sudden it was like, right when it came down to it, it was like when the pressure was at its peak. And that's the hardest part for a teenager that is turning individual.
And remember, Dallin Pepper, if you take a look at his right ankle, he fell off the box last night. He has that thing heavily taped.
Is he gonna feel any sort of an ankle issue when he's doing the run? Is there gonna be more stress on his ankle because of the barefoot running?
You know, Bill, when I did Ironman, I had all 10 of my toenails fall off in my shoe, and I didn't feel it.
That's a pretty ugly picture.
I didn't feel it. I don't think he's going to feel it. I think he'll feel it later, but right now, no, I don't. I mean, you know this. For all the things you've done, you don't feel those things when all of a sudden it's 3, 2, 1, go.
And for the most part, it looks like all the athletes have shoes on. There is someone out there with bare feet.
To me, like we talked about earlier, it will be interesting, the athletes that really want to take a risk right now. You've got to make a move. If you want to get on that podium, you want to get in the top 5 or the top 10, you got to go now. And the question really is are we going to see that from these bubble athletes?
Scott Panchik is back competing as an individual after, quote-unquote, retiring at the CrossFit Games. He currently sits in 14th place overall, coming off an 8th place finish in event number 4, and trails his brother Spencer by 10 points for 13th. And if you don't think there is a little battle going on between the Panchik brothers right now,
then you don't have brothers.
And the twins are right next to each other, and hopefully we can get a number off the shoulders, because that is honestly the only way I'm going to be able to tell them apart.
And they didn't get the memo to have one of them wear the neon shorts like they had last night. They're not helping us out here.
I ran into them at the athlete briefing, all 3 of them, and I was talking with Scott, and I, we've seen Scott, and we've, talked to Scott over the years, and I have never seen him more relaxed. And I asked him about his training, and he says, you know what? I'm training significantly less than I ever have. I'm relying on the foundation that I've created over the years. And he says, you know what? I'm creating performances that are still where I used to compete.
Yeah.
It's just that his energy level, his enthusiasm is back what it used to be. I don't see him retiring based upon the conversation I had.
Nice little smile as he gets into that row.
Oh, he is really happy right now.
2,500-meter row for the men. Jason Hopper is on the left. Cole Sager is on the right. 2 bigger guys who can pull on the rower, and Hopper pulling a 138 right now. Cole Sager is in 5th place overall, quietly. He took a tie for 30th in event 3, but everything other than that has been inside the top 7.
It's the way Cole seems to work in everything. He doesn't like to be the flash and dash guy. He's just like the silent assassin hanging there in the shadows, pops out when he needs to. And I think that this will be a fun race between these two. Now Jason Hopper, he's been up, he's been down. He's been back up, he's been back down again. I think, Chris, we were talking about this earlier. I think Hopper is gonna be a good event for him, especially once you get him to that air runner, because he's a big guy that can put a lot of power on that rower. And again, I don't think this swim is going to be that short for him.
He's already through 1,200 meters and counting, or almost a 1,300.
I agree with you. I think that this is a good event for Jason. The question really is that swim. I mean, he had 0 swimming background 3 weeks out of the CrossFit Games this year. 0. But he has adapted really well. He is athletic. But this row, I mean, pulling at a 138 on an air rower is a great pace. It's a great pace. Also, he can run a mile in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. So if he can get through that swim in decent position, he's going to be a contender.
Those are big strokes he's taking. See Cole Sager up in the front. Look at the cadence difference between Cole's stroke and then Jason's stroke right behind him. Jason, big, long, driving, powerful pulls, and he's tall versus Cole.
Phil Toon, who at one point led this competition, currently sits in 3rd place overall. He's only 3 points back of Alexander Caron for 2nd. Toon had a great start, a 6th, a 2nd, a 2nd, but then last night he got derailed a little bit, sitting in 12th. In 12th place finish, I should say.
And it was great when we were talking about when Jamie interviewed Phil Toon when he had his win, and he had a very psycho killer answer about it. I love that, very competitive thing. So here we are, we line these guys up face to face. All right, I see you over there, Pat. I'm gonna take you out. And so I want to see the eyeballs going back and forth between these guys. I mean, obviously they're a little bit too far to have any kind of trash talking, but you can definitely mad mug for sure.
Oh, they see each other for sure. I mean, what a setup that they put them right across from one another like that.
6 minutes in on this initial 2,500-meter row. After this, it's on to the 250-meter swim, and then the final 2,000 meters on the air runner. Judges' hands will go in the air when their athlete is inside 100 meters to go. There's Tim Paulson, who comes in 7th place overall. Another bigger guy who can really do some damage on a rower.
And he has a lot of experience, especially in the elite field. He's going to have some solid composure.
2 guys who used to make their way on frozen water. Paulson and Sam Cormier, former hockey players. Cormier right next to Paulson.
You can see Tim is really utilizing his hips and his drive and trying to minimize as much of the arms as possible. I think, you know, if it was just a row event, you're going to bring your arms into it a lot more, but you want to save your arms for that swim a little bit more. Really utilize that hip drive. He's got these big, strong legs. My goodness.
But as we were talking about earlier, on this rower, if you have the power, you have the strength, you should reduce your stroke rate and focus on a lot of pressure on that handle. You know, the difference between pulling at 25 strokes a minute versus 35 strokes a minute, if you have that strength, that power, you take the 25. And that's where these tall athletes like a Hopper, like a Cole Sager, they're going to have advantage. Like Cole looks really good right now.
Jason Hopper is getting close to the finish of his 2,500 meter row here. Took a look at his monitor earlier, and he had a really good pace, and now his judge's hand is in the air. So inside 100 meters to go for Jason Hopper, as he looks to be the first man to make his way into the water here. Hopper 6th place overall, only trails Cole Sager, the man sitting right next to him, by 2 points for 5th. Now more judges' hands springing up.
So I'm watching Vellner's judge, and I don't see anything yet. That concerns me a little.
So Hopper is done, and he will make his way to the water. James Sprague's judge's hand is in the air as well. Sprague is a man to watch in this event. He has quite an extensive swimming background, and he's rowed a little bit as well in college.
So his goggles were fogged up. That's why he put them on and took them off.
I would take them off too.
Willie George is among the men to get off.
What a great transition. Here. Going downhill like that allows them to get their composure back, breathing under control, wide space, you're not bumping people.
Yeah, but the other thing that's really interesting is look at the distance that we have between Jason Hopper, who's really going, versus the rest of the people.
As we watch the men enter the water here, let's send it down to Jamie Hagia.
Jason Hopper was the first one here. He just cool, calm, and collectedly took off his shoes, threw them into the bin, head on down that ramp. And from what we know from swimming events at the games, the ocean in Carson, the lake in Madison, it was a wider ramp or a wider entrance. But with this narrow ramp heading down, you definitely want to get out in the front. From experience, if you're in the back, you can get punched, kicked, hit on accident, maybe not on accident, but you do want to get in front. That's going to give you a better chance to get on one of those rowers closer to the finish line.
Thank you, Jamie. Jason Hopper, the first man in the water. The man behind him in those blue and red shorts you saw earlier, that was James Sprague. So keep an eye on him. He's got a really good chance to reel in Jason Hopper on this portion of the event. And we also saw Pat Vellner among the pack of men getting into the water behind those two.
And I'll tell you, the women's field seemed to have a lot more swim technique than the men's field. You can see some of these athletes breathing on both sides, not putting their head like timing it like a third stroke, but every stroke. We see that. We see heads coming up very high. Even Jason Hopper, you were worried about his swim stroke originally, Chris, when he hopped in the water. The first thing I saw was, yes, he was spotting with his head coming up, but his mouth was so wide open. And that to me is someone that's like, I don't say gasping for air, but definitely oxygen is going to be an important thing for them, so they aren't as comfortable as you would think they would be.
Yeah, and what's unfortunately for him is that the longer he has his head out of the water to take that breath, it forces his hips down, which is going to make him go slower.
And James Sprague has moved ahead of Hopper. Sprague is at the bottom of your screen. Again, the blue-red shorts that he is wearing. So no surprises, he does have that extensive swimming background. Jason Hopper apparently went the wrong direction. So Sprague 15th place overall. Best finish was a 3rd in event 4 last night. 229 total points for Sprague. So he is very much alive for a spot inside the top 10 right now.
That water looks calm to me. I mean, for being the ocean, it's relatively calm.
And there's Hopper on the left side of your screen. You just saw him. He was just trying to get himself back on track.
Went straight out to the right. He's going crossing the Atlantic.
You're going the wrong way.
Chris, what's the difference in the stroke between a open water stroke and versus a pool stroke?
The key really is it's your ability to sight. And a lot of people think that when they have to sight, when the hand enters, so it's normally when you sight, what it is it's this, let's say you breathe on the right-hand side. And when that right arm hits the water, what's going to happen is that you're going to feel that pressure on and you're going to sight. A lot of people keep their head out of the water the entire time. That's the mistake.
And look at that. You can see these athletes are already getting out of the way. They aren't tracing down, so they're not spotting correctly.
Right. So their job is to find that blue buoy and go around that blue buoy.
And the hard part is if you get the lead person who goes off track, all the lemons go with them.
You saw that. A couple athletes had to course correct there heading into that final buoy as James Sprague has now made the left turn. There's one more buoy to go around, and then someone there on the right side. Cole Sager, I think, is one of those athletes. He's got to adjust as well. So guys getting way off track here on this 250-meter swim, and they're going to have to do some extra work here.
You know, I see a lot of that sort of misdirection like that. You get a little bit of bump of the swell, a little bit of the current, but then also they're overextending their arms. So they're thinking that because, you know, if you have nice flat water, you can have a nice extended roll. But, you know, when you get into open water, you have to shorten up that stroke a little bit so that you aren't getting off track. You don't have all these other variables that you would normally have to deal with. So,
yep. One of the keys is that you need to know, like we all drift to one side or the other when we swim. We have a strong side and a weak side. So what side do you drift to? And when you sight a buoy, you need to know, do you drift to the right or the left? And so I have a lot of swimmers, what they do is they jump in the water and you'll close your eyes and you'll take 25 strokes with your eyes closed, and what side do you drift on? And that's your tendency. You either pull to the right or you pull to the left, and it helps you with your sighting. The key is you don't want to lose sight of the buoys, and what we're seeing with these athletes is they're losing sight of that buoy, and that's a basic skill that they should have.
James Sprague getting set to make his way out of the water. He's a two-time teen competitor at the CrossFit Games. He was 4th in 2017 as a teenager and then 5th in 2019. He's only 19 years old. The beard is deceiving on him. This has a potential to get a little violent right here. It's not on purpose, but just limbs and legs flailing. You might take one in the kisser.
Oh, it happens. Sometimes it's not on accident.
Well, that's one of those things that if you're not a strong swimmer and you get in there, it's instant panic.
Sprague will be the first man out.
Is that Jay?
Self and Poulin behind him. So those are your top three.
That really was, by Taylor Self, a great swim. He made up a ton of distance.
It's an amazing swim. Yeah, it was under 5 minutes.
So from left to right, it's James Sprague, Taylor Self, Matt Poulin, and that is Saxon Panchik, who is in 4th. Now here comes Jason Hopper. So not bad considering everything he had to deal with. And Vellner right behind him. So Pat Vellner in a great spot right now.
Yeah, that's a great position for him to be in. I mean, we talked about where Hopper was and what Hopper's going to do on the run.
Amazing.
But Pat Vellner, same thing. I mean, he's not, when you put him in endurance events, he does great. So he just had to get through that, and that's a great position for him to be in.
So far, these are the men who have gotten out of the water. Sprague, Self, Poulin, Saxon Panchik, Gervais, Sager, Vigneault, Kaike Cerveny, Tyler Christoffel, Spencer, Dallin Pepper, Pat Vellner, and Davidson are all out of the water. I'm not sure if that's, I don't know if Jason Hopper, there's something running down the right side of his face. I don't know if that's just maybe some seaweedy collector of that. Hopefully that's not blood. Now Tim Paulson coming out in the white swim cap.
Now, Vellner had a great swim. That was a good swim in a crowd.
Now Phil Toon is among the group of men getting ready to get out. He's the fourth man in that pack. Lucas Upnieks is in there as well. Alexander Caron was out of the water as well, but he was way back towards the end there. But the good news for Corone is that he's ahead of Phil Toon right now, as Ulda Zubnik's almost slipped. There's Phil Toon making the turn. Now 2,000 meters.
That would be discouraging. That would be discouraging if I'm Toon and I'm coming in and I'm looking at where everybody, it's like, whoa, I have a long way to go. I've got to do some catching up. And because there's a lot of people between where he is and where he wants to be.
Remember, the 2022 Open is just around the corner. You can register now, and to do that, you head to open.crossfit.com. James Sprague on the left, first man out of the water. Taylor Self is next to him, and Matt Poulin is in third. Then Saxon Panchik, the fourth man. He's on the far right side of your screen.
Sprague looks great. Nice and long, nice and tall.
I completely agree with you. It looks amazing. Really good. I mean, he doesn't need to look at the monitor, but other than that, looks really good.
One more look at your overall leader and your overall standings. Pat Vellner, 376 points, 27 points up on Alexander Corone. Jason Hopper right next to him. Hopper in 6th place overall coming into this event. Dallin Pepper is there between Hopper and Saxon Panchik. Actually, I believe that's Spencer Panchik. I can tell by their shorts. That is Spencer.
Now, it's interesting looking at Pat Vellner in the green right there, Jason Hopper right next to him. Both these guys came in at about the same time. Now, Jason came out, or got into the water first, looked very comfortable coming off the rower, but had to do a lot of work. Pat Vellner, we were worried about, like, okay, what's that going to do to him, that swim? And he looks much more comfortable. He didn't work nearly as hard as Jason Hopper did. Now, Jason's trying to play catch-up. That's why I saw him looking over at Pat's screen just to see, like, okay, am I on base? Because I feel like crap. Because he looks like he's not feeling very comfortable right now.
We mentioned Dallin Pepper during the row with that tape on his ankle. You can see it flapping around there. And he took a spill last night on the box stepovers. So hopefully that ankle is okay, heavily taped, and you got to think he's maybe feeling that a little bit right now.
Yeah. Dallin is a speed, strength, power athlete, and that type of athlete, 2,000 meters. This is a grind. This is going to be a grind for him. But let's face it, this is not the teen Dallin Pepper that we used to see.
Right.
This is the grown man.
Yeah, and to just remind people, he did get out of the water well ahead of the two men in front of him in the overall standings, both Phil Toon and Alexander Corone. So Dallin Pepper has an opportunity to make up some ground on them and possibly put himself inside the top 3. There's Alexander Corone, who is the man in 2nd place with 349 points. He was about 7 spots behind Pat Vellner getting out of the water.
Now, when I'm looking, this is what we're talking about. Like, do you see someone in what? How would you, fix their form? He looks to me to be a little bit overextended. Is that a muscular thing, a musculature thing, or is that a training thing, or just hasn't been corrected? I mean, what do you see when you look at that?
So what I'm seeing is, like, you can see like that sway back is right, and it's almost like he's getting ready to sit down in a chair. We see this a lot with people that work a lot and they sit in a chair. Is that they have this bend at the waist, and part of the problem with that is that they're never actually opening up their hip and taking advantage of what the hip flexor can provide in the movement of running. And so what he's doing is he's pulling his foot off the ground way too soon. And he's unfortunately shortchanging his stride length. And on an air runner, especially if you're tall, it's an advantage to use that slope to ride it down.
There is Phil Toon in the middle of your screen. He's trying to chase down Alexander Corone for 2nd place. And Toon is in the back row of runners, so he was in the back half of this field getting out of the water. There's where he stands right now, just 3 points back of Corone for 2nd place. And everybody on that graphic we just saw got out of the water ahead of him right now. So Phil Toon has some work to do some damage control. Your leaders are on the bottom of your screen. That's James Sprague now on the left and Taylor Self next to him. And then Matt Poulin is on the right, followed by Saxon Panchik.
I see you over there counting, Chris. You're counting steps and breathing. I can see you over there. I see you doing what you're doing.
I can't help myself. I can't help myself.
Hand in the air for Taylor Self.
Yeah, because his stride frequency, he was flying. Flying. I mean, you could tell he's making his move for the finish.
Taylor Self, 16th place overall coming into the event, and he is off. And Taylor Self is going to pick up his best finish since the opening event. He will win event 5, his second finish inside the top 2. Now James Sprague is trying to outrace Matt Poulin. Sprague is going to come in second. Matt Poulin looks to be the next man to finish. Hand in the air for Cole Sager.
Wow.
And now Matt Poulin is off, and he will take 3rd. Poulin looking to stay inside the top 10. Hand in the air for Saxon Panchik as well.
They're all sub 7 minutes.
And it's going to be Sager ahead of Saxon across the finish line. Unable to see who those other 2 athletes were coming in. Here comes Jason Hopper and Sam Cornway, and not sure if Cornway was able to hold him off, and now Alex Vigneault is across. Pat Vellner is just about done, and this will be big for Vellner because he came in with a 27-point lead over Alexander Caron, a 30-point lead over Phil Toon. Here comes Spencer Panchik. And Vellner is going to widen his lead on those 2 and really have a stranglehold on the top spot in the overall standings.
Colin Pepper's doing great. I mean, he should be pleased with this performance.
Dallin Pepper is off as he is in. Now here comes Scott Panchik. I believe that was Jeremy Vigneault who came across behind Scott Panchik. Now more men getting set to finish up their runs. Here's Drew Wayman. Now 5 minutes to go before we hit the 30-minute time cap. Taylor Self is your event winner, followed by James Sprague and Matt Poulin. There's Alexander Caron. So Caron, as Paulson is in, is going to stay ahead of Phil Toon. But Pat Vellner is really going to widen his lead in the overall standings here.
Phil Toon's done. Yeah.
Phil Toon is making the turn around the corner to come in. Phil Toon started the competition with a 6th and then back-to-back second-place finishes. And then in the Bayside Chipper, he had a 12th, and then this likely will be his worst finish of the event.
And I swear that it's like insult to injury. If you're last out of the water, you're in that second lane, and then you have to make that turn around when you're all wet and tired.
But Bill, you got to admit, all those air runners sitting on that floor, I mean, that's incredible. Like, this event and who came up with it, it's a creative event, it's an amazing test, but it's also a show for the audience.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, going from one venue to another venue, It's a solid event.
Anthony Davis is the last man on the floor. He does have an event win under his belt. He took event number 3, the MIA Bar Complex. And he has 3 minutes to go to get inside the 30-minute time cap. James Sprague is there trying to help him out. And you mentioned the setup here. We talked about it earlier, but we'll do it again. The volunteers and the staff and everybody who works so hard to put on this event, usually they don't get enough credit. They do a fantastic job. And regardless of where we are and what event we're watching, the people who give their time to come set these things up, they are the reason these things happen. So thank you to all the volunteers and staff who work so hard to put on these events.
Yeah, absolutely. They could have been one of the people up there in the stands getting to hang out and enjoy and just kind of watch, but they chose to watch it from the inside, put themselves there down on the floor.
Final 100 meters for Anthony Davis. Cole Sager trying to get the crowd behind Anthony Davis, and Cole is known to do this. It's one of the reasons why he has won the Spirit of the Games award in his career. And Davis is done, and he will make it inside the 30-minute time cap.
That's amazing. Sean, as you mentioned, the volunteers, I mean, this event's been going on since 8:45 this morning. The fact that it has run on time so seamlessly is a testament to what this organization has done. It's really remarkable. Really remarkable.
And with Anthony Davis crossing the finish line, the men are now done with event 5. Taylor Self, who had a great start to the event, who finished second in event number 1, picks up his first win here of Wodapalooza.
And, you know, we talked about how important or unimportant the row is going to be, but Jason Hopper did exactly what he needed to, which was use that big, powerful body of his and get as much length and power on each one of those strokes to do some damage, because the swimming is not going to be his forte. So he got himself well out ahead of the pack. However, we saw everyone kind of getting off track as they got in the water. James Sprague made a nice jump to the front. And, you know, we knew he was going to be the good swimmer, but we weren't really expecting Taylor Self to be so close. Taylor Self hopped up right next to him, and then you could just see him settling in. And it was a nice race to watch those 3 guys. You have Sprague up there at the top, Self with the red beard, Paulin right next to him. But then Self just opened up and really made that distance firsthand in the air and was able to finish in that first spot. He had an amazing finish and looked so comfortable as he came across that finish line.
Event win for Taylor Self, and he is with Jamie Higia.
Taylor, you were able to pick up your first event win of the weekend. What was it about those movements that made this event so great for you?
I've done a lot of swimming. I wasn't a swimmer. My sister dove in college, so I spent a lot of time around the water. You know, I'm pretty good on the rower, so I just knew I could hold an uncomfortable pace, kind of stay in the hunt, not get caught up in the middle, getting into the swim. I noticed the ramp was pretty small, so I didn't want to be caught in the middle of the pack, and then do a lot of running too, so I knew I could get on the runner and hold a pretty uncomfortable pace and just, you know, kind of keep it level through about 1,600 and then pick it up pretty hard for the last 400. But yeah, it felt good.
You were 2 spots away from qualifying in your first year of competing for the CrossFit Games. What does this do for your confidence?
I knew I was good at this, so, you know, it's good for the confidence to get an event win. There are a lot of things I got to work on to get better, to be good enough to qualify, so that's just all I'm focused on, just trying to get better at the things I need to work on.
And in this final run, you were in second behind James Sprague coming into that run. That final push, what was going through your mind and how did you feel in that final sprint?
I knew I can push hard. I didn't know how fast he was going, but I just looked at my boss was telling me to go hard, and you know, I just have a lot of people here that care a lot about me, so it helped having them in the stands pushing me hard.
Thank you so much.
Event win for Taylor Self to open up the 3rd day of competition here at Wodapalooza. Row.Swim.Run is in the books. I want to thank Chris Hinshaw for spending some time with us. Thanks so much. It's always a great time listening to you and your insights. Stay with us, everybody. Rory McKernan and the Wodapalooza Death Show coming up next.
excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
It's a beautiful evening here in Miami, Florida. You are watching the live broadcast of Wodapalooza 2022. Welcome back to the desk, where I am joined by not one, but two of my favorite people. I've got Bill Grundler here. Jeremy Austin joins us as well. He came all the way from Australia for this, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I've got nothing better to do back there, so I thought I'd jump on a plane and come over.
Is it paying off? Are you? How's the experience today been?
Oh, absolutely loving it here. The weather is pretty much exactly the same as a winter on the Gold Coast, so it's very, very similar. People everywhere today, Saturday. It's just been absolutely crazy, the amount of people that have been walking around. So
yeah.
Loved every second of it today. It's been great.
You spent a lot of time calling action, man. That was a long haul for that event.
It was a long haul, but that was a fun race. It's really weird. You think when you have those long, drawn-out events, I mean, I did the marathon row at the games, too. So you think those long things would be super slow and boring, but there's a lot of fun stuff to talk about. Plus, we had Chris Hinshaw.
Yeah.
So we could talk all day long with Chris.
Literally. So, Jeremy, tell me this. I know that you've been busy calling action on the floor over at the Gauntlet or other things. Like what's been keeping you busy all day?
Yeah, the Gauntlet today was really good. We just had people sign up for the Gauntlet. Just any person with any ability, just come in. We scale the workout. So just
if you're here on site, you could work out.
That's it. Come on in. And I signed 2 people up that were walking past outside and said, come on in and sign up. So they did, and they competed. So, yeah, it was really cool.
And they will forever curse your name. Hey, remember when Wodapalooza was really fun until I had to do the Gauntlet, and then I went home and laid in the fetal position?
Back.
Yeah. How about outside the lines? Anything behind the scenes you've been having fun with? Like, what really grabbed you today?
Yeah, I got to watch my brother compete.
That's right.
So he's in the 50 to 54 division. Super cool. I have missed all of the events so far because of the timing. I mean, when you come here to the Festival of Fitness, you have all the different divisions all happening at one time, and it just happened to be that every time we were calling, he was competing. So I was able to, just before the run swim event for the elites, I was able to get out to Flagler and watch him compete, and he did the Celebrate 10. So the handstand push-ups and the overhead squats, and man, he's my little brother. I love watching him. I love watching him work out. And I got to see his girlfriend and their brand new baby, so I was hanging out with little Luke.
Yeah.
And I got to bounce him around as I was yelling, "Come on, Jim!" So it was really fun.
Poor kid. Hopefully it didn't turn into like,
he's a gruntler. He's not going to get shaken baby syndrome. It's not going to happen.
You're shaking a kid. I got to say, I don't want to oversell the experience, but for me, walking around, like I found myself almost like, that Disney World stare where you're just like, literally on the sidewalk sometimes I have to just walk around people if I'm on a straight trajectory of where I'm trying to go, because there is so much to look at. You've got like
overload
creators and people that you know from the space who are here and there doing activations in random places. I went over to the Army activation, the Army Warrior Fitness. There's a whole food row. Like you basically, you could get whatever you want as far as healthy fare goes for CrossFit, and then of course competition going on all over the place. The competition, we might as well get better at that, huh? Like we can talk about the venue all day long, but let's look at remind people where we are in terms of the day and the schedule of events. There were 2 events today. One of them is now done for both the elite teams and individuals, and they face another one here for the afternoon. Bill mentioned it because his brother has already done it. It's called Celebrate 10. Of course, we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of Wodapalooza here this year. We're going to talk about the teams and them facing it as well. Let's start with the males, because it's been a great race this entire weekend. Mayhem, of course, we know needed to make a bounce back. Some great action, and why don't you guys tell me in terms of the overall leaderboard, kind of who's jumping out and grabbing you? We know the boys have kind of pulled away a little bit. Again, Mayhem made a great move, but who are you looking at?
Well, the boys, for me, they pretty much decimated everybody yesterday. Travis Mayer was outstanding for the boys with that 315, got 3 hang cleans, 3 front squat, and then just said, boys, the rest is up to you. So Noah and Chandler just got on and finished it off. But they've been doing so well, and the guys from down under, like Matt DeLugo's jumped in with James Newbury and Carl Porter, but they've surprised themselves, and they actually got a 3rd yesterday in the complex with a barbell, which was great to see. But the boys are just doing really well from down under. So they'll probably run away with it, the boys. But, yeah, I'm hoping that someone's going to give them a little bit of a contest.
Well, in Thunder for Down Under, the only thing I was just really disappointed to hear that they were going to take away so many points for them for wearing those bungee smugglers. You know what I mean? Like nobody got to see that.
Wrong with that.
Come on, man.
That's an Australian thing.
Don't go getting cultural over there now. I will say this, though. This is what I will say. Between both of those teams, they are at the top of their game. They have been smashing workouts, and of all of the teams that are out there, they seem to be having the most fun. I do not see Noah at all or Travis at all thinking about like, oh, we have to do well and what's our strategy. They're just coming out to play, and they just kind of take Chandler along with them. So it's like, hey, when they need to throw some muscle in there, Chandler, do your thing, you know. And then, you know, the Aussies, that's just what they do. They're just hanging out. In fact, I actually saw right before the third event yesterday, or the second event yesterday, I saw Con saying like, all right, boys, let's have some fun. That's been both those teams, their MO this entire weekend. And, you know, we always say that the team event is a lot of fun time for these athletes. But we'll see some of those other teams where it's like it's either a testing ground or a proving ground, and there's a lot of pressure that are put on a lot of people. So it's interesting seeing the fun teams are 1 and 2 right now.
Yeah, I love to hear that. Well, let's talk. Speaking of fun, the leaderboard for the females was also mixed up slightly when we got into the water, or at least changed just a bit. What really stood out watching the women?
I think the fact that as the field goes, there were better swimmers in the women's group than there were in the men.
Interesting.
Overall. And I love the fact that you had Mayfem getting in the water and looked so strong all the way through. We know that in Rich's camp, they swim. We know that they train on high endurance stuff. So this was going to be a good event for them. I really expected them to be out in the lead. I mean, if you're going to put an endurance type event in there, you got your 2 team people, which are the best of the best, and then you throw an endurance athlete like Haley in there. You can't not be good. But I wasn't expecting them to be as pushed as much as they were. But they, man, all the way through, looked so relaxed. I mean, Haley's waving to the crowd and smiling. I mean, you usually see her with no expression anyway.
Yeah.
And she's waving to the crowd as they're about to finish. And then, okay, let's go win. All right, guys. Impressive.
Jeremy, anybody else get your attention?
Krieger, I spoke to Kristen Holzer on the floor yesterday when we were announcing, and I said, how do you pronounce it? And she said, Krieger. And I went, are you sure it's Krieger? And then we found out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because she said Krieger and then went Krieger. And I went, okay, cool, we'll make it Krieger then. And then last night, one of the Norwegian supporters was in the crowd and said, no, it's Krieger. So we went, okay. But they're doing really well, the Norwegian team. So, yeah, good to see, obviously, Kristen Holzer on the floor. Again,
like, sir, we're in America. We're going to make it whatever we want.
That's it. Or even Australian, we'll just butcher everything and just call it whatever we want.
That's right.
We can get away with it.
All right, let's go now to the individual competition. We'll start with the ladies, where we call it moving day. And Emma Tal has made some big moves in the last 3 events, 3rd, 4th, and 2nd.
Jumping straight up that leaderboard. Ellie Turner obviously getting those 2 wins first day, which is outstanding for her, and then finishes with a 5th and a 3rd. So the first 4 events, very good for her. Not so good in the swim, but still top 10. So she'll still be up at the top. But Emma Tall is bouncing all the way up. So have a look for her to probably jump into 2nd on the leaderboard once things sort of get jiggled up a little bit.
Do you see what happened there, Bill? I said Emma Tall, and he was like, no, we're talking about Australia.
It's all about Australia.
Well, I'll say I will take Emma Tall then, and I'll tell you what, man, she had a tall order to fill coming in here, sitting in that 6th place spot coming into this event, and man, did she hammer it down. And she did so great in this event, which is awesome. I mean, if you have one that's within your strength, you got to knock it out of the park. But what has been most impressive with her is there's been an upward trajectory of all of her events. I mean, you have a 16th finish, a 10th, a 3rd, a 4th. So she's doing this, and she's definitely, with that last win is going to be grabbing those points. We talked about being moving day earlier today. She's making some moves, and so she really is making a big push to get herself up onto that podium.
Yeah, no shortage of excitement here in both men's and women's fields. Again, if you guys aren't at Wodapalooza, you need to make it out here. Let's talk about the men. It was an exciting finish, separated by seconds for a lot of these top finishers. Who are you looking at? Like when you watch that men's competition, who really jumped out and grabbed you? And I love the way you say his name.
Oh, which one?
Peppa.
Oh, Dallin.
Thought you really liked Peppa.
Yeah, as a youngster, Dallin Pepper was very, very good, and going through the teenage division and would sort of decimate the competition like the entire way through, and it was what was going to happen once he got to that open division. And now he's really proving himself and sitting there in the top 5 with all his results so far. So he's doing like really, really well, considering he's got Pat Vellner to chase down, like the champ from last year. And, like, I think he's just doing really well and not getting flustered at all. He's just really composed.
We've seen very few male athletes make that jump from teenage to open division successfully. And in terms of his physical stature and the way that he's matured, like, he looks like he's a great one to kind of lead the way in that sense. Bill, anybody else we should be watching?
Yeah, I mean, the two that I have been keeping my eye on, obviously, is Phil Toon. We're like, oh, okay, man, you want to be sitting in that second place spot. This was a rough event for him, and I didn't realize it would be so rough for him. I didn't know where his swimming was going to be. He looked great on the row, just was kind of in there with the pack, but fell way to the back. So being one of the first people into the water, coming out towards the back, back half with Phil Vellner or with Pat Vellner. And then just didn't seem to be able to push it from there. So that was not a good event for him. And he's been kind of an up and down kind of a guy. That's one of the things that kind of keeps him out of the spotlight, is he's just not consistent yet. The other guy I'm looking at is Hopper. First off the row, crushed the row. And actually really hammered the run too, but was really struggling on the 250 meters of the swim. I mean, it's not a far swim, but we saw first in the water, I noticed right away his mouth was open, so it looked like he was breathing very difficultly or was very concerned about the oxygen, and then got way off course. And so he went way off course and took the rest of the field off course. So we were seeing, you know, the male swimmers all over the place and had to be redirected. So a lot of extra work for him. Ended up being able to pull it together, but, you know, again, he's either very up or very down, and I still want to see, I want him to get some consistency. Yes, he's been to the games, but for him to be a great athlete, which I think he has potential, for being a big guy that can move the way he can, he's got to just kind of feel those holds and get that consistency across the board.
Love it. Gentlemen, we've got a very special guest coming to the desk here in a second, so you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Beat it, nerds. All right? We right now we want to remind people that a big part of making this broadcast free is our friends at Whoop. We've got a message from Whoop right now.
We're all chasing after something. A PR, a title, a better you. But whatever it is, it starts the same way. By fine-tuning the little things outside of the box. With better sleep, faster recovery, and smarter choices. So you can train harder and unlock yourself.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
The sun's going down here at Bayside. Joining me at the desk is Mason Alberts from CrossFit's DEI Council. And first and foremost, welcome.
Thank you.
And then secondly, I got to know, like, what is the DEI Council?
Yeah. So our goal is to get more people doing CrossFit. Communities that represent about half the population in the United States are not participating in CrossFit in significant numbers. And the council is having some hard conversations about how we can change that and how we can give tools to the affiliates to help them create the most inclusive environment and have some new faces walk in the door and try this sport.
Sounds great. I mean, how do people kind of find information about this? What your findings and your suggestions?
Yeah, so we'll be, there's a new executive that's joined the CrossFit HQ team, Elaine Marino, and she is working on a strategy to help roll this out and, you know, really just give some tools to the boxes to help them with this outreach strategy.
How'd you get tangled up? You come from a CrossFit background, affiliate?
I sure do.
Okay.
So I started at CrossFit NYC.
Right on.
And spent some time at CrossFit DC. And I can tell you those are two incredibly diverse communities. So, you know, it wasn't, you know, I didn't see a red flag about this for a long time. And then obviously a conversation started more recently about these issues. And I was eager to, you know, share my experience where being a part of those two boxes, I met some of the most incredible people from different backgrounds that I might never have connected with otherwise.
Sure.
And I just see CrossFit as a beautiful place for people from different backgrounds, different walks of life to connect and share, you know, this really great fitness experience that we all love.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, it's one thing that brings us all together regardless of background, race, color, gender,
That's right.
orientation. I love it. So how about this kind of an event and the CrossFit Games? Where does this stuff fit into what you're doing?
Yeah, so we're not just working on ethnic diversity and changing that. We're working to really make sure that adaptive athletes are represented and have an excellent experience in CrossFit boxes and in competitions like this. And I know Wodapalooza is really where the adaptive athlete division started, and it's just taken off in such a huge way at the games. And it's just become core to this community to include them in everything that we do.
That's awesome. I mean, if you've been around for a while, you've done the Open before, but the Open's coming up. I imagine you guys will use that perhaps to push some of these initiatives?
That's right, yeah. We'll make sure that, it's already been announced that there's some new divisions, and, we just want everyone to feel like they can participate. We're also working on initiatives to help larger-bodied athletes feel comfortable going into a box and participating in the Open. Masters athletes, making sure we're delivering the kind of programming that makes sense for them.
Nice.
So we just want everybody to try CrossFit and love it. So.
Amen that. Yeah, I'm the same, man. I love to kind of beat the drum and spread the word.
Yeah.
Anything else that we need to know?
Yeah, well, I just want to echo, what you've heard from Justin Berg and Austin and Paul Tremblay and Gary. Magical things, wonderful, incredible things are happening in the affiliates. And there's a number of nonprofits that are already creating solutions to some of these issues. So I've just joined Forging Youth Resilience, and we're bringing youth from underserved communities into boxes. We're in about 18 affiliates right now, but there's so many other nonprofits. You Lift You is working with formerly incarcerated adults and helping them become CrossFit trainers. We've got the Out Foundation, Project Onyx. The ecosystem of nonprofits that's growing within the CrossFit community is so inspiring.
Yeah.
And I hope that, if you're a box that feels like you want to do something like this, please reach out to CrossFit DEI or, find us. We'd love to get you involved.
So that there's an email or a Instagram handle they could reach out to?
Yeah, so if you'd like to work with youth and bring them into your CrossFit box, Forging Youth Resilience is the way to go. And, of course, Project Onyx, the Phoenix, definitely working hand-in-hand with CrossFit, Out Foundation, Battle Cancer, and You Lift You. So,
right on,
yeah.
right on. Well, thank you so much. Sounds exciting. Can't wait to see how it plays out.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up on Team Event 6 in just a few moments. We hope you'll stick around, enjoy the rest of the action from Saturday here at Wodapalooza 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, looking very, very solid right
Action continues on day 3 at Wodapalooza here as the lights start to come on in Miami for event number 6 for the men's elite teams. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor at the Flagler stage. Event number 6, there's a lot of strategy that's going to come into play in this one.
Yeah, a ton of moving parts here. 5 rounds for time, 2 separate couplets of 30 handstand push-ups, 5 synchro heavy overhead squats. One athlete's going to have 145, one's going to have 205. Sorry, yep, for the men, and then into 5 rounds for time of 30 toes to rings, and then 15 synchro light overhead squats. Only 2 athletes working at a time.
And Celebrate 10 is presented by Yerbay, and here are the keys to event number 6.
Well, you're not going to be able to sub out athletes until you get through a full round, so keep the sets short and sharp, moving quickly, a little bit shorter than maybe you think, just to save some of the fatigue, so you can get through those full rounds, not fail any reps and tap out. Squatters' rights, man. It's going to come down to those final light overhead squats.
There's Blueprint Training. They are in lane number 24. Will Kane, Mikey Steele, and Joshua Victrup.
Yeah, a team over from Europe. Will Kane out of the UK. Joshua Victrup representing Germany. They did phenomenal in the previous event. I expect another strong performance.
This is the second of 3 heats. In the opening heat, that got bumped up, so we apologize not bringing you coverage of that, but they did move the schedule, so that's why we missed the opening heat. It was the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team with a time of 15 minutes, 16 seconds. So we start with the 30 handstand pushes by one athlete as the other athlete hangs from the rings. And as Tommy said, you cannot swap out an athlete until you complete the full round. So that means 30 handstand push-ups and 5 of the synchro overhead squats. And there are 2 differently weighted barbells on the floor. One man will be using a 205-pound barbell. The other will be using the 185-pound barbell. And we already have a handful of teams on to the second part here. They need to be synchronized at the bottom and the top. Some of these teams are having a little trouble kind of figuring that out. That's JST Compete right there on the left side of your screen, along with Blueprint Training.
And you know, we first saw the synchronized overhead squats show up at the CrossFit Invitational back in 2012. But really, outside of that, it hasn't been a huge staple of the team competition. We'll see them from time to time pop up. So a lot of these athletes, especially the ones that are used to competing as individual, this is a very uncomfortable movement for them.
This is DSM Performance. That's Jay Fresh who's getting to work on his, pardon me, that's Slightly Swole. So Jacob Pfaff is the man hanging from the rings. And they are your leaders right now, early on in this second heat.
And we're seeing some teams go 15 and 15 for the most part. A lot of these elite athletes, 15 unbroken handstand push-ups isn't that big of a deal. But for the athlete that has to stay on, that doesn't get subbed out, you start to see a ton of shoulder fatigue. That's going to get in the way once we get to these overhead squats. And like I said, when we transition to the second portion of this event, when you're doing high rep overhead squats, man, you're going to see some wobbly shoulders.
Jacob Pfaff tagging out for Mark Hutchinson. So now Hutchinson and Evan Rogers will get to work for Slightly Swole. And look at Mark Hutchinson here on the handstand push-ups. Again, 30 total have to be completed in a round. One athlete needs to hang from the rings. And now here comes Evan Rogers back in. Now we do not have the updated overall standings after the prior event.
And interesting to see if Hutchinson sticks with strict handstand push-ups in that next round. You know, swapping in, he's fresh. He doesn't have to do, you know, 2 big sets right away. But I mean, for all the speed that you gain from the strict handstand push-up, you lose in fatigue factor.
Slightly Swole, 14th place overall coming into the day, but again, this does not include what they were able to do in event number 5. You talk about just great atmospheres and great settings. Wodapalooza is just second to none. It is an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here, regardless of what venue in which you're holding a competition.
I mean, there's multiple venues here, 4 in total. Tina Hills, we saw previous events start in. They worked over to Bayside. Flagler is kind of center stage for each of the evenings. You get it right underneath the Miami skyline, and Like you said, it never gets old.
Spindle City boys, they are in second place behind Slightly Swole right now. Will Farquharson, Spencer Array, and James Henderson are those three athletes. And then the mini kip there on these 30 handstand push-ups, they have to do 5 rounds, and then they will go immediately into 5 rounds of the toes to rings, and then a lighter synchronized overhead squat. Slightly Swole, Pfaff, and Hutchinson now are the 2 men on the floor. Pfaff is going to have the 205-pound bar, and Hutchinson's going to go for 185. 5 reps that they need to do synchro.
Interesting, we see, you know, after Hutchinson tapped in, that first round, he did the heavy bar. Second round, switches over to the light bar. Just a smart little strategic switch there for the athlete that has been out on the floor longer to transition over to the light bar for the overhead squats.
5th and final round now for Slightly Swole. It's Evan Rogers is back in with Jacob Pfaff.
So just like we saw in previous heats, what we're looking for is the first athlete to start working on those toes to ring to let us know who holds the heat lead.
Now Evan Rogers will swap with Pfaff as they work through their 30 handstand push-ups. This is their 5th and final round here. Time to beat belongs to the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team, 15 minutes, 16 seconds in heat number 1.
And interesting that another member of the Army Warrior Fitness Team, and Jacob Pfaff, is trying to take down some of his fellow teammates here.
Now back to the barbells for the final time. Jacob Pfaff moves at 185 pounds. Evan Rogers is on 205.
The 5th and final round on this first set of 5 for Slightly Swole and 16.
Now you're looking for both athletes to be below parallel at the same time for that synchro to count.
And now Mark Hutchinson gets back on the floor.
I like the hand signals there, signaling how many he needs to do or how long he's going to hold for.
So while one athlete works, the other athlete has to hold a handstand. 30 repetitions they need to complete. Then it's another set of synchronized overhead squats, but now the reps have gone up to 15, but the weight goes down for the men, 135 and 115. First of 5 rounds for Slightly Swole. They are in the lead here in the second of 3 heats.
It's interesting seeing the toes to rings show up. You know, you normally see toes to bar. You don't always get to see the toes to rings. We saw them during the 2019 games.
Second place is lane 20. That's training think tank. That's Tanner Ballas, who's on the handstand, and Brian Wong on the toes to ring. So they are now in second place behind Slightly Swole. JST Compete, they're on the right side of your screen. They are also into the second part of this event, the 5 rounds of the toes to rings and the synchronized overhead squats.
It'd be interesting to see if maybe there was a team kind of just hanging a little bit behind that can make a move now that we get into these high reps of overhead squats coming off of the rig. You know, maybe being the first team out after the heavy shoulder-intensive portion with the handstand push-ups might not be the best thing if you can't hold that pace because of the shoulder fatigue. It'll be really interesting to see how this plays out.
It's lane 26. This is Strong for Life. They currently sit in 3rd place behind Slightly Swole and Training Think Tank. That is Bronislav Olenkowicz, Michael Wozolowski, and Wojciech Sulema.
You see a lot of these athletes holding on for big sets of the rings.
Now back to our leaders right now in this heat. Mark Hutchinson and Slightly Swole, as now Jacob Pfaff is holding that handstand.
You know, Sean, you know, with the toes to rings compared to toes to bar, it's always been easier for me to hold on for bigger sets because the rings have a little sway to them, a little give to them, makes it a little bit less grip intensive. You can utilize this, even the swing and motion of the rings to kind of bolster your kip a little bit.
Final couple reps for Jacob Pfaff. We believe this is the second of their 5 rounds here. 15-16, the time to beat out of heat number 1. This is the second of 3 heats here in event 6, the final event of the day. 2 more events remain for the teams. Hutchinson on the 115-pound bar, Pfaff at 135 pounds. This will be the end of their second round.
And they are flying through these overhead squats. Man, showing no signs of fatigue so far.
Into round 3 for Slightly Swole. As Evan Rogers comes in for Mark Hutchinson.
Just about everybody working on those lighter barbells. 6 up down the lane, number 4 and 6, Move Performance. And points stay up.
Triple T Training Think Tank, they are still in second place here, behind Slightly Swole. And as we mentioned before, you cannot sub out an athlete until the end of a round.
Now, like what we've seen a lot of these teams do is the athlete that stays on the floor and doesn't sub out immediately goes to the toast rings. You're putting so much compression on the wrists and the shoulders from the overhead squat. It almost feels like a little bit of a release on the toast rings. You get a little bit of traction, the opposite of that compressive moment, that compressive motion.
With Brian Wong and Jimmy Woodard, pardon me, Tommy, Brian Wong and Jimmy Woodard getting to work for Triple T, and now back to Slightly Swole in round 3 of 5. Jacob Pfaff now moving to the 115-pound barbell, and Evan Rogers is at 135. 15 synchronized overhead squats here, and then they'll go into round number 4. Trying to track down the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team's time of 15-16. That's the score to beat out of heat number 1.
It's interesting how close they are squatting, especially something like an overhead squat when you're focusing so hard on the stabilization of that barbell. A lot of times you have to pick a visual cue to stare at. And sometimes looking in the eyes of your buddy right in front of you can be a little distracting.
There's Mark Hutchinson holding that handstand as Slightly Swole is in round 4 of 5 here. Evan Rogers working on the toes to rings. First time we've seen these in competition, I believe, since the 2019 games.
Yeah. We got to see it during, I believe, Ringer 1. First time we had seen it in CrossFit competition. Something you normally see maybe in an affiliate. You know, shout out to our buddy Chase Ingram, who couldn't be here today. I know he uses those regularly during open gym.
Good battle for second here between Strong for Life and Triple T Training Think Tank. As Strong for Life has started to creep up a bit here.
That number 4 round of toes to rings at the 12-minute mark.
Past the 12-minute mark.
This event called Celebrate 10 in honor of the 10th year of Wodapalooza. And what better way to honor Wodapalooza than 150.
Another look at the gorgeous competition floor here. A 16-minute time cap here in this event. And it's really hard to just capture the scope and the footprint of this event. We were at Bayside earlier. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen. That's another fantastic venue that they put together here. And just really have been impressed with everything that the Wodapalooza crew has been able to put together. My first time here, and like I said, people who have been telling me about it, they've said how great it is, but they undersold it. So now final round for Slightly Swole. Jacob Pfaff and Mark Hutchinson moving back to the rig. 15-16 is the time to beat out of heat number 1. Pfaff continuing to work on the toes to rings. Mark Hutchinson is holding that handstand. now Pfaff will switch out. Hutchinson will move to the rings.
Seeing a pretty impressive and consistent pace this entire time from Swole for Life. Was curious to see how some of these athletes would tackle the handstand hold. You notice Jacob Pfaff is going a little bit more narrow there, getting a good position overall, getting the wrists, elbows, shoulders, everything stacked on top of each other. Structurally, you're going to be really strong there.
Now Hutchinson and Pfaff are done, and they will move back to the barbells for the final time. Pfaff goes to 135, Hutchinson goes to 115. They have a little more than a minute now to get in ahead of the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team's time of 15:16.
And they have just been in unison this entire time. A tremendous performance so far.
Final couple of reps for Slightly Swole, and Hutchinson and Pfaff will set the new time to beat at 14:40 unofficially. Strong for Life, they currently sit in second place right now. They're trying to hold off a charge from Triple T.
The show continues for 1 more minute. A lot of your teams starting on that fourth or fifth final round. Plenty of opportunity here to snag some points.
Think Big Braun has any problem with that 135
will be an
overhead?
empty barbell for him, and they are in. 15:23 unofficially for Strong for Life. And back to Triple T, who were putting a little bit of pressure on Strong for Life.
Quick no rep, but no deterrence for the training think tank crew.
And they are done, 15:48 for them.
I'm always impressed in that situation.
And that's the time cap. 2-3 teams get inside the 60-minute time cap. Slightly Swole does it the fastest. 14:40 is your new time to beat heading into the third and final heat. 1 heat remains here for event 6 for the teams.
Thank you, Mike. Let's talk about 5 minutes here.
Immediately we were, going to see how these teams were able to handle all the interference from the shoulder work. A few teams struggling from the outset with the heavy overhead squats. But the crew from Training Think Tank, one of the early leaders, able to sync up despite varying heights and lengths for their athletes. After the first round, Slightly Swole took control into those toaster rings. The crew of Jacob Pfaff and Mark Hutchinson closing the door on the final round. They get the best time, and they're fired up.
Men's Heat 3 coming up next. We'll see if anybody can track down Slightly Swole times of 14:40. Lights are on here at Bayfront Park as day 3 of Wodapalooza rolls on. We are at the end of the competition for the day for the elite teams. 1 heat remains in event number 6. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez, Jamie Hagia down on the competition floor. Event 6 is Celebrate 10 as we are in the 10th anniversary of this event, and it is presented by Yerbay.
Yeah, 2 athletes will be tackling this at a time, starting with 5 rounds for time, 30 handstand push-ups, 5 synchro heavy overhead squats, varying weights for each athlete, and 5 rounds, 30 toes to ring, and 15 synchronized light overhead squats, while one athlete's working, the other is going to be doing either a hang or a handstand hold.
Time to beat is 14 minutes and 40 seconds from Slightly Swole. Put that time up in the second of 3 heats.
Yeah, and you won't be able to sub out until you complete a full round, so keep those reps short and sharp. That means fast, intentful reps. Don't necessarily need to go unbroken because you don't want to burn out and start missing reps and you can't sub out. And then squatters' rights. We saw how a team in the previous heat, Slightly Swole, was able to manage those high rep overhead squats despite all the interference.
Team Herculus, they are in lane number 12. The trio of Roy Gamboa, Travis Williams, and Logan Collins. Coming into the day, they were in 4th place overall. Again, we still don't have the updated standings after event number 5, but they were looking to put some pressure on those teams inside the top 3 at the beginning of Saturday.
And, you know, this is a very varied team. I'm always curious to see how a team like Herculus is going to manage the different strengths and skills of their crew.
James Newbury from Thunder from Down Under. You saw the Invictus team with Rob Carmody as well. First part of this event, 5 rounds of 30 handstand push-ups while one athlete holds a hang from the rings, and then 5 synchro overhead squats at 2 different weighted barbells, one at 205 for the men, the other at 185 pounds.
Man, there's a ton of interference here. Feels like the 49er secondary.
Can confirm. There are the boys. That's Noah Olson and Chandler Smith getting it work first. From them, the Thunder from Down Under is on the left side of your screen. The Olson and Smith are the first 2 to the barbells. Gamboa and Travis Williams right behind them.
It'll be interesting to see how the boys attack this because they're so talented in a lot of these movements. They can maybe take a chance and try and go for big unbroken sets because they have the individual capacities behind it all. But who knows? We saw Noah rip through those last handstand push-ups, and he's right back to the wall.
Travis Mayer in for Chandler Smith as the boys are into round 205. Let's send it down to Jamie Hagia.
Being down here and watching these men do these handstand push-ups while their partner is holding, this is a really well-designed workout because you're going to look at a push and a pull. A push of those handstand push-ups, a pull and that hang, and then the next 5 rounds they're going to switch that and be doing a pull on those toes to ring and then a press in that handstand. So you're going to be burning out both, and every single person on your team has to be efficient in all of those movements.
Agree completely, Jamie. I mean, we saw, you know, a team like Slightly Swole with Mark Hutchinson and Jacob Pfaff who were so strong through the shoulder girdle, able to be successful. And, I mean, that's exactly why.
This is the battle for the top spot right now in this heat. On the left is Team Herculus, Logan Collins and Travis Williams. On the right, Travis Mayer and now Chandler Smith as the boys are into their 3rd of 5 rounds here, as is Team Herculus. The boys came into the day with the overall lead, 391 total points.
You know, this is a big event for Herculus because they picked up some ground on Sam Sorella, man. It's possible they've moved into a top 3 position going into this evening, so being able to fight them off and, you know, maybe put some distance between them, huge shot in the arm for their podium hopes.
Sam Sorella, man, they are in lane number 18, right next to the boys.
And after, you know, event win to close out last night, you know, they came out this morning in the Row.Swim.Run and really struggled. They were towards the back half of that final heat.
It's Tyler Eggeman and Philip Muscarella on the barbells right now. Muscarella is on the 185-pound barbell with his back to the camera. Eggeman is at 205. Mayhem in Paradise, it's DeChico and Luke Parker on the barbells. They won event number 5 earlier in the day. Their first event win since winning the opening event. They started the day in 11th place overall. Now that likely changed after event 5. Again, we still don't have the updated official standings after Row.Swim.Run.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Sean, they're the best dressed out there. Look at those basketball jerseys. Bring a little Miami Heat vibe.
Little tribute to the local NBA team here. And the shoes match as well. They are.
I mean, of course, Sean. Why would you look so fly up top without making sure that you got the sugar foot working?
Approaching the 4-minute mark. Again, the time to beat belongs to Slightly Swole. 14 minutes, 40 seconds. Froning into Chico now. Trying to catch this team. Travis Mayer and Noah Olson. Olson wearing the whoop strap. His heart rate now just 149 beats per minute. As they're getting close to closing out the first part of this event. After these 5 rounds of these handstand push-ups and synchro overhead squats, they'll go into the 5 rounds of the 30 toes to rings and the 15 synchronized overhead squats at a much lighter weight. Then 135 and 115 will be on the barbells.
A second ago, we saw Noah's heart rate around the high 140s, low 150s. Having that hold motion in there, especially from the rings, allows you to get your heart rate a little bit down. You're not necessarily going to be spiking it up, you know, into the 90th percentile or so.
So a no rep early there for Travis Mayer. So now he and Olson have sorted things out. This is their 5th and final round of this portion of the event.
Ooh, got to be careful here, especially in the synchro. You see each athlete, we have a tendency as you get tired to let that bar drift forward a little bit. You got to chase it. Can't do that here because you're going to drop it on your buddy.
Now the opening round of the second part of this event as Chandler Smith starts on his 30 toes to rings, and it's Travis Mayer holding the handstand. On the left side of your screen is Herculus, and it's Logan Collins and Travis Williams. So they have.
Look at the difference in kip swing there. Travis using a nice, big, smooth kip swing. You see Chandler Smith just basically almost doing it strict. Possibly doesn't quite have the shoulder mobility, so instead of opening up the hands, letting the chest get through and getting that nice, big, traditional swing, he's just kind of ripping and gripping.
Saw James Newberry hustling to the rings. His Thunder from Down Under has also started the back half of this event. Chandler Smith holding that handstand hold as Mayer works through the toes to rings, but Herculus is putting a little pressure on the boys right now.
Yeah, you can see Logan Collins finishing up that set. He's one of the best on the rings. If you remember back in 2018, we had the 30 muscle-ups for time. That was his best event of the weekend. He's one of the few athletes that is always in the consideration for being able to do 30 unbroken.
And now he is in the lead with Travis Williams. They got to the barbells first. Williams at 135, Logan Collins at 115. They have overtaken the boys on the right side of your screen for the top spot in this heat. Barbells down. Williams tags in Roy Gamboa, and they will head back to the rings. Here comes Noah Olson to help out Chandler Smith. So it's just a slight lead now for Herculus over the boys. Here are your top 3 teams in the vaunted triple box. On the left, it's Herculus. In the middle, the boys. And on the right, Sam Sorella-Man has now moved into 3rd place.
The rarely seen, often lauded triple box. Always nice to see the top 3 teams working in unison.
Collins is off, and he will switch out with Gamboa as Olson and Chandler Smith work. It's Samsonoff and Egeman, I think, for Sam Sorella-Man on the right side of your screen.
Again, you can see Chandler Smith basically just doing them strict, not even really using any sort of upper body motion to try and drive that kip. He's lucky he's so dang strong that he can rip that.
Now the boys are back in front as Olson and Smith get to the barbell for round 2 ahead of Collins and Gamboa. 15 reps here.
Part of the benefit of Chandler being so strong to do it almost strict is faster. You know, you see kind of a shortened kip swing for toes to bar more often than not. You don't see this much with the rings because you get the added benefit of the mobility of the rings to add to the kip swing, but if you can do it, certainly pick up a few seconds.
Just the battle for top 3 is now Rich Froning and Mayhem in Paradise They are in the second part of this event. Froning and DeChico working together. Luke Parker will be up next, assuming they're going to swap somebody out here. Froning at 135, DeChico at 115. Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to have Rich Froning just staring at you during a competition while you're working. No pressure.
You remember when in Raiders of the Lost Ark, when they opened up the Ark of the Covenant? I imagine it's something like that. Can't look at it directly.
It's just too powerful. Here comes Luke Parker in for DeChico. Travis Mayer and Noah Olson are still in the lead here in round 3 of 5 of these toes to rings and synchro overhead squats. Time to beat, slightly swole at 14 minutes, 40 seconds.
We've been seeing Noah kind of shorten up his kip a little bit. You know, one of the byproducts of all this shoulder work, everything starts to fill up with blood. Not quite as mobile overhead. Maybe they're just trying to be less active in the shoulders during the toes to rings to kind of give them a break.
Now Olson and Mayer starting to open up a little bit of distance between themselves and Herculus on the left. Sam Sorella-Man on the right side of your screen. Phil Muscarella and Dennis Samsonov still in third place, and they are right next to Mayer and Olson on the floor. Chandler Smith in for Olson. This is the 4th of 5 rounds now. 30 more toes to rings. There goes Collins and Williams, and I don't think they subbed anybody out there.
I think Gamboa popped out.
So Gamboa did pop out. I looked away for a second and it looked like the same 2 guys were on the floor.
I got you.
Appreciate the help. Logan Collins on the rings, and it's Travis Williams holding the handstand. Then it's Samsonov holding the handstand for Sam Sorella-Man, and it's Tyler Eggeman on the toes to rings. Again, Sam Sorella-Man at the beginning of the day, this is prior to event 5, they were in 3rd place overall.
And it's important that they get ahead of Herculus here because Herculus beat them on the Row.Swim.Run.
And Herculus is only 9 points back of Sam Sorella-Man for 3rd coming into the day. Logan Collins is only 2 reps behind Travis Mayer here. Now Mayer and Smith going to the barbell. Here come Williams and Collins. Closing out round 4 here. And Herculus is pulled even with Smith and Mayer. This one's going to come down to that 5th and final round. It looks like Mayer and Smith may have a slightly faster pace on these synchro overhead squats. 135 and 115 on those barbells. Mayer tagging in Noah Olson. Smith tags in Gamboa, or pardon me, Williams tags in Gamboa.
And the nice part about this rotation, this has been the fastest grouping for the boys, with Noah and Chandler both ripping these toes to ring, just a little bit faster than the long, smooth kip of Roy Gamboa. Remember, they're about 1 rep apart getting to the rings. It's looking like Noah's picked up a couple reps.
And Noah Olson, a much faster turnover rate than Roy Gamboa. And now a no rep, so that one's not going to count as Chandler Smith will switch out. Roy Gamboa continues to work as Logan Collins holds that handstand. And look how fast Chandler Smith is on the right side of your screen. 14:40 is the time to beat. It looks like that's going to be going down. Gamboa is going to do all 30 of them.
And that's what
the boys are done.
And that's what Logan Collins did in the last round to make up some ground.
Collins came off early, and they're still going to give Gamboa credit, so they get away with one there. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter because Noah Olson and Chandler Smith looking to bring home the 3rd event win for the boys here at Wodapalooza in their final 3 repetitions. The barbells are down for Gamboa and Collins. They switch. Chandler Smith hits the buzzer, and the boys bring home another win.
Just a maniacal pace from the boys on those last overhead squats, even after all the shoulder work that they've done.
Now Herculus looks to maybe put themselves into, if not third, solidly maybe into second place, because they are ahead of both Samsarella and the Thunder from Down Under. We have yet to get the official updated standings after event 5, but Herculus really having a good Saturday here as Rich Roning and Angelo DeChico are off the wall and onto the barbell for what should be their 5th and final round.
And you can see in the background, Thunder from Down Under just finally getting to their last barbell.
The Minutemen are closest to the camera. They're trying to put a little pressure on Froning and DeChico, and they have a really fast pace here, and DeChico gets in just ahead of the Minutemen. But all these teams faster than Slightly Swole 1440, and there is James Newberry making the touch.
That's a good sign for the Herculus crew.
As Herculus is able to gain some more ground on the Thunder from Down Under, and Samsarella
See the French GoWad team.
And they are just done with round 4, so they're moving into their 5th and final round.
This one's going to be tough for Willie George. You know, he's coming off a shoulder surgery. One of the things that he mentioned, I bumped into him in Dubai, was that he still doesn't quite have all of the awareness about where things are overhead. So he can get a barbell overhead, but he can't quite feel where that position is.
There was some confusion there with the boys. It looked like they finished, then a judge came up and was talking to them. I don't know if they have a couple reps remaining or what, but there was definitely some confusion there with them. So they had one more rep remaining before they got across, but now they are done and in.
And that's
2.5 men. And there's the Smith Bros.
I think we should rename them. The law offices of Smith, Horner, and Dancer.
That's a good one. The final seconds here as the GoWad French team doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it inside the time cap. Event 6 belongs to the boys, their 3rd event win of this competition, as they were able to outduel Herculus in the latter part of this event.
It was a good race.
And it was really the work that the boys were able to do on the rings there at the end that made the difference.
Yeah, we saw Noah come out and rip a big set early on, and you know, on the heavy barbell, Herculus was able to make up some ground, but when things got to the rings, you can just see Chandler Smith on your right ripping quick, fast sets, not using the full kip. And by the end, even though Herculus made a valiant effort to try and pull even, the work that Chandler and Noah did together on those final overhead squats, I mean, they just lit the fuse. You can see them fired up. They're just having a blast out there.
Herculus is going to finish 2nd in the event unofficially, as the crowd takes a quick break as the barbells are getting rolled off the floor and then the new ones are being rolled on for the women's competition. But you want to be careful. You give up your seat, you're probably not going to get it back here.
Oh, man. And Flagler is the biggest arena. So, you know, when those athletes are out there, you know, for all the charms of the other places, this is where you're going to feel the energy the most.
The male teams, pardon me, are done. They'll hand things over now to the female elite teams, and then we'll close out day number 3 with the elite individuals. Let's send it down to Jamie Hagia. She is with Team Herculus.
Travis, in a workout with so many synchro portions of it, and you depend on your teammate, how were you guys able to prepare for this workout?
We just decided we were going to be really, really aggressive on it, try and do a lot of big unbroken sets. Kind of worked out. We've been way too conservative all weekend, and so the aggressive strategy paid off.
Logan, it was 10 rounds. When did you guys decide to make your move and really go for it?
I think when we got to the total ring and we were even with the boys, it was kind of time to pretty much just kind of sell our souls at that point.
And Roy, you guys are 3 very accomplished individual games athletes. Why go team?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
You guys are individually games athletes, but why did you guys decide to go team instead of competing individual?
I think we just wanted to have some fun, show off some fitness, you know, this early into the season. So it's a good time.
Thank you.
A great day 3 for Travis Williams, Logan Collins, and Roy Gamboa. We'll take a quick break. The men's teams are done. Women's teams coming up next here on day 3 of Wodapalooza.
My name is Amy Thorstetter, 2 times CrossFit Games champion and 11 times CrossFit Games competitor. I have quite a busy lifestyle. I am an athlete, I run a business, and I'm a mom. So I wake up early in the morning and I want to have energy throughout the day. I have had some of the energy drinks out there, but I feel guilty and I feel uncomfortable with what I'm putting in my body, which is why it was a perfect find when I found Yerba. This drink is natural, there's no artificial sweeteners. The caffeine that's in it is diverted from nature, so there's no crazy high spike or crazy drop in it. I want people to be aware of what they're drinking, and I want people to feel good with what they put in their body, which is why I became an investor and part owner in this brand, because I want to bring this to the masses. I want to try to change the world.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
All right, here we go, 2 minutes.
Let's welcome our athletes. Starting on the west side, Team Tres Pasteles, 2 fakes and a blonde. Own It, Think Tank, CrossFit Hype.
90 seconds.
Thunderstorm. Fuse Squad. Complete Athletic Performance. Neon Menage. Myojli Shoe Fly. Team Ireland. Richmond Greyhounds, and on the far east side, Mexican Power.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
30 seconds. Ten seconds, athletes. Stand by.
Miami, welcome to your elite teams for the ladies. Celebrate 10, the name of this test with a 16-minute time cap. 2 sets of 5 rounders. The first one, 5 rounds of 30 handstand push-ups and 5 synchronized overhead squats, 145 and 135 on those barbells. Once they complete those 5 rounds, another 5 rounds of 30 toes to ring and 15 synchronized overhead squats with a slightly lighter barbell moving to 95 and 80. Mike, what do you think is going to pan out with our elite ladies here at Flagler tonight?
Hey man, you got to come out here heavy. Heat number 1, you got to set the bar. First athletes come on off of the wall now, down in lane number 4. Mexican Power. First one's onto the bar. Lane number 8, Team Ireland, unable to hang on to the barbell.
I've got CrossFit Hype also quick to those heavy barbells.
Hype gonna be out in front.
And Hype back to those handstand push-ups. As you can see, the requisite is 1 athlete hanging. Oh my gosh, look at Hype go. She is hyped up.
You know, just because it's the first heat doesn't mean you can't come out here and take an event win. So it's anybody's game, every single workout.
Right you are, Mike, and it looks like CrossFit Hype and 2 fakes and a blonde making a run at that title. Miami, check out Hype out of lane 20 to that barbell yet again.
Mexican Power down in lane number 4.
2 fakes and a blonde also right there with Mexican Power.
Mexican Power fast on the wall, just having trouble getting synced up on those heavy barbells.
CrossFit Hype with the tag, they move into their 3rd of 5 rounds here. Katie from CrossFit Hype making those handstand push-ups look way too easy.
Quick switch out from Richmond Greyhounds. Crossing over the 3-minute mark.
2 fakes and a blonde also transition, trying to catch Hype. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for your heat leader, CrossFit Hype out of lane 20. As a reminder, those hefty barbells sitting at 145, 135 pounds.
Hype moving those heavy barbells pretty fast. Looking forward to seeing them on those lighter barbell.
And Hype finishes their 3rd of 5 rounds here as the first half of Celebrate 10 is underway. 2 fakes and a blonde, starting those heavy overhead squats, trying to get underneath it and in control as CrossFit Hype seems to be running away with it, Mike.
The gymnastics portion, not a problem for most of our teams. But that 145 barbell seems to be giving some ladies some trouble.
I tell you what, Boca, Florida in the house, ladies and gentlemen. CrossFit Hype to that heavy barbell for a 4th time. 5 minutes in, 11 to go, ladies. Oh my gosh, look at the composure under tension by Hype, ladies and gentlemen. One more for CrossFit Hype, slow and methodical for them out of lane 20, and they lock it out.
Coming up on the 6-minute mark, Noah, your leaders, CrossFit Hype.
Right you are, Mike. It was 2 fakes and a blonde and Mexican Power who are pushing along with them, but I'm not sure if they have been able to maintain the pace as Hype is indeed hyped up. Fuse squad. Splitting into an overhead, looking in control under tension. Out of lane 16. As Thunderstorm rocks through their handstand push-ups yet again. CrossFit Hype, ladies and gentlemen. Last set of heavy synchronized overhead squats and a fail. 3 reps to go for them here. Ladies and gentlemen, those green Rogue bumper plates calling the name of these athletes to let us know who holds the lead, and it's probably going to go to Hype if they can maintain their pace. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your heat leaders out of lane 20 from Boca Raton, Florida, CrossFit Hype. Mike, talk to me about those toaster rings down there on the east end.
Richmond Greyhounds working on their first set of toes to rings, trying to play catch up with your leaders, CrossFit Hype. Remember, it's still another 5-rounder, but now we're still with a gymnastics move and some lighter barbells. Pick up that pace a little bit.
Right you are, Mike, just past the 8-minute mark. That means a little fewer than 8 minutes to go. So your 1 and 2, Hype and Richmond Greyhounds. Hand in the air for CrossFit Hype on these toes to ring.
Four reps to go for Richmond.
Miami, your leaders approaching the lighter barbells for the first time.
And now the Richmond Greyhounds.
Can Richmond catch CrossFit Hype? They have plenty of time to do it, Mike. I've also got Own It Think Tank onto those toes to rings, as is Team Tres Pasteles.
5 reps to go, make it 4 reps to go for Richmond.
CrossFit Hype finishes their first of 5 rounds here as we approach the 10-minute mark. Miami, where are you?
Richmond trying to get back to the rings.
CrossFit Hype came out of the gates in full force. It's paid off so far as they maintain the lead, but the Richmond Greyhounds on their heels.
Time slipping away though, Noah. 10.5 minutes in. 5.5 minutes remaining. Your leaders working on round number 2 of this final 5-rounder.
4 more toes to ring for Hype. And they will come to the lighter barbells for the second of 5 times. Mike, 11 minutes in, 5 minutes to go, ladies.
Final toe to ring rather for Richmond. Round number 2, back to the barbells. At about a 5-rep deficit over their leader, CrossFit Hype.
CrossFit Hype, a little support from the stands never hurts. And they will finish their second round and back to those toes to rings.
Richmond heading back for round number 3. Moving a lot faster for some of your teams now. On those lighter barbells, but is it enough to catch Hype?
We're gonna find
Richmond.
out. Thunderstorm, a few squad, Tres Pasteles, just a few of the teams trying to catch our leaders. I tell you what, Mike, that's a lot of toes to rings, brother. Owen Think Tank looking very strong. Out of lane 22. Those are my dancers, by the way. They like to dance. I dig it. Welcome to Wodapalooza, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for CrossFit Hype, not letting go of that lead as they progress to the barbells yet again. Just past the 13-minute mark. Fewer than 3 minutes remaining, ladies.
Richmond looking to finish up round number 3. On those barbells.
Mike, the Richmond Greyhounds, they just may be on pace with Hype.
Final rep for Richmond Greyhounds at the same time as Hype.
Hype done with another set of synchronized overhead squats, and they head back to that rig. 2 minutes remaining, ladies.
Thunderstorm looks to be right there with them.
Tres Pasteles on the far end out of lane 26, also nipping at their heels.
Just under 2 minutes remaining, ladies. Under 2 minutes to go.
CrossFit hype has been hyped up this entire time, but the Richmond Greyhounds are trying to rain on their parade. Who's it gonna be, ladies and gentlemen?
Team Ireland heading back out for another round.
1 minute to go, ladies. One more toast ring for hype. And your current leader out of lane 20 with less than a minute to go, CrossFit hype.
The Richmond Greyhounds touching up on the barbells for round number 4. "30 seconds to go, ladies."
Here comes Thunderstorm. Crowd, how about 20 seconds of love for our elite ladies?
Noah, we're gonna count them down. Come on, ladies, stay moving. 10 seconds.
CrossFit hype, back to the rings.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for our elite teams taking on Celebrate Ted. CrossFit hype. They were on their final set of toaster rings and got 2. Not a bad performance.
Team action continues here on day 3 at the 10th anniversary of Wodapalooza. It's the second heat of event 6, the second and final event that the teams will face here on day number 3. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Event 6 is presented by Yerbe. It is Celebrate 10 and 2 distinct parts to this event.
Yeah, each couplet is 5 rounds for time. The first round is 30 handstand push-ups while one athlete hangs, and 5 synchro overhead squats that are heavy with variable weights. Then we go to 5 rounds of 30 toaster rings while the other athlete holds a handstand hold, and then 15 synchro overhead squats with a lighter load.
No one was able to complete this event in heat number 1. CrossFit Hype got the closest, 9 rounds and 2 toes to rings.
Yeah, a couple of keys here, short and sharp. That refers to the rep ranges and the transitions. Remember, with one athlete working at a time, no need to burn out and keep your other teammates waiting, because you can only swap out after a full round. And then squatters' rights. We've seen some of the top teams really blast those final overhead squats in the second couplet.
There's Team Invictus, the trio of Jen Ryan, Brittany Weiss, and Devin Kim. Coming into the day, they sat in 14th place overall.
And a team with a ton of experience. Jen Ryan's been to the games on a team 3 times. She's gone to the games as a Masters, where she finished 8th in 2019. Brittany Weiss has been to the games twice on a team, and Devin Kim was the first teenage athlete to qualify for all 4 years of the team comp at the games that year eligible.
Brittany Weiss was starting on the rings. Devin Kim was starting on the handstand push-ups. The first part of this event, 5 rounds of the 30 handstand push-ups, while 1 athlete hangs from the rings, and then 5 synchronized overhead squats. There are 2 differently weighted barbells out there for the women. The heavier barbell is at 145 pounds, and then the lighter at 135.
And for the most part, until the end, we didn't really see any teams resting on one athlete to do the full set unbroken. They've split them up in half, kept the transition snappy, and reduced the total time under tension.
Just about all the teams working their ways to the barbells for the first time. Have to be synchronized at the top, synchronized at the bottom in order for the rep to count. So most of these teams now closing out their first of 5 rounds in the opening part of this event. A couple of teams have already started that.
Oh, look at those strict handstand push-ups from Jen Ryan.
This is their second round here.
I bumped into Jen, earlier today, and she gave us some props for highlighting her. She said, "Thanks for giving this old lady some airtime." I said, "There's nothing old about you. You're out there ripping it like it's no big deal."
And now Devin Kim moving to the handstand push-ups as Jen Ryan is on the rings.
Boats and bows there, ripping through those handstand push-ups. We haven't really talked about hand placement. There is that box. There's a tape line. Athletes keeping their hands inside. Typically, the standardized box benefits women just a little bit longer, because for the men, a little bit broader shoulders. That means the hand placement's going to be a little bit wider. So for the women, widening out the hands that far really just shortens the range of motion.
And now Boats and Bows, where they were having some problems with that barbell. Lane 20, these are your leaders. This is Italian vibes. Antea Longo, Chiara Salandra, and Marta Riccatini. Riccatini is the athlete hanging from the rings. And it's Salandra who is in that yellow top. They will move back to the barbells to close out round 3. Riccatini is on the 135-pound bar, and Salandra is on the 145-pound bar. And Invictus, they're on the bottom right. They are currently in second place right now in the heat. 1 lane over Team Yerbe. They are in third place as Italian Vibes gets to work on round 4, as Antea Longo has come in for Marta Riccatini.
4 minutes in, athletes, 4 minutes in.
You can see just how short that range of motion is for both these women in the big box.
And Longo now onto the handstand push-ups, and a really great pace for her.
As someone with a 6'9" wingspan, this just makes me cry a little bit on the inside.
no way I could ever do a handstand push-up that quickly. Now to the barbells for the 4th time for Italian Vibes.
And you can see, you know, the upper left-hand corner of your screen and Italian Vibes, we're seeing more of this hybrid overhead squat hand position. You know, back in the day, you used to automatically go to whatever grip you would snatch with. But as, you know, athletes figure out, work on their mobility, they'll narrow the hand width just to be a little bit more stable.
Team Yerbe down in lane 14 has now overtaken Italian Vibes for the lead. Nicole Burke, Rachel Thibodeau, and Haley Murillo. This is their 5th and final round here. Italian Vibes on the left side of your screen now has fallen back into 2nd place. The score to beat belongs to CrossFit Hype. They were able to get through 9 total rounds of this event and got credit for 2 toes to rings. 16-minute time cap in this event.
Look at the speed of the handstand push-ups on the left.
And Italian Vibes, that's where they're able to make up some ground. Nicole Burke and Rachel Thibodeau going back to the barbell for Yerbe. And it's Riccotini and Longo on the barbell on the left side for Italian Vibes. That's Nicole Burke for Team Yerbe on the left side, and Rachel Thibodeau is on the right. Their barbells are down, and they are now done with the first half of this event. They will now move on to the 5 rounds of the 30 toes to rings with one athlete holding a handstand. Italian Vibes, courtesy of their work on those handstand push-ups, they are slightly now ahead of Yerbe.
And the one place where Italian Vibes lost some ground was on the overhead squat. Be curious to see, because they pushed the pace on those handstand push-ups, how they look on the high rep overhead squats. Do they have enough in the tank as far as shoulder stability overhead?
Italian Vibes on the left, they are your leaders right now in the 2nd of 3 heats, and on the right, that's Team Yerbe. They are in 2nd. Coming into the day, Italian Vibes sat in 18th place overall. Team Yerbe was 15th, but again, we do not have the updated scores after event number 5. We're past the we're approaching the halfway point of this event. Now through 7 minutes. Top 3 on the screen right now. Upper left is Italian Vibes. They are your leader. 2nd place is Team Yerbe. They are in the light blue tops and dark blue shorts. And then next to them is Invictus, and they sit in 3rd place as Jen Ryan is on those toes to rings for Invictus. And now Italian Vibes and Yerbe off the wall at the same time. Now they go back to the barbells for 15 synchronized overhead squats. 95 pounds on the heavier barbell, 80 pounds on the lighter one.
And you see both athletes from Italian Vibes opting for that narrow hand grip. What that allows you to do is you can basically clean it up and jerk it directly overhead into an overhead squat position. You don't have to pop it over the top, adjust your hands at the rack position, or even attempt to snatch it. It's just a little bit faster and more efficient if you have the shoulder mobility.
Marta Riccotini is the athlete in the red top. Chiara Salandra is the one in the long back black pants. This team finished 2nd in the qualifier to get to Miami, and they are trying to hold off Yerbe here in heat number 2 as Riccotini gets to work on the 30 toes to rings, round 2 for them. Yerbe on the right, they sit in 2nd.
I tell you what, that's why they are our elite ladies, like. Coming up on the 9-minute mark.
Yerbe getting through 15 and taking a break.
Interesting, they didn't swap out there. They're opting for the one big chunk from Haley Murillo.
And there's a look at Flagler stage here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Event number 6 is Celebrate 10. We are in the 2nd half of this event right now. The toes to rings and the 15 synchro light overhead squats. 80 pounds and 95 pounds on those barbells that you see on the right side of your screen as Italian Vibes is off the wall. And looking to close out round 2 here. Here comes Yerbe. Haley Murillo and Rachel Thibodeau.
Yeah, it's always impressive to see the synchronized movements here. You look at Haley Murillo on the far side of the screen, on the right-hand side. She is one of the taller athletes in the field at 5'9". She's a half a foot taller than Rachel Thibodeau. You know, more often than not, fitness doesn't care about your height, your weight. But when you have to synchronize, just having those different lever lengths, the hip heights, the different squat cadence.
10 minutes in, 6 minutes to go.
So now just 6 minutes remaining before we hit the time cap. Italian Vibes, they are done with round 2 and now into round 3.
It is going to be Italian Vibes with 1 and now a 2-rep lead in front of Invictus and Team Yerbe.
You see the difference in hand position from both athletes in the handstand hold. We talked about this for the men. You know, you'll sometimes see for a handstand hold, athletes move their hands in a little bit so they're more stacked, a stronger structural position for the handstand.
Top 3 teams in this heat are on your screen. Italian Vibes on the left side, and then on the right, it's Yerbe and Invictus. Chiara Salandra on the left side working through the toes to rings, and she will trade off now with Antea Longo. 5 minutes remain. Training think tank in lane 18, Kalarina Key is wearing a whoop strap, so we should be able to monitor her heart rate during the event. She is in the black top as Invictus is back to the barbells, trying to stay in that battle for the top 3. So just 117 for Kalarina Key.
It just goes to show you the benefit that you get from the handstand hold, getting to knock the heart rate down. The rings aren't really a fast movement. It's a nice fluid movement. It's a little bit easier to breathe and find a cadence on. Impressive that her heart rate's so low.
Barbells are down. 3 of 5 rounds are now done for the leaders as they move into round number 4. 9 rounds and 2 toes to rings is the best score we've seen so far from CrossFit Hype. Invictus now has overtaken Italian Vibes for the lead. Brittany Weiss and Devin Kim getting to work here. Weiss on the rings, Devin Kim holding the handstand. That's Haley Murillo from Yerbe. Her team was in second place behind Italian Vibes.
Oof. Getting in towards the end here, man. The shoulder's got to be on fire. You're seeing a few athletes on that wall. They're starting to lose the midline a little bit. We're seeing the not just the bow, but specifically through the lower back and mid back.
Invictus is off the wall and onto the barbells for the 4th time here. They'll have 1 round remaining after this. Once again, your top 3 on the screen. Invictus in the bottom right, they are your leaders. Yerbe and Italian Vibes, they are fighting for second place right now in the heat.
Remaining.
15 total synchronized repetitions they need to complete on these differently weighted barbells. And now the final round for Invictus as Jen Ryan has come in. Sorry, it's Devin Kim and Brittany Weiss who are in. Jen Ryan was in that last round. She is tagged out. So Devin Kim is on the rings. Brittany Weiss holding the handstand. You can see just how much she's straining right now. It's the 5th and final round, trying to become the first team to complete this event inside the 16-minute time cap.
You can even see the distended midline there of her heavy breathing, trying to stabilize. Devin Kim, right when she hopped on the ring, she did a little hop at the top. She almost like choked up a little bit. Smart to re-grip mid-rep without having to come down.
Brittany Weiss on the rings now. Devin Kim holding the handstand. 30 total reps they need to complete, then another 15 synchronized overhead squats. Then they got to get across the finish line. 90 seconds remaining. And Invictus is going to have a really good chance here. Weiss is done. She and Kim will go back to the barbells. 15 reps remain. And 95 and 80 pounds on the barbell here, and it's going to be Kim on the 95-pound barbell, and Brittany Weiss, who we saw really straining with that handstand, grabbing the lighter barbell. Less than a minute remaining. Jen Ryan making sure that her teammates are getting low enough to make these squats count. She's in the background there. And they are done. 15-19 unofficially for Invictus to set the new top time.
A strong performance from the crew out of San Diego. Anytime Invictus is in the lineup, you know they're going to have a few strong events.
Italian Vibes is in at 15:34. Takes second place in the heat. And now Yerbe getting set to come across. And they are in 15:49 unofficially. Final seconds. We'll see if anybody else can get across the finish line inside the time cap. Top three teams led by Invictus, 15-19 unofficially for them, followed by Italian Vibes at 15:34, and then Yerbe at 15:49.
And pretty early on, we had a few teams jump to the forefront on the back of some strong handstand push-ups. You get Italian Vibes there. Got Team Yerbe. But then during that third and final couplet, we saw both those teams holding strong, but Invictus made a push, going for big chunks behind the youngsters, Devin Kim, Jen Ryan, Brittany Weiss. They're able to separate and become the first team in this elite women's field to finish the event. With no teams finishing in the first heat, pretty much guarantees them a top half finish.
One heat remains for the elite women teams. We'll see if anybody can knock off Invictus, the first team to finish this event inside that 16-minute time cap. Saturday night at Wodapalooza. It's day number 3 of competition. The teams closing things out with event number 6, the third and final heat for the women. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is on the competition floor. We will hear from her in just a second. Event 6 is Celebrate 10, presented by Yerbe. 2 distinct halves of this event.
Yeah, with some gymnastics, some barbell, 2 couplets, 5 rounds each, 30 handstand push-ups, 5 synchronized heavy overhead squats on the first one, then 30 toes to ring and 15 light overhead squats synchronized in the second one. But in that first portion, during the gymnastics portion, the other athlete has to hold either a handstand or hangs from the rings.
Let's go down to Jamie Hagia, who has a great vantage point at Flagler stage.
Thank you, Sean and Tommy. We are down here, and what we're looking at in this workout is going to be a combination of a push and a pull. That first portion is going to start with those handstand push-ups and that press, and essentially that hang is going to be your pull. In the next 5 rounds, you're going to flip that, and then you're going to be doing a handstand hold here in your press and those toes to ring on your pull. The really nasty part, after you hold your handstand, you have to go to that barbell and hold that over, and perform overhead squats, which is essentially the same position.
A lot of interference in this event.
Ooh, like I said, it's like the 49ers secondary, but
keep hammering that.
Cowboys fan, I can't help it. Short and sharp, squatters' rights, 2 keys to the event. Because of the nature of the interference, keep those reps snappy, keep the transition short. And then squatters' rights at the end, the teams that were able to really hammer home those high rep overhead squats were successful.
Born primitive underdogs, they came in 4th place to start the day.
Yeah, they haven't been able to beat the top 3 teams in an event yet, and I think that might happen here. The crew of Alex Gazan, Kyra Milligan, and Allison Scudds, all solid in the gymnastics arena. And this could be an opportunity for them to finally make a push and get some confidence.
We are underway in the 3rd and final heat. The time to beat belongs to Invictus, 15 minutes, 19 seconds. Now, as we said, we do not have the updated official overall standings, but one thing we do know based on what happened in event number 5, Krieger and Mayfem are once again tied atop the overall standings. 2nd time so far in this competition, the 2 of them have been knotted up on top of the overall leaderboard, so we'll keep an eye on that race. Haley Adams and Andrea Nisler out first for Mayfem. Nisler on the 145-pound barbell. Haley Adams at 135. 5 synchronized overhead squats here. Team Krieger is on the right. Lena Richter and Kristen Holta out there to start things off for them. Nisler and Haley Adams are done. Here comes Taylor Williamson. So Mayfem in the early lead here. Haley Adams has the whoop strap. You can see it on her left wrist. 122 beats per minute. She's barely working right now.
Yeah, I knew it's a little bit higher than we saw some of the other athletes in a previous heat, but one of the things that can affect heart rate is changing levels. That means, dropping down for a burpee, kicking upside down, basically adjusting the blood pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't go much higher than that the rest of the way, though. Haley is just an amazing athlete.
There's Taylor Williamson on the handstand push-ups. 30 reps they need to complete here while the other partner hangs. These were your standings after 4 events, so this was coming into the day. And given the fact that Mayfem beat Krieger by 1 spot in event number 5, they were able to pick up 3 points. They are tied atop the overall standings, barring anything weird in the scoring that's happening right now. But that was coming into the day after 4 events. Lena Richter and Ingrid Odenmeyer now for Team Krieger, going through their overhead squats.
And here's one of the things with a heavy overhead squat that you don't really think about in competition, right? The time between warming up, staging, and entering the competition floor can sometimes be 10, 15 minutes, maybe even more than that, depending on the layout of the venue and how they're staging athletes. So sometimes, especially in a complicated movement like an overhead squat, the first time you touch in that barbell, it's going to take a few reps to kind of grease the groove.
These are your leaders right now in the heat. 3 blind mice. The team of Tommy DePrima, Madison McElhaney, and Emma Ferreira. And it's DePrima and I think Ferreira on the barbell here in round 2 for them. And they will swap out and get started on round number 3. And here comes Madison McElhaney.
Madison, the former pro MMA fighter.
Three Blind Mice came into the day in 8th place overall. And McElhaney will go to the rings, and Tommy DePrima is on the handstand push-ups. Great pace for them as they rifle through these 30 reps.
It's always impressive to see the speed with which they do that full kipping handstand push-ups. For a lot of us watching at home, the more you pull the knees down for that kick, the more likely you're able to come off the wall because it pulls you away from your center line.
Really a flawless round there for DePrima and McElhaney as they are now in rounds 4 of 5 here of the opening half of this event. After they complete this next round, that's when they move to the toes to rings with the handstand hold and then the 15 synchro overhead squats, the weight going down to 95 and 80.
Now it's interesting, we've seen a lot of tag in, tag out type scenarios here where the athlete has to stand back at the starting mat, basically standing there watching while their teammates go out. I think in this instance it's going to be a little bit easier to wait just because of the nature of the speed of the event, that you're going to cherish those few moments where you get a break.
McElhaney is done along with Emma Ferreira, and they'll go back to the barbell and close out round 4. 5 reps here, and so far they have been pretty good on the barbell. I think they just got hit with a no rep. These are your top 2 teams. Mayfem has moved into second. The most important thing for Mayhem right now is that they're ahead of Krieger. Again, those 2 teams are tied unofficially atop the overall standings after 5 events. And now 3 blind mice. They are in their second half of the event. Tommy DePrima and Emma Ferreira out there. DePrima on the rings, Ferreira holding the handstand, and it's Nistler and Williamson on the barbell for the final round of this portion of the event for Mayfem. Here comes Haley Adams in for Nistler, and she and Taylor Williamson will start the second set of 5 rounds. Adams in that handstand hold, and Williamson getting to work on the toes to rings.
In the last heat, we saw some teams opt to let the athlete on the toes to ring do all 30 unbroken. In each instance, it was because they were making a push, so be curious to see if we see an athlete like maybe Haley Adams, or maybe even like Kristen Holta go for a big set.
Three blind mice. They're done with their first round. Now on to the 15 synchronized overhead squats. The weight on the barbell has dropped now 95 pounds and 80 pounds. Ferreira on the 95-pound barbell, and it's DePrima who's working with that 80-pound barbell. Three blind mice, they are done. Team GoWad right now in the top 3 in this event. Mia Hesketh, Solveig Sigurdardottir, and Julie Hogard, they are in 3rd place. And it's Sol Sigurdardottir and Mia Hesketh onto the barbell. They came into the day in 3rd place overall, but did surrender some points to Mayfem and Krieger in that prior event.
Look at the overhead position of Mia Hesketh on the right. Basically in a jerk position. She's got tremendous shoulder mobility, also able to stabilize overhead. She's so strong. One of the absolute best when it comes to the barbell.
GoWad in 3rd place behind Three Blind Mice and Mayfem right now. Born Primitive underdogs, talked about them to start this event. They came into the day in 4th place overall. They're trying to keep pace with the leaders. They're not in the battle for the top 3, but they are on the second part of this event. Allison Scudds, and it looks like Kyra Milligan holding that handstand hold.
Love trying to identify people while they're upside down. Oh, that's Alex Gazan.
It is Alex Gazan, so had a 50-50 shot there and got that one wrong. This is Team Krieger. That's Lena Richter, and I believe that's Kristen Holta in the handstand hold. Now they got to be careful and not lose too much ground to Mayfem and just stay close to them here, because Mayfem, if they can win this event, they will overtake the Krieger for the top spot. They'll have that all by themselves going into the fourth and final day of competition. Krieger and Mayfem tied for the overall lead here.
Krieger just got a no rep there, trying to snatch that first barbell. You know, obviously it's fast. It's an efficient way to get that first rep in, but you know, the timing of it all, trying to sync up with your partner, does lend itself to a few no reps here and there.
Invictus has the time to beat at 15:19. Three Blind Mice, they are still in the lead here.
And interesting, you see Emma Ferreira fighting against the rings there. She got her center of gravity swinging on the rings so much so that she actually wasn't able to utilize it for her kit. While the rings were going back, she was also trying to swing back, and she was almost fighting against it there. It's tough to get that back once you get off kilter.
Emma Ferreira and Madison McElhaney, despite the fact that one of them is inverted, they're doing a really good job of talking to each other while that's going on.
You know, we haven't had a ton of team elements so far this weekend. We got a little bit of synchronized stuff and Worm on day number one, but you know, this event really has dialed up the teamwork elements, the communication, the strategy of order and working in unison together. Look at how fast those overhead squats are.
A great pace here for Ferreira and McElhaney as Mayfem is starting to catch up. Both of these teams in their third of 5 rounds here. Williamson and Nisler looking to close out their round as Three Blind Mice go back for round number 4, Ferreira and DePrima. Now here comes Haley Adams along with Taylor Williamson. The Three Blind Mice still able to hang on to a lead here, but Mayfem may be cutting into it just a bit. About 6 reps behind Three Blind Mice.
And this is where pairings come into play, right? You know, we still have another round. That last pairing of Taylor Williamson and Andrea Nisler was extremely strong. They were able to make up ground there, but you know, squat speed may be something that Haley isn't as great at. Can she hold up here?
Ferreira kicked off the wall momentarily. That meant that DePrima had to stop as Haley Adams and Taylor Williamson trying to keep the pressure on the 2 women on the left. "16-minute time cap in this event. And again, the top time belongs to Invictus. 15:19, put that up in heat number 2. This is the third and final heat for event 6 for the women, the final event that they will face today. 2 more events remain for them on Sunday, and Mayhem has managed to close the gap even more here.
Oh man, look at that squat speed. This is Haley Adams proving me wrong, going right after it. Smart adjustment. Haley was the new add-on to the team, but they still made her go with the lighter barbell because Taylor Williamson is so strong.
And done at the same time. We're dead even going into the 5th and final round. It's going to be McElhaney and DePrima.
And a little miscommunication there between DePrima and McElhaney on who's going to go to the rings. You know, just that little hesitation allowed Mayhem to get up there and get Haley pouring on some reps to move ahead.
It's Haley Adams and Andrea Nisler for Mayfem.
Look at DePrima's hand placement. She's shifting left and right. She was very narrow, really structurally sound, but then moving the hands just slightly to change up the stimulus a little bit.
Well, McElhaney remains on the rings as Mayhem made a transition, may have allowed McElhaney to get a couple reps ahead.
It looks like McElhaney might be holding on for the full set here. Oh,
McElhaney drops off.
Spoke too soon.
DePrima's going to jump up. Nisler continuing to work here.
Ooh, you can see Nisler really fighting the swing of the rings there.
Final reps for Nisler, and she is really battling that swing, but able to get through it. Final few reps for Three Blind Mice as Nisler's really fighting the swing of those rings. A no rep for Three Blind Mice, and that is going to be huge as Mayfem gets to the barbell ahead of them through 1 rep, now 2, 3 reps in, 4, 5 are done, and that is huge for Mayfem as they're looking to win the event.
Madison McElhaney tried to anticipate the call.
Lane 16, meanwhile, Team Krieger has caught up. They've moved into second. We'll have to see who got to the buzzer first. Whoever it is, they're going to be your overall leaders going into the final day. Now, here comes Three Blind Mice. They're going to take third place in the event.
And it looked like Mayhem may have gotten to the buzzer first, but for Krieger to come in and overtake Three Blind Mice at the end there, precious points potentially lost that they got snatched back at the final moment.
The deficit will only be 3. Now we just got to wait and see who won the race. We think it was Mayfem. So they came into the day with only a 3-point lead over Krieger. They will go out with possibly only a 3-point lead over Krieger.
We see Team Fleo, Kelly Baker, Kelsey Keel looking solid with these overhead squats. I mean, Kelsey, just picturesque overhead squats.
Fight for 4th place here between Go Wad and the Born Primitive Underdogs. The Born Primitive Underdogs are on the far side of the floor, right side of your screen. Go Wad, Hogard, and Sigurdsdottir with a little bit better pace. They have 1 rep to go. Barbell's down 4th place for Go Wad. And now a break for the Born Primitive Underdogs. 30 seconds before we hit the time cap. And Scuds is not going to get, now they're out of sync. One more rep. The Born Primitive Underdogs still have another round to go. We thought that they were in their final round, but that was only round 4. They are not going to finish this event inside the time cap. But we do know that Mayfem was able to edge out Krieger at the finish, and that means that unofficially they will Mayfem a 3-point lead on Krieger going into the final day. Just 2 events remain, so get ready for an exciting Sunday for the women's team competition. This one has been close throughout, and it's going to be a nail-biter in those final 2 events.
Oh, man, and this thing was close the entire time. Early on, Mayfem, despite a little struggle there from Haley Adams on that first rep, getting nice and close to the front of the pack, and Three Blind Mice started to pull ahead as we transition over to the second couplet. And it looked like they may be able to outduel Mayfem, but as we got later on into the heat, little communication errors, some confusion, and some costly mistakes allowed Krieger to creep up and almost steal the event win from Mayfem. But the crew from Cookeville gets another event win, and coming in tied, they're going to put just the narrowest of margins between them and Krieger, the crew from Norway.
Send it down to the floor. Jamie Hagia is with Mayfem.
Haley, you guys were able to pull off that victory. What was your game plan going into this workout?
Well, we actually had a really good game plan, but me getting all scatterbrained and not really know how to do a team, I completely messed it up. So I don't really know what happened, but it worked.
On those overhead squats, you guys made up a lot of time. It was still a close race. How were you able to keep your composure?
Honestly, it's really loud. I heard overhead squat. I don't know. I think that when we get locked in with the barbell, like we're in sync with each other, you just got to stare at the crowd and you can't let them down. So you can't drop it.
Taylor, being in this position, you guys heading in tomorrow, it's a close race. What do you guys need to do to finish strong the rest of this weekend?
Keep doing our best and working as a team. It's really simple.
Thank you.
Man, I mean, Mayfem really came on strong today. It looks like they got back-to-back event wins. Usually the day before the finale is called moving day, and if you're going to walk away with 2 event wins and a perfect day on moving day, you did your job, that's for sure.
For all the scores and updated leaderboards, you head to Wodapalooza.com. It's going to be close and a lot of fun for the final day of competition on the women's side. Teams are done. Individuals coming up next here on day 3 of Wodapalooza.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to ROMWOD. We're gonna focus on the quads and hamstrings, so let's begin. Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 3, 2, 1. Remember, it takes persistency and consistency to deepen your level of flexibility. This will in every way increase your level of performance as well as your level of wellness throughout day-to-day life. Thank you so much for taking time out to do today's ROMWOD routine. We'll see you tomorrow.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
The lights are on here at Flagler Stage as the individuals are set to come out for their 6th event of this competition. Final event here of day number 3 at Wodapalooza. Glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Bill Grundler. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. 10 total rounds here in Celebrate 10, presented by Yerbay.
And I just love the way this is set up. Look at that. 5 rounds of 15 handstand push-ups, heavy overhead squats for 5, and then we flip-flop it. We go 5 rounds of 5 ring muscle-ups, and then 15 on those lighter overhead squats. This is a shoulder burner, my goodness.
Just 2 total heats for the individuals. This is the first of those 2 heats. 19 women in the field here for this opening heat. And Carolyn Connors will be working out of lane number 16.
You know that when I looked at this event, the first thing that stepped off the page for me was all those handstand push-ups at 75. All these athletes can do a 30, even 45. But when you get into that number, if you are going to be good in this event, you have to have shorter range of motion and just be really good at handstand push-ups. And that's something that Carolyn Connors has. Now, is she going to be able to hang on to that in the beginning part? We'll have to see what it does for the second part of this, but I think that first half of this is really going to play to her favor.
Carolyn Connors just 5 5'1".
10 seconds. Stand by.
We are underway. Opening heat, first of 2 heats for the elite women here, closing out their 3rd day of competition.
You know, and I told you at the beginning that it was about those handstand push-ups. And I don't want to say that that's the only part of the shoulders. I said save the shoulders is the key, because you need to maximize any amount, any area that you can give your shoulders a little bit of a rest. That is huge. So you can see right there in the front of the screen there, taking those breaks. Those are smart, because then when you get into the overhead squats again, it's shoulders. But you want to make sure that you're smart enough so that you have that second half. So it's all about that negative split and really bringing it home in that second half of the event.
Carolyn Connors back to the wall for her 2nd round of 15 handstand push-ups, wearing the whoop strap. Heart rate now up to 158 beats per minute. After every round, they do have to run to the end and then run back.
Look at that nice lockout. You can see she's getting a good sized kick. And I think most of the time for her, even with her height, she's going to have a shorter kick, but she's trying to save as much energy in those shoulders as she can, because she is moving really fast. And again, this is one of those events that you could come out and feel really good for the first 2 rounds and then just be wrecked for the last 3.
Christine Best is in lane 11. She's in the long black pants. She's towards the front right now. Done with her 3rd round here. 5 rounds of 15 handstand push-ups and 5 overhead squats at 145 pounds.
And one of the things you can see her doing is being very aware, and you know, she's intentionally putting the governor on her tempo. She wants to make sure she has enough gas to go in that the second set of the 5 rounds. So you saw that, taking that break. You know, the judge gave her a no rep, and she's like, oh, I know where I am. I know what's happening here. It's okay.
It's Faith Ferguson going through her overhead squats, but Carolyn Connors continues to have a really good pace here through the first half of this event. Both she and Christine Best on the wall yet again, and the 2 of them are just ripping through these handstand push-ups.
I mean, if you look at where her white shoes were, she was just, you know, just rapid firing those legs up and down. So she really is using that short range of motion to her advantage.
That energy when they get to the muscle-ups. Caroline Connors again to that 125-pound barbell at length 16.
Kayla Stefano in the middle of your screen. Faith Ferguson on the right side.
Just like Mike said, Celebrate 10 is 2 sets of 5 rounders. These ladies digging in.
Stefano getting to work on her overhead squats.
You know, this is one of those things you have to think about. Is it best to go ahead and snatch up the weight? All these athletes have that ability to snatch up the weight. But as you start to get fatigued, the last thing you want to have to do is, 1, either stumble, or 2, miss the snatch. So you have to start thinking about some other plan Bs just in case when those shoulders start really fatiguing.
Kayla Stefano gets done with 1 round and back to start another. That's Carolyn Connors in lane 16. 5 reps to go here.
Look at that.
After she completes these 5 rounds, it's on to the 5 rounds of 5 muscle-ups and the 15 overhead squats at 80 pounds. Karis Webster is in the white shirt in the middle of your screen. She is in 2nd place behind Connors, as Connors is now on to the second half of this event. The 5 rounds of the 5 ring muscle-ups and the 15 overhead squats at 80 pounds, and here comes Webster.
What's crazy is Webster is so much taller than Caroline Connors. So you talk about a range of motion having the advantage, but you know, Karis Webster being a lot taller and still being able to hold, at least being close to her.
Webster is only through 4 of her 5 rounds, so Caroline Connors really opening up a lead here on the rest of the field, now struggling to lock out this muscle up, and she will get it.
And that's a lot of pushing that she had to do in that first 5 rounds. So one of the things I saw was she was really catching those rings extremely low. And I don't say she's rushing it, but she has to make sure she can really stay settled before she gets into those the rest of those muscle ups.
Caroline Connors is coming off her first career CrossFit Games appearance. She finished 33rd last year. Now she has to perform 15 overhead squats at 80 pounds to close out round 1 of 5 here.
You know, she got a no rep just because she was over going with that tempo. But what I like that she did is it slows her down a little bit, and I think that's actually going to pay off for when she gets back to those muscle ups.
Kayla Stefano has moved into 2nd place behind Connors. Connors coming into the day was in 25th place overall.
Connors shaking out her arms as she makes her way back, and I like the way that she's walking back on the transition. She's not running back and then standing there. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, look at the way Kayla is just moving great on those overhead squats.
Caroline Connors looking to set the mark to beat with 1 heat remaining after this. The final event that the individuals will face here on day number 3 of competition. Just 2 remain on Sunday. Caroline Connors wearing one of those whoop straps earlier. Her heart rate was at about 140. Now it's up to 172.
Well, mine would be up around 172 if I was working.
My heart rate was up to 172. I would not be working right now. That is called the red line.
And that was good. She came off that, and that's kind of where you want to ride. You want to make it to where that last, go far enough into those muscle ups to where that last one is going to be sort of difficult. And then I like the fact that she ran to the bar. This for her is the easy segment. And basically it's going to be an active rest. The judge, she knows that the judge is really watching to have that open hip up at the top. So it's forcing her to slow down just a little bit. And that's going to give her arms a little bit of a rest before she goes back to those muscle ups.
This will close out round 2 of 5 for Connors in the back half of this event. And she is done. Touches her pylon, then heads back to the rings to start round 3.
And again, smart move. She knows she can get them, but what she doesn't want to have happen is she doesn't want to go up and fail a rep. When you fail a rep on a muscle up, that ends up being easily about another 20 seconds because you have to redo that rep plus the rest time behind it. So I think it is great that she's taking her time, putting on the chalk, getting ready to go, and then deciding to go ahead and make that setup.
We are in the second half of this event, the 5 rounds of the 5 ring muscle ups and the 15 overhead squats. Connors and most of the field has already completed the first half of the event. 12-minute time cap here.
And it's 100 reps of pushing and stabilizing before you even have to do your 25 muscle ups and the other 75 overhead squats. And so this tempo that Caroline has is just incredible. I like the fact that it's very meticulous. She knows exactly what she's doing. And, you know, obviously, if you have an event that's going to play to your favors, do exactly what she is doing, which is hit it out of the park.
We have just about a month to go before the 2022 CrossFit Open begins. You can register today at open.crossfit.com.
This is going to be her third of 5 rounds in the second half of celebration.
Caroline Connors continuing to move smoothly here in round 3 of 5 in the back half of the event. 3.5 minutes to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Kayla Stefano is still in second place behind Connors.
I like that big back kick. You can see her using that back kick as she gets up over those rings, trying to get those arms locked out. Really utilizing as much of her body as possible. So again, she's not dipping into all the pushing that she just did with all those handstand push-ups.
Stefano moving back to the barbell. She is in round 3. But really right now not a threat to Connors as far as the lead in this heat is concerned.
It looks like Kayla Stefano holding the 2 spots.
Looking for that depth. Again, you know, a lot of these judges are doing a pretty decent job of really keeping an eye on where that hip crease is going and making sure that they open up all the way. Seen some of the no reps in the teams division. We've seen a couple no reps already in this heat, so you know that at least the judges have their eye on what's going on, which it keeps it fair across the board.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stefano taking a break. Caroline Connors is on the right side of your screen. just finished her 4th round of 5 muscle-ups.
Digging into her 4th round.
15 overhead squats at 80 pounds, and she will have just 1 round remaining.
And I'm looking at her hand grip there. I mean, one of the things she could do to just kind of help her shoulders just a touch is if she was able to go a little bit closer, then she kind of relies on just kind of letting the weight hang back rather than trying to support it with any kind of musculature. When you go wide like that, you have to actually physically hold it in position. But, you know, again, she's not having any problem with that weight. Looks real strong there still.
12-minute time cap here. And Connors has a little more than 90 seconds to go before we hit that. She is in her 5th and final round. And looking to set the mark to beat with 1 heat remaining. Connors doesn't need to panic here, but you got to think she's got to move a little bit of a sense of urgency with.
Well, this is where she needs to make sure that the 5 are unbroken for sure. I mean, if she misses it, it's going to be bad. So I think she's probably looking to see, like, all right, I'll wait to the 1-minute mark, and then I can rush that last set of the overhead squats. But she needs to make sure that these are all done unbroken. So big pop of the hip right there, boom. And then squeezing those rings to her body as much as she can so that she can support that and not have to worry about the shoulders giving out. Big hips.
Now 45 seconds remain before we hit the time cap. Connors has to do 15 overhead squats at 90 pounds to get inside that time cap. She will have the top score, though.
And her judge is watching. She's already been no rep before, so she's really making sure that she's going fast, but still opening up those hips.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to raise your voices.
3 to go. And Caroline Connors is going to do it. 11:48 unofficially to set the top time going into the final heat.
Ooh, that was I love the speed on that, and she kept it under control. It wasn't getting crazy. She knew she had to go, but every single one of those reps counted. That was a great finish.
And give her credit for really understanding how much she had to do and how much time she had left.
She was very aware. She was very aware of what was going on around her.
11:48 for Connors with 1 heat remaining. And good call on that one from the outset, Bill. She led from the word go.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say it, but if you're going to have short arms, then this is definitely one that's going to work in your favor. So I love the tempo that she had from the get-go. Came out fast on those handstand push-ups, was able to really stabilize on that heavy overhead squat, and left enough in the tank for her to get every single one of these sets of the muscle-ups unbroken. Even up to the end, just like you were talking about. Knew exactly where she was up to that final minute so that she can get that last round unbroken. Able to keep those together and just hammered it through the end. Great finish for Caroline.
Final heat for the women coming up next. Second and final heat for the elite women as they close out their 3rd day of competition here at Wodapalooza at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Thanks so much for sticking with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Event number 6 is Celebrate 10. It's the 10th year of this great event. It is presented by Yerbay, and we have 2 distinct parts of this challenge.
You could have called it Celebrate 10 or Boulder Shoulders or something like that. There's a lot of shoulder work. 5 rounds of those handstand push-ups with 5 heavy overhead squats, and then flip-flop it. 5 rounds of the 5 ring muscle-ups and then 5 lighter overhead squats. This is a tough one to get all the way through. You have to be moving. You got to make sure you got the shoulder stability.
Carolyn Connor's the only woman to be able to complete all this work inside the 12-minute time cap. She has the time to beat. For more on Event 6, let's go down to the competition floor where Jamie Hagia is standing by.
Bill, I know we talked about shoulders being a factor in this workout, but we're also looking at triceps. When you're on the handstand push-ups, you are burning out your triceps. And guess what? When you get to the rings, when you get to the top of that, you're going to have to dip out for that rep to count, and that's going to be using all your triceps there. Not to mention, on those overhead squats, you're pressing up on that barbell and also exhausting them there.
Thank you, Jamie. Here are your lane assignments for the second and final heat. Sarah Sigmundsdottir, if you weren't with us earlier, she withdrew from the competition because of medical reasons, didn't give any more explanation than that. We wish her all the best, hope she is doing well, but she is not in the field here. Bethany Shadburn and Fee Sagafi came into the day in the top 5. We do not have the overall standings after 5 events, but given what happened in the prior event, Sagafi has some work to do, and Shadburn might still be inside the top 3.
Well, I think with Fee, she has a great shot in this event. Lighter athletes, smaller athletes. So I think, again, that usually plays in your favor when it's a high-skilled gymnastic event like this. But you're right. Not the fact that is she going to be super good at it, but she has to do well in this one. She struggled on the swim, but again, very smart. And we talked about, really trying to, prep those shoulders, make sure you're not overdoing yourself. So come down when you need to, so you know exactly how much you can keep in the tank for the other movements.
15 handstand push-ups, then 5 overhead squats at 145 pounds. 5 rounds of those 2 movements for the first half of this event.
Look at the hand width for Fee. Now she has some Olympic lifting background skill, so she has the ability in her shoulders to go that narrow grip. And one of the things that does, it really saves on the wrist and saves on the shoulder as far as having to stabilize. You just let that shoulder hang back, and that's going to work to your favor. Now with Bethany, gymnastic background. So again, this is an event that can really play to her favor. She needs to make sure she's smart about the shoulders, not go out too hard, but really go strong here, and then really hammer those muscle ups when we get to the second half of the event.
Bethany Shadburn, who came into the day in 3rd place behind Emma McQuaid for 2nd. Shadburn did beat McQuaid in the prior event. It is likely that Shadburn right now is in 2nd place overall. Ellie Turner, still your overall leader. Turner is in the gray top on the left side of the screen. Lane 23 is Anikha Greer. Those long black pants. She is your leader right now in this heat.
So we really, again, we've been talking about shoulders, and I'm going to arm wrestle Jamie for this one, shoulders or triceps, but I think this is about saving those shoulders. There's so much stability that's going on there. This is one of the things that Anikha's doing great, shaking her arms out when she needs to, taking a break when you need to, because it's all about that negative split. You can do so much damage in the first 5 rounds that you are worthless in the second 5 rounds. So you need to be able to negative split that, which is be very mindful about this first 5 rounds.
Anikha Greer came into day 3 in 16th place overall. She's in her 4th of 5 rounds here in the opening part of this event. And we're not even to the 3-minute mark. Great pace for her early on. Rifling through those 15 handstand push-ups, back to the barbell for the 5 overhead squats.
Anikha looking nice and strong, so fast on those handstand push-ups, and just very stable on that heavy overhead squat.
4 rounds done for Anikha Greer. Paige Semenza in the long blue shirt right now is in 2nd place. Semenza was trying to crack the top 10 to start the day. She came in 11th place overall.
And I like the fact that she's going wide on those hands. Now there is, you're only supposed to go so wide with your hands when you're doing this, but I think she's being very smart. Go as wide as she possibly can. She's a taller athlete, so utilize that and try and shrink up as much of that height and length in those arms as you possibly can, but still looking great. Stabilizing a little bit, so you start trying to stabilize that a little bit further overhead, and just lock in and get those to count.
Paige Semenza is done. Go over to our overall leader coming into the day, Ellie Turner, won the first 2 events.
You know, and she really said she was nervous about the skills segment. This entire event is skills. So the fact that, you know, she needs to hang into it. We talk about damage control. This is the one event that she really needs to be aware. And what that means is don't be afraid of it, but don't try to be first place. She needs to try to be like 5th, 6th, 7th, and then you're going to be all right.
She had a pretty good lead over Emma Quaid to start the day. McQuaid had 343 points.
I'll tell you what, Mike, the way Anikha is moving to this
She's 36 points back at Turner to start, and Turner did beat McQuaid in that last event. But Ellie needs to be more concerned with Bethany Shadburn right now. Anikha Greer continues to lead the heat. She's through her first round of 15 muscle-ups and now on to the overhead squats. 5 muscle-ups, now onto the 15 overhead squats at 80 pounds. Time to beat belongs to Caroline Connors, the only woman to complete this event inside the 16-minute time cap. 11:48 was her time.
Anikha looks absolutely incredible, super strong on every single element of this event. The way she zapped her, I mean, she was snappy on those muscle-ups, and we'll see when she gets back here to the rings. But I really like that, again, she's utilizing her whole body. There was a lot of pushing that was going on with those handstand push-ups, so she really uses that back swing. You'll watch her lower legs kick to try to get any kind of momentum for her upper body so it's not a straight, strict push.
Anikha Greer back to those muscle-ups. Olivia Sulik is the athlete who is closest to the camera. Then Emily Rolfe is also in the back half of this event as well. Final rep on this round for Anikha Greer. 2 rounds down in the muscle-ups, back to the barbell for her 15 overhead squats. Fee Sagafi and Ariel Lowen are in the upper left-hand part of your screen. They are currently 2nd and 3rd place in the heat. Ariel Lowen going back to the rings, as is Fee Sagafi.
Let's see what these ladies are looking like on their muscle-ups. See a lot of arms being shaken out.
Ariel Lowen with the whoop strap on, 154 beats per minute right now.
Ariel, you can see her on the right-hand side, a little bit of a chicken wing setup there, whereas Fee's looking much more clean. But again, it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as it works. And, you know, you can fail out at the very end when you're past the finish line. But both these women, I think it's great for them because they're able to push each other. The interesting thing will be who's going to break down first, because with gymnastic movements, once you break down, you're done.
Ariel Lowen was a woman who kind of exploded onto the scene last year at the Granite Games, was a surprise winner of that competition. Said she went because she just wanted to get her nameplate for the new house that they had, and wound up getting a ticket to the CrossFit Games. Fee Sagafi just missed out on a berth to the CrossFit Games at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge last year.
I'm actually surprised that Fee took a little break there. I'm not going to say that it's not a smart move, because again, she's conserving those shoulders. We talked about how important that is, and she's really not getting that far behind. I mean, look, both ladies got there to the bar at the same time, and they're both coming off even with that break.
Anikha Greer continues to lead. This is her 3rd set of 15 overhead squats. 2 rounds remain after that, and now she's got to start thinking about Caroline Connors' top time of 11:48. Greer could really use an event win. Started the day in 16th place overall.
Still, I mean, just the youth of Anikha being able to come out here, just look at that confidence. I don't see, there is nothing in what she is doing right now that I see as youth. She seems very composed and competing very mature right now.
Start of round 4 for Greer. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Ariel Lowen on the right, Fee Sagafi, and then Bethany Shadburn as well. You can see at the top of the screen, that's Ellie Turner. She's your overall leader, and she's got to be focused on what Bethany Shadburn is doing right now, because Shadburn is creeping up the overall standings and putting some pressure on Ellie Turner as far as the overall lead is concerned right now. Anikha Greer in the bottom right, she is your leader in the heat. This is her 4th round of ring muscle-ups, and she is through those with no problem.
Just looks so good on those ring muscle-ups.
Sagafi and Lowen back to the rings. Anikha Greer getting set to close out round 4. She will have 1 remaining.
Sagafi on the rings, just about 1 rep in front of Lowen. Shadburn off of the rings. Anikha Greer, this woman is
Anikha Greer with a couple reps to go in this round. The barbell is down, and she has plenty of time right now to reel in Caroline Connors. Connors got to work on her 5th and final round with about 1:03 left on the clock. 12-minute time cap here, and Greer's going to have a lot more time than that. The battle for second continues on the upper left-hand part of your screen between Fee Sagafi and Ariel Lowen. Bethany Shadburn also in the mix there, as is Ellie Turner. Now Greer getting to work a full minute ahead of Caroline Connors' pace.
Look at that big pop of the hips. Look how high she gets over those rings. Boom. Nice fast transition as she moves her head all the way through those rings. So many athletes, when they get tired, their head goes straight up along those straps, but not Anikha. Beautiful transition through those rings.
Anikha Greer, one of the young and up-and-coming stars in CrossFit, 18 years old out of Canada. Throws the wrist straps down and gets right to work on her overhead squats, and she's staring an event win and 100 points in the face right now. And now she knows that Anikha Greer is almost done. And the 18-year-old is going to pick up an event win to close out day 3. The battle for second is between Ariel Lowen and Fee Sagafi, as well as Bethany Shadburn on the left side. 1 minute to go before we hit the time cap. Bethany Shadburn is a round behind here, so Fee Sagafi is in, and she will take second place in the event. That's big for her.
Oh, wow, did she need that?
Ariel Lowen is in 3rd place right now, and she has time to get in inside the time cap. 11:48 by Connors is now good for 3rd in the event. That would be 94 points. Getting across here will be big for Ariel Lowen. 5 reps to go. It looks like she's going to have time, but may not be able to catch Connors. Barbell is down, Lowen is in, and that one is going to be close. We'll have to wait for the official score to see if she did indeed edge out Connors. And now the big question is, as Lucy Campbell came in, where did Ellie Turner finish, and how close was Bethany Shadburn to her? Anikha Greer with her first event win here at Wodapalooza.
I mean,
and does it in impressive fashion.
You talk about a confidence boost coming into this event with these names and coming out first as an 18-year-old. That's massive. And I love the fact that we saw that smile all the way through. But, man, she did it picture perfect. Came out to the front. Knew that it was going to be a good move for her. Rapid-fire handstand push-ups. And was still able to move that heavy barbell. I mean, she snatched that thing up into the air without any problem. But looked amazing on those muscle-ups. Look how high she would get over that ring. Was able to hold that all the way through, knew exactly where she was. And I love the smile that when she got to that bar, smiled all 15 reps before she snapped that buzzer. That was a beautiful finish.
100 points for Anikha Greer. She picks up her first event win of the competition.
Oh, my shoulders just hurt watching that.
It is insane how quickly that they are able to do this event and all of those movements. And Jamie Hagia is with the woman who did it the most quickly, Anikha Greer.
Anikha, you started this workout very aggressive, but were able to hold on to that throughout the entire workout. How confident were you coming into this?
To be honest, the first couple of events, I had a couple of mishaps. So coming in, I was actually doubting myself a little bit. I didn't have that same confidence I had coming in. But I kind of, like, once I started, just shut my brain off and let my body take over. And I just kind of settled into that pace I know. And once he started saying my name, I was like, you can't stop now.
These movements are clearly in your wheelhouse. What was your favorite part about this event?
Him saying my name. Yeah, that fired me up so much. I love handstand push-ups. Overhead squats used to be a bit of a weakness, just like mobility-wise, so that felt great to have that feel so comfortable. Just, yeah, the atmosphere, that was the best part.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Anikha Greer with the event win. Likely that's not going to be the last time we say that. Celebration ceremony coming up next. After that, the men will be on the floor for event 6, so stay with us, everybody.
Wow, this is incredible. My heart is racing and it's full of passion and energy and excitement. 10 years, wow. That is significant, and for me, so is the opportunity to be standing in front of all of you guys talking about what a special event Wodapalooza is. 10 years ago, when I competed in the very first Wodapalooza ever, I was 20 years old. 10 years later, I'm now 30 years old, still competing and as excited as ever. Yeah, let's give it up for that, why not? Over the last 10 years, there have been a ton of amazing competition memories. I'm gonna go through a couple with you guys. You saw some up on the video screen. The first year, we were pushing a sled around the fountain. Give me a cheer if you remember that. Okay, we got a couple people. There we go. We did a bear crawl down Flagler. We paddleboarded in the bay. We did handstand push-ups on a barge in the middle of the bay. And recently, and most significantly, we got to do a tribute workout for Jacob Morris in front of his family in the crowd. Yeah. A lot of special memories on the competition floor, but the most special memories for me have been off the competition floor. As you all know, Wodapalooza is about connection and community, and those are the most special memories that I've made. Having fans that have gone to friends, having brands that have become lifelong partners, and having some of my competitors become my best friends, teammates, and training partners over the years. The lost the mic, it's back, there we go. I'll wrap it up now by just saying thank you to all of you guys. Woo! None of any of this means anything without you guys. So thank you fans so much for giving us all the love and excitement that fuels our performances out on the competition floor, and it's amazing. Thank you to the volunteers and judges for doing what you guys do. That helps keep the event going. And then the last thank yous I have are to some specific people. Matt O'Keefe, a lot of you guys know him. Let's give it up for Matt O'Keefe real quick. Matt has taken this event that was already a monster and turned it into this beautiful monster that it is today. Thank you so much, Matt. By Matt's side, over the last few years and every year before that, Dylan Malitsky and Stacy Konstantinov have been the backbone of Wodapalooza, and they're very good friends of mine. So let's give it up for Dylan and Stacy. And the final thank you before I pass the mic off goes to my best friend, my role model, the one that had the idea for this event and brought it to life, and is the reason that we're all here tonight. Guido Trinidad. Guido, thank you for everything you've done for Wodapalooza. I'm gonna bring Guido out onto the floor, but once again, I just wanna say thank you to you guys. We really love you all, and couldn't do anything that we do without you. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you.
Almost teared up there. Who thinks that once he's done hanging up the CrossFit shoes, that he can go into public speaking? Yeah? All right, guys. I just have a few words for you guys. And first of all, just reminder that every celebration has a purpose, right? And I think that the purpose of this celebration from its inception has always been to acknowledge that we have a gift. And the gift is fitness, community, and a life. We only have one of those. But the one that I want to spend the most time really just bringing attention to is a community. Because this event itself right here was created by the community and for the community. Okay, this was never about one person, two people, a group of people, or just this city. It was created for all of us. It was created by us. It was impossible for it to actually happen without the contribution of every single person, not just here, but people that were here 10 years ago, whether they were here for just a day, paying a ticket, sponsoring with a t-shirt, or here as an athlete. But there are so many people that have contributed to making this happen and the reason why we're here today. So I do want to take a second and have you turn around to the people next to you and thank one another. So go ahead, take some time, thank one another for making this happen. You made this happen. This is for you and by you. You can kiss, you can hug, you can high five or high 10. All right. And then just really quick, just so you know, like, someone just reminded me and said, hey, congratulations on your 10-year anniversary, because my wife and I celebrated 10 years. And they said, I just realized that you guys probably like didn't really celebrate your anniversaries for the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. So I just want to thank my wife, my kids, for supporting and contributing so much as well. Virginia, Veronica, Valentina, and Vida. They're my rocks. I love you girls. And then Noah stole my thunder here a little bit, but not really, because these guys deserve to be acknowledged over and over and over again. Stacy, for the last 9 years, has, man, put so many hours, so much passion, and we're just so grateful for you, Stacy. Give it up for Stacy. And then right next to Stacy, we have Mr. Dylan Malitsky. He doesn't like the attention, even though he's a pretty amazing MC. Started off as a volunteer, then an MC, then media, then brother, then boss. He just basically runs this whole thing, but he is a backbone of this thing, and I'm just so grateful, man, to see you not only just keep the passion that you have for this thing, but just also how much you've grown as a human being. It's just a testament to, you know, the people that you've surrounded yourself to and your hard work. I love you so much, brother. Give it up for Dylan.
Go Dylan!
And again, this event is all of ours. For quite some time, I had the opportunity and the privilege of stewarding this gift and making some pretty big decisions, so to speak. And then at some point in time, I also had the opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to hand this thing off. And when you do that, you kind of feel like a kid, like, all right, I'm like, you know, eventually one day, hopefully a very long time from now, I'll be giving my daughters off to another man. And I had the opportunity to give this off to a man by the name of Matt O'Keefe. And I'm extremely grateful and just want to honor him for the way that he's stewarded this opportunity. He's led it and he's leading it with excellence. And I just want to show Matt O'Keefe some love tonight. Matt O'Keefe and the Loud and Live team. Thank you guys for maintaining the integrity of what this thing was supposed to do, to celebrate fitness, community, and life. Let's give it up one more time. Love you guys. Here he is, Matt.
Thank you, buddy. Man, they both said everything that I was planning on saying in here, so they stole my thunder. I do want to point a couple of things out quick. First of all, I don't think we should stop talking about this crew over here. Come over here. You, Guido, Virginia, family. When I first got the opportunity to be, what is going on? When I first got the opportunity to be a part of this, when I first got the opportunity to be here and be a part of this community, I learned a lot from this crew. I learned about hard days in the gym, long hours, just sitting on that bench in Peak 360. Without this crew right here, none of this is possible. And I want a real loud, proud roar, finish line roar from Wodapalooza for this crew. Wodapalooza is a sum of many, many, many parts. It's partners, it's volunteers, it's athletes, it's staff, and it's you. All of you have your own Wodapalooza story. You bring this thing to life every year. You redefine it, and you raise the bar. We love you. Thank you.
Guys, one more big round of applause for Guido, Matt, the whole Wodapalooza gang. A decade of celebration. Thank you guys, each and every one of you. One more big round of applause. Two more heats of men.
Day number 3 at Wodapalooza comes to a close with the 6th event for the men's individual division. Thanks for being with us here in Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Bill Grundler, and it's Jamie Hagia who's watching things for us down on the competition floor. Event number 6 is Celebrate 10, presented by Yerbay.
And we did the same thing we did with the ladies, except going from the 145, we're jumping up to 205 pound of those 5 overhead squats, and then bringing that back down for sets of 15 at 115. It's a tough one.
First of 2 heats for the elite men. 18 men will be on the competition floor here, all working through the 2 very distinct parts of this event. In lane 15 is Jake Marconi. He came in 20th place overall to start the day after 4 events.
You know, and this is one of those guys where if you're sitting in, if you have 2 heats and you're right at the cusp of that heat, you have to make a move. Now, no, he's not going to be jumping up to the podium. It's not going to happen. But if he can get a shot to do something great, I think this would be good. He's 5'7", 185 pounds, not one of the bigger guys, so that should really play well for him for those gymnastic movements.
Still waiting on the official results from event number 5, but coming into the day, his best finish was a 10th in event number 2.
So he really needs to make sure that he saves those shoulders. The 205 might be a little heavy. We'll try to see, but I think it's going to play off best for him to really manage those handstand push-ups. Use that kip as much as possible so that you can get through that first set and then negative split that second set of 5 rounds.
First of 2 heats here to close out the 3rd day of competition for the men. 2 events remain after this one on Sunday, the 4th and final day of competition here at Wodapalooza.
Now, a lot of these athletes, you know, again, they're not in the top heat; they're in the bottom heat. But they still want to feel good. They still want to throw a wrench into the leaderboard there, and so they really need to make sure that they don't overextend themselves on these first couple rounds. You can do a lot of damage because 15 handstand push-ups does not feel very difficult when you're fresh. But when you get up to 45, you get up to 60, that's when it gets difficult, and they can start to do some damage. So they really need to be aware of what they're doing.
And there is Jake Marconi going through his overhead squats at 205, having to save that barbell a little bit. They're going to make him back up just so he's not directly in line with the men right next to him, and then he has to run to the pylon and run back. So Marconi, a good run there through his first round, and he is your early leader here now into round 2.
Nice big kips. You see how low he's bringing those legs down. So use the mass of those legs to really move that body up. Try to take off as much of that tension off those shoulders as you can. And then again, come off if you need to. Just have to be very careful when you come off the wall like that. You can really slow down because you disengage from the event.
We talked about this guy a lot in some of these early heats. This is Jorge Fernandez, who is now out front. He's working out of lane number 9. Devin O'Neill is next to him in the red shirt, still going through his handstand push-ups.
You know, Fernandez, he's got game experience. He went to the games on the Invictus team, so you know he's going to be a good athlete. One of the things I was concerned about him in this particular event are the amount of the handstand push-ups, the amount of the ring muscle-ups, that gymnastic element to it, because he's a bigger guy. And when you have to move that weight around, that gets tiring very quickly. I do like the fact that he has a pretty aggressive kip. But we have to see if he's going to be able to hold on to that capacity.
And right now he is in round number 3 of 5 in the opening 5 rounds of this event. Fernandez gets through those with no problems. Fernandez, your leader right now. Nick Matthew is in 2nd place behind Jorge Fernandez.
You can see Matthew queuing himself up, took the time to move the bar around a little bit, took the time to set back. You know, you see a lot of these athletes going to snatch it up just like what Nick did, but you saw that little bobble in front. As your shoulders start to fatigue, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have that bar fall to the front. It isn't necessarily bad or slow or weak to go to the front rack and go up overhead. Just to be aware of what you're doing, so don't get sloppy with the snatch.
Griffin Raleigh, a man who can sling around some big weight. He currently sits in 3rd place. He had to ditch that barbell as he works his way through his 3rd round of overhead squats.
I can only imagine how heavy this guy's legs are on the handstand push-ups and the ring muscle-ups.
His legs are so big they have their own zip code.
Oh, man. Well, he's got the short shorts on today, so you need to light a match or anything anywhere. He's going to get some friction going on with those.
Raleigh working his way back to the handstand push-up wall to start round 4. But Nick Matthew has now overtaken Jorge Fernandez for 1st place in the heat. Matthew has been really consistent throughout this competition. Best finish coming into the day was a 24th in event 2. Worst finish was a 29th, so he's been within 5 spots in every event in the results. Still don't know where he finished in event number 5, though.
Leading this heat, you know, it's got to feel good, though. It's got to be a little bit of confidence boost knowing that you're in the front of your heat. And if you talk about where he's sitting, you know, if you're talking about the consistency, he should be at the top of this heat.
Now a tie for the lead between Jorge Fernandez on the left and Nick Matthew on the right. Matthew with a little bit faster pace on those handstand push-ups. He has 5 to go. He's going to kick down. Fernandez taking a break as well on the left.
Look at Matthews, nice rapid fire reps on those handstand push-ups, and that's where these guys are starting to break down. We talked about those handstand push-ups and how detrimental they could be. If you come out too fast, especially with these larger athletes, it's a lot of weight to move around.
Look, you still have 5 rounds after this portion of the muscle-ups and then the lighter overhead squats.
This is the buy-in. Nice snatch though overhead.
Fernandez and Matthew, your top 2 right now in the heat. Drew Wayman, meanwhile, is really having a problem with this barbell at 205 pounds.
You know, Drew's a big kid, and so I'm really thinking that those overhead, those handstand push-ups are really starting to do some damage. We'll see. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. When your shoulders fail out, then that snatch is going to be a problem. Now, he should not be snatching. If your shoulders are that tired, you can go to the front rack and go straight up overhead, or, I mean, take it the long way. Go to the back rack, set your hands. But doing a miss does nothing but 1, tire you out, 2, slow you down, and 3, really crush your confidence.
Wayman has that sorted, and now he gets to work on his set. Anthony Davis is also in this heat. He does have an event win. Davis is on the right side of your screen in the black shorts, resting on his handstand push-ups. He won the MIA bar complex to kick off day number 2. But then after that, it's been tough for him. A 36th in event 4, and he was the last man on the floor in event number 5. These are your top 2 in the heat right now. Jorge Fernandez on the left, Nick Matthew is on the right. Matthew is ahead of Fernandez. And Matthew has already closed out 1 round of the 5 muscle-ups and the 15 overhead squats. Fernandez is getting set to close out his first round. So Matthew about half a round ahead of Fernandez for the lead in this first of 2 heats in event number 6. Only 2 events remain after this. Matthew is done, and he will work his way back to the barbell as Fernandez closes out his first round. 12-minute time cap in this event. Kind of late here in Miami. We're approaching 9 p.m. local time, but still plenty of people in the stands. Nobody has gone home here at Flagler Park.
You can see the tempo change has really shut down on a lot of these athletes. Gone from trying to race, and then now, like, literally, they are just thinking about, how am I going to finish this? How many reps am I going to be able to get? Maybe not even the fact, am I going to finish this, but how many rounds can I get through and where can I get through? So, again, all the athletes that are on the ring muscle-ups, the last thing they want to have happen is to fail a rep. So they can go singles. That's going to be better than going up and missing a rep.
Fernandez knocking out his last muscle-up of that round, and he'll go back to the barbell. And as we saw with the women, it was really the second 5 rounds where the event actually starts.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the weight on the barbell goes down. That's Fabian Benito Celis in the green shirt, who currently sits in 3rd place in this heat. About 3.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
Like, he's got a nice wide stance, so that's going to stop him from going down too far. He's just going to go right to where he needs to, hip crease below the knee, and be able to come right back up.
Nick Matthew about ready to close out his 3rd of 5 rounds.
Who wants to see Nick Matthew?
Fabian Benito-Celis, we just saw him, has now moved past Jorge Fernandez and into second place behind Nick Matthew.
There you have it. 3 minutes to go. Nick Matthew back to the race clock, starting his 4th of 5 rounds.
I mean, you can just tell the fatigue. There's no race in these guys anymore as far as trying to get back and forth. Now, granted, it doesn't make any sense to run back there if all you're going to do is stand there anyway. So you're trying to recover as much as you can. But that recovery time is taking longer and longer and longer.
Nick Matthews, your leader on the right. Fabian Benito-Celis is on the left. He is in second place. He's the man in the green shirt approaching the barbell. We're coming up on about 2 minutes to go here in this opening heat. Matthew done with his 4th round of muscle ups, back to the barbell, 15 more overhead squats. Now 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
Nice unbroken set by Fabian to get through those overhead squats.
Matthew hit that first one and then had to stabilize himself just a little bit here.
And it's crazy because this weight is not heavy for these guys, but you're just showing how much fatigue has gone into those shoulders. I mean, you got to remember, total volume, we have 200 reps. That is a lot of reps, and all of them, your shoulders are involved. Every single piece of it.
Less than 90 seconds to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Matthew is through 4 of 5 rounds. Matthew going back to the rig now for his final set of ring muscle ups as we approach the 11-minute mark. So now 60 seconds to go.
That's 1 of 5 ring muscle ups. He locks out number 2. Crowd, who wants to see it back on his barbell?
Final rep for Matthew. If he hurries, he might be able to get in here.
And that's the thing. Nick should be running right now. This is not the hard part for him. He could lock that up and get going.
The crowd on their feet right in front of him to try to get him through these reps. If he keeps this pace, he's got a chance. He's through 8, now 9. 5 to go. Final rep for Nick Matthew, and he has a few seconds to spare. 11:52 unofficially for him to set the time to beat going into heat number 2. And he will be the only man to finish the entirety of the event inside the 12-minute time cap.
Heavy, heavy, heavy fatigue that we saw through that entire heat. I mean, here's the winner of that heat, and he looks exhausted out of those reps. Those 200 reps. He was actually the only one that got through them all.
Nick Matthew will wait and see where his time winds up. The only man to finish that event inside the 12-minute time cap. 1 heat remains, and then we will be done with day number 3 at Wodapalooza. The overall leaders will be on the floor coming up next. The lights are on, the crowd is here, and the overall leaders are about to take the floor for the final heat in Event 6 for the individual men. Thanks for staying with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Jamie Higia has things covered for us down on the competition floor. The 6 of 8 events here at Wodapalooza. It's Celebrate 10. This is the 10th year of the competition. It's presented by Yerbe, 12-minute time cap, and as we talked about in heat number 1, it's really the second part of this event that matters.
Yeah, this entire event is a gymnastic wrecking ball between all the reps you have to complete and the damage that it can do to those shoulders.
Set down to Jamie Higia down there at Flagler Park.
Bill and Sean had mentioned that this is about managing your muscle fatigue and muscle endurance. When you get to your rounds 5 through 10, you are here at the end of the floor and have to make your way all the way back to those rings. You'll see these athletes not sprinting, but they're going to walk back nice and calm, try to catch your breath before getting into their sets of muscle ups.
Your lane assignments for the second of 2 heats. For event number 6, it was Nick Matthew, who's the only man in heat number 1 to complete all the work inside the 12-minute time cap. Did that in 11:52. Cole Sager in lane 16. Coming into the day, he was in 5th place overall. We're still waiting to find out where everybody finished in event number 5. But Cole has a history of making charges late.
He really does, and you know he didn't have a bad with the Row.Swim.Run. Didn't have a bad finish there. So again, getting those points. He's one of the older statesmen of our sport. He knows how to play this game, and I think he's always going to be in the hunt. But if you're talking gymnastics, you cannot expect that Pat Vellner, the gymnast and one of the best that we have in the world, is going to do well here. He is going to set the tempo for sure.
The final heat is underway, and we mentioned the overall standings, still waiting on those to update after event number 5. But one thing we are relatively sure of is that Pat Vellner is still in first place comfortably right now.
You know, you see all these guys out here going so hard and so fast. They really need to make sure that they are pacing these first parts. They have to save those shoulders. That's that first key that we talk about. So much shoulder fatigue goes into this. So don't rush or kill yourself, because again, you got to split. You got to have that negative split. I mean, you have to be faster in that second 5 rounds, and you can really do a lot of damage to yourself if you're not careful.
Sager is through round number 1, as is Phil Toon. Next to him, there goes Tim Paulson, and Sager back to work on his second round of 15 handstand push-ups. Overhead squat weight 205 for the men here in the opening part, the opening 5 rounds of this event.
I see Phil Toon on the left-hand side of your screen with that white t-shirt and the black shorts. He's really moving quickly on those handstand push-ups. He needs to be careful not to go too far into the red. Cole got a no rep, but again, looks nice and relaxed. You saw him take that nice deep breath. He's trying to bring down that heart rate. And I love the fact that he went clean and jerk on that. Look at that, to the front rack and then overhead. Very safe.
Tim Paulson, speaking of heart rate, wearing one of the Whoop monitors. He's at 152 beats per minute. Paulson started the day in 7th place overall. His best finish 6th in event 3, the MIA bar complex.
He also decided to go with that wide grip, clean and then jerk up overhead. Again, it's not the best movement if you need to do a clean and jerk, but if you are trying to have a safe, shoulder protected shoulder overhead, I think it's a great position to do that. Get in a great position without taking the risk.
Cole Sager on the right, Phil Toon on the left. They are your 2 leaders right now in the heat. Pat Vellner is on the far left side. Vellner just needs to avoid disaster here in this event in order to hang on to the overall lead. Sager back to the barbell now, along with Phil Toon.
Look at that, right up overhead.
Now, no surprise that this guy, Colton Mertens, is towards the front. When it comes to handstand push-ups, he's one of the fastest.
I think you were shying away of wanting to say why, though, he was one of the fastest. One of the things with any sort of gymnastic movement or squat movements like this is range of motion. One of the things that in a lot of the movements is going to be a tough part for him is that range of motion. He's a shorter guy, but when you have handstand push-ups, look at that. Very fast, very quick, and it doesn't take nearly as much energy for him to go through that shorter range of motion than it does with everybody else.
Saxon Panchik entered the day in 14th place overall. He had a really good event in event number 5, and he is looking to move his way possibly into the top 10, depending on the way things shake out in the overall standings after event 5, and then after this event, of course.
You know, Saxon looked real strong when he did that nice snatch up overhead. I didn't see a foot bobble. I didn't see anything like that at all. And again, look at the way he's transitioning from one end of the field to the other end of the field. Knows exactly how hard he needs to push, just relaxing.
And it's happened again. That's Spencer Panchik. Spencer and Scott Panchik right next to each other on the competition floor. Saxon is at the other end, so that is Spencer Panchik. But Spencer was right next to his brother in the overall standings coming into the day. 13th place overall. He was only 10 points ahead of Saxon heading into event number 5. Scott and Spencer Panchik right next to each other. Scott in the all black. And now Spencer off the wall.
Look at the confidence, right off the wall, right to the bar, and straight up overhead. Beautiful lift by Spencer.
There is his brother Saxon on the upper left-hand part of your screen. Saxon is next to Colton Mertens, who's towards the front of the pack here. And now Spencer is done. And he will move on to the second half of this event. The 5 rounds of the 5 muscle-ups and the 15 overhead squats with the weight dropping now to 115. Phil Toon has also finished out the first 5 rounds here, and he's going back to the rings along with Spencer Panchik. So Toon opening up the second half of this event. Nick Matthew has the time to beat 11:52 from heat number 1.
And I was really interested to see what that would look like on Toon for that first set of ring muscle-ups. I don't see him looking very fatigued at all. Granted, we got 5 rounds of these, but we've just done 5 rounds of pushing, so usually you'll see some sort of a hiccup somewhere, and I didn't see anything.
There's Uldis Upniks, as Colton Mertens is also on to the second part of this event, and he has a really great pace on those overhead squats. Mertens looking to track down Spencer Panchik and Phil Toon for the lead in the heat.
We'll see what sort of transition speed he has between going from the barbell, making his way back, and how long it takes for him to get up on those rings.
Colton Mertens heading back to the rings, and a lot of us are going to be heading back to the competition floor, so to speak. The Open is right around the corner, just about a month away before we get started with that. You can register now at open.crossfit.com.
And that, talked about what kind of transition he was going to have. Very quick. Walked straight back, jumped right up, got right through them. I think he has a good shot of catching Toon just based on the range of motion that he's luckily able to deal with on these. And I love that transition speed. Look at that.
Mertens getting right into those overhead squats. 15 reps he has to complete to close out his round. Your top 2 men are on the screen right now. On the left, Colton Mertens. On the right, Phil Toon. And both of them just a really fast pace with the barbell. Mertens done just ahead of Toon. Mertens and Toon done with 2 of the 5 rounds, and now starting round number 3 of the 5 muscle-ups and the 15 overhead squats.
Colton Mertens with that quick turnaround right up to those rings and getting to work. Look at, now this is what we were talking about, the transition. Phil Toon, he walked back there a little bit more hesitant, a little bit slower. Now he's thinking about it, where Colton Mertens is just going for it.
Phil Toon is right next to Pat Vellner. Again, Vellner has built himself a pretty decent lead, we think, heading into this event. He had a 36-point lead, 37-point lead coming into the day. Sorry, I meant that a 27-point lead coming into the day. But that did widen after the last event. Mertens is just about done with round 3 here. Only one man in heat number 1 was able to complete the entirety of the work inside the 12 minutes. That was Nick Matthew, and he only had 8 seconds to spare. Did it in 11:52.
And Toon sitting up in those top 3 coming into today. Didn't have a very good swim at all. It looked like, I mean, again, we don't know what the score is there, but he had a rough last event. So this is something that he really needs to do and really push the tempo. It's impressive that he's in front of Pat Vellner, though. I'm shocked at that, honestly. His tempo on those squats is just incredible.
Well, Mertens is really challenging that top time with the pace he has right now.
Pat Vellner right in the mix. This is what we talk about. Like, he just doesn't get nervous about people being in front of him. He knows he's going to eat them down. Everyone else is trying to stay ahead, and Pat just kind of makes his way through there.
Toon and Vellner right next to each other on the floor. Phil Toon at one point was the overall leader in this competition. Colton Mertens, I think, has one round to go here. Fifth and final round for Colton Mertens, just assaulting Nick Matthews' top mark of 11:52.
Look at that. He hasn't slowed down. So much capacity, so much speed and power in those movements too. Look at that. My goodness.
No problem. Those final 5 muscle ups for Colton Mertens, and now back to the barbell for the final time. And this should just be a stroll for him because he has the event win all but locked up right now.
Solid movement, just making his way through those, making every single one of those reps count.
Colton Mertens trying to go sub 10 and earns 100 points with a casual tap of the buzzer.
That was the least exciting depression of the button I've ever seen.
Now Phil Toon looking to lock up second place in the event. He has plenty of time because remember, Nick Matthews' time is now second best. Scott Panchik is going to take second in the event as he gets it in 10:19. Panchik still has some fight left, and now he's going to turn to his brother Spencer and try to help him across the finish line. Phil Toon is across. Spencer Panchik is in. Still more than a minute to go before we hit the top time. Pat Vellner still has a round to go.
I'm a little shocked by that. It's almost like Pat just doesn't think he. It's like, I'm all right.
Sager is in. Well, Toon is going to pick up some ground that he lost to Vellner in the last event. But remember, it was a 27-point deficit that Vellner had at the beginning of the day. He was able to widen that in the last event as Uldis Upniks comes across. We just don't know by how much, and now we got to figure out how many points Phil Toon regained here, as we have now just 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap, and Pat Vellner is looking to get inside of that if he can complete these 15 overhead squats. This is about the pace that Nick Matthew was on when he got to the barbell.
Which wasn't a bad score. I mean, it wasn't a bad time at all.
And he had a really good pace as well.
Yeah, this seems uncharacteristic of Pat. I'm a little shocked by that.
Tim Paulson closes out his fourth round. Pat Vellner is now in. So with a second to spare, Pat Vellner gets across the finish line. So Phil Toon will carve into the overall lead. We'll have to wait and see by how much. But Pat Vellner looks like he will be the overall leader heading into the final 2 events on day number 4, the 4th and final day of competition. But that man, Colton Mertens, just a minor inconvenience for him out there.
Oh, man, that was a beautiful event for Colton Mertens. Now, again, gymnastics is a very unique test for sure because of the way it can tax your body and the different elements that are put into there. I love the fact that Cole Sager was in the mix, but again, Phil Toon. doing some crazy fill-tune things, just getting in the mix. But if you wanted to look at the way to win this event, you look at the way that Colton Mertens executed. Muscle-ups, unbelievable. Those overhead squats, whether it was heavy or whether it was light, he had absolutely no problem. Beautiful finish and a love tap at the end.
Down to Jamie Hagia with your event winner, Colton Mertens.
Colton, this workout seemed like it was made for you. You were so comfortable out there. When it was announced, what was going through your mind?
So I guess same thing as when every one of these workouts was announced. I was excited for all of them for different reasons. Some of them I knew weren't going to be my best, but they were good opportunities to see how training has progressed. And this one I was excited because I knew it was in my wheelhouse.
With all of these movements being in your wheelhouse, what was the most difficult part for you in this workout?
Managing nerves for the most part and just making sure that all my reps were clean and crisp and staying away from no reps, managing shoulder fatigue going into those overhead squats, just making sure that you didn't blow out your shoulders early on, trying to go fast.
We are 3 days in, we have 1 day left and 2 more events tomorrow. What are you looking forward to in tomorrow?
Looking forward to finishing it off strong and going out there, giving everything I have and seeing where the cards fall at the end of the weekend.
Thank you.
I loved that test of fitness right there. I loved that was just pure gymnastics. I mean, we threw a little barbell in, but some love in gymnastics. And man, Colton made that look so easy.
Colton is a guy with home run potential, and he knocked one out of the park here in Miami. Competition is done for the day, but stick around. Desk show with Rory McKernan coming up next as we wrap up day 3 here at Wodapalooza. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games season. Whether you're a serious competitor who's in great shape or someone who's new to CrossFit and just looking for a fun challenge, everyone's season starts with the World Wide Open. The CrossFit Open is 3 weeks of workouts that bring the entire community together, and it is the largest participatory sporting event on Earth. It's a celebration of everything you love about CrossFit, challenging workouts with your fitness family, and some friendly competition. Here's how it works. A workout will be released on Thursday each week for 3 weeks. Everyone has until Monday to complete the workout, submit their scores, and claim their place on the worldwide leaderboard. There are a few ways to play. You can complete your workout at a registered CrossFit affiliate with all your friends, submit a video of your workout from anywhere in the world, or find a registered judge to observe and verify your workout. CrossFit has something for everyone, and the World Wide Open is no different. No matter what level you're at, there is a version of the workout for you. There's also a ton of different divisions. You can compete as an individual, on a team, or as a teenage, masters, or adaptive athlete. All divisions can be found on the leaderboard, and you can even create custom leaderboards to see how you stack up against your friends. Leaderboarding is a big part of where the fun happens during the Open. You can compare yourself to the fittest on earth, your friends at your local box, or other athletes from around the world, and you can even find other people who share your occupation and interests. So start the year off with a fun challenge that will renew your passion for health and fitness. Register today, and I'll see you on the leaderboard. Oh, and don't forget to grab your official Open t-shirt.
Good evening, friends, and welcome back. The day is done here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Rory McKernan here at the desk with my friend Tommy Marquez. We're going to get you caught up on the day's action. There's only one more day to go, man, and we apologize in advance. There were some scoring issues today, so we don't have your leaderboards for you updated. Those will be later available on Wodapalooza.com and through the Wodapalooza app. But, Tommy, what a fantastic day of action. It got a little bit chilly right now.
It did, but it was actually quite pleasant throughout the day. I mean, for the Saturday event to dive into the water, the weather was perfect. It's just like the perfect Saturday vibe, you know, everybody out having a good time. I got a chance to walk around the venue a little bit more, see a couple of brands, talk to a bunch of people, you know, shake hands, kiss babies, you know, the whole deal. And it was just awesome.
What a life.
Everybody was in such a good mood.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard not to walk around this place with a smile.
What a life, my friend. It could have had a worse day, that's for sure. Biggest story. You got one? You got something that kind of jumped out at you?
On the men's side, I think it would have to be the boys. I mean, they've kind of led from the front this entire time, but you know what? They get another event win today. And for probably the most talented team individually, they just continue to showcase what cohesion as friends and what the bond that friendship can have in gelling a team. You know, I walked over to the venue this morning with Travis Mayer, and honestly, I've never seen an athlete so calm and relaxed heading into a major competition. He said it's just the vibe here, and he's having a blast.
Yeah, I walked through the stadium to the athlete warm-up area. I happened to run into Noah and Chandler, and they were waiting there. They were cool, calm, relaxed, and Noah was actually waiting to do his speech for the 10-year celebration this evening, which he knocked out of the park, by the way. And they said exactly that. They were like, look, we are having so much fun. We actually do have the overall standings. We're going to give you guys a look at them here. We said it's not very often you get to have this much fun with your buddies, exactly as you mentioned it, but those are the words from his mouth. Take a look at those standings if we've got them, where you can see, ooh, Pat Vellner, 9 points ahead of Phil Toon. These are unofficial at this moment, but wow, look at Cole Sager and Scott Panchik jumping into that 3rd and 4th spot, and Colton Mertens with a fantastic final event. Locking down the 5th place spot. I love it.
Scott Panchik in 4th. You know, it's practically a miracle that he's out here north of 30, you know, out throwing down. You know, obviously I'm joking there, but it's cool that he wasn't planning on competing as an individual, but showing up and inside the top 5.
Okay, and we actually have the women's official results as well. We're going to take a look at those. Unofficial, pardon me. And Ellie Turner continuing her tirade. Emma McQuaid solidifying herself in 2nd place. Fisa Goffi, Bethany Shadburn, and Ariel Lowen round out your top 5 as well.
Yeah, we've seen a few mix-ups in, you know, the 5 to 10 spot, but Ellie Turner holding strong. You know, her and Emma McQuaid have been at the top all day today, and, you know, nothing's changed after getting into the water, after getting a nasty chipper, or after, you know, a ton of gymnastics today. She's got to be happy about where she's at.
All right, more on the individuals later with our friends from the booth, Bill and Sean. But right now, let's get back to the team action and let's talk about the females. What jumped out at you today was the biggest story?
Well, I mean, let's
start. We're going to the male leaderboard, and we actually do have the updates here. So this is great and fantastic. Remember, these are unofficial but accurate. Hopefully, the boys, the Thunder from Down Under, Sam Sorella, man. So not a lot of changes in terms of the actual order.
But look at the race between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
Sam Sorella, man, you know, they surrendered to 3rd place after the first event today. Now they're back in 3rd, just 6 points ahead of Team Herculus. That's going to be a fun race.
Love to see it. And if you're hearing any kind of craziness surrounding us, remember, it's a party, and this place does not stop. The Buttery Bros are on stage just right here. God knows what they're doing. All right, we've got the updated standings for the women's teams as well. And here they are. Prager ahead of Mayfem. Oh, tied with Mayhem. Look at this. Remember, this is unofficial, but wow, ending the day with 2 more workouts to go and a tie. I love it. Team Gowad in 3rd, Born Primitive underdogs, and 3 Blind Mice.
That's interesting. That's interesting because Mayfem came into the day 3 points back of Krieger, and they beat them in both events. So I know these are unofficial, and they're tied right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if after some adjustments and a fine-tooth comb that Mayfem ends up in 1st place overall once we wake up tomorrow, because they came out early. We saw, you know, the first team off the rower in the Row.Swim.Run. Andrea Nisler and Haley Adams leading the way there, with Taylor Williamson pitching in at the end on the runner. And then tonight, under the lights, we really got to see some of the teamwork on full display. They led from the front. They almost got caught at the end by Krieger, but they were able to still get to the finish line first. 2 events on day number 3, 2 event wins, mimicking what Krieger did on day 1 with 2 wins. And now we're just trading haymakers between the 2 best teams in the field.
Going to be a nail-biter going into the final day with 2 workouts left. I have to say goodnight to you, my friend. I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for, well, one, for your math brain, for catching these, keeping the people updated and letting them know, and for hanging out with me today. It's been fun.
Always a pleasure, man.
We are going to now get caught up on the individuals, and we're going to do that by going to the men who have been calling the action for most of the day. Sean Woodland is with Bill Grundler.
Thank you, Row. Let the Buttery Bros know that to let us, we'll stop if our show is interrupting their talking. We'll recap what was a fun day on the individual side. 2 very different events here. And on the women's side, we saw a great moment with Anikha Greer. The standings we saw, she's not inside the top 10, but I guarantee you this is not the last time we're going to say event win for Anikha Greer.
Yeah, I love the fact that they said, hey, what's your biggest story of the day? Well, okay, we can talk about the classic stuff, but we didn't know what the scoreboards were. But Anikha Greer, 18 years old, and you got to put that into perspective. All these other athletes, you talk about a young athlete, they're 23, they're 25, she's 18, and she's out here banging elbows with the best of it. And again, if you look at what her history is, she was 36th in the Open. She was, 58th in the Open. She was 6th in the Atlas Games. So a young athlete with a promising career and coming out and dismantling that event. She didn't just beat everybody, she smashed everybody. So if I had to put what was the top moment for the ladies, Anikha, that was all you. Nice job.
On the men's side, Pat Vellner is cool, calm, and collected, but that meme that you see with, this is me and someone, is like Phil Toon is just right here staring at him, not letting him go. He can't get rid of this guy.
He can, and I love the attitude that Phil seems to carry. The one time that he did have his win, we had that interview, and it was like, I elected it's heavy. I'm coming at you. It was like, this guy's a machine. And he's been hanging in that top 3 position. And so, you see him here, you think how's he still here? How's he still here? We got to the swim, he struggled. And it was like, oh, okay, well, maybe that was done. His reign is done. But we get to this last event of the evening, and man, he was pushing the tempo with Colton Mertens the entire time. The tempo that he was working on those squats was unreal. This guy is stepping into the limelight now. He hasn't had a big chance, but he's just been on the outside. He's coming into the show. So I think this is not, he's only 23 also, so he's young. This is not the last we're going to see of this guy.
And unofficially, he's only 9 points back of Vellner. That could change in the overall standings, but it will be an exciting final day at Wodapalooza. 2 events remain, and there's going to be a lot decided in those final 2 events. For now, let's go back to the desk with Rory McKernan.
Thanks, Sean. I passed along that message to the Buttery Bros, and they did not receive it. So just letting you know. I'm joined now by the 13th fittest man on the planet. Jeff Adler is here. And, Jeff, I know that you got to go back to the cold, cold north. And so how are you enjoying your time here in Miami?
Yeah, Miami's super nice. We've been in Florida for now 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. We're 3 hours north, actually. And we're going to spend 2 more weeks in Florida before we leave. But, yeah, we're going to most likely go back sometime this year.
Tell me about your history with Wodapalooza. Have you been here before?
I've competed at Wodapalooza once in 2019.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's a unique event, man. Tell me what you like about it.
It's just a party. It's Miami. You're on the side of the water, and you can enjoy the competition. There's so many athletes, so you can watch competition all day long, and that's what's exciting about Wodapalooza.
Yeah. Recently, we saw you get on the podium in Dubai at the Dubai Fitness Championship.
Rogue.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, but another off-season competition.
Yeah.
How did you decide where you were going to compete and where you were going to come just play?
Actually, I got the invite from Rogue, and that's when I chose, I'm going to do Rogue. And I've been to Dubai a few times before, so I wanted to go back. It was canceled last year, obviously. And then just doing the 3 was just too much, so I'm just enjoying the time here in Miami.
Sure, I love it. So 13th at the CrossFit Games, but then a podium at Rogue. Seems like a lot of improvement. What are you currently focusing on? What are you working on before this next season begins?
Yeah, so actually, Rogue was an improvement. It was just a better execution and a better preparation before the event. So what I'm going to change is the few months prior to the games. I'm going to focus to be ready for that event.
Yeah.
So I think that's the main focus for this year.
The season starts soon. The World Wide Open registration is now, people can sign up. What do you like about the Open? How does it fit into your competition season?
Well, it's the stepping stone of the season, and I mean, for any competitor, like it's still, you have to get to the next stage of competition. So I'm never gonna take the Open lightly. I'm always gonna give my best and be ready for that. So, and everybody can do it. We can do it hopefully we can do it at the gym. We weren't able to do it last year because of closures, but hopefully this year everybody can come together and do it.
Love it. One thing that people may not know about you is that your coach is also your partner.
Yeah.
What are the difficulties there, or what are the what makes it easier?
Well, there aren't any difficulties. It just works. Like the way we work, it just works. I mean, that's how it's been for 6 years, and she's been my only coach. And so far, it's going well. I'm performing well. We're improving every year, so. Chemistry is great.
I love it. Hey, we're really looking forward to watching you compete this year, and thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
For those of you who are watching at home, one more day remains. Let's have a look at what we're going to face on Sunday. We've got, of course, 2 workouts. The final event yet to be announced, so you guys are going to have to tune in and watch if you want to see how it's all going to shake out. Tomorrow, we will crown a champion here at Wodapalooza 2022, the 10-year anniversary. We hope we see you there. Thank you for joining us on behalf of the whole crew. I want to say thank you and good night.